welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day!
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in, Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon, never. And what's the fish? That should be my first question.
2 will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware. Second impact!
Huge by JV92.
This is semi-final Saturday.
Lowe's now can work around. One player picked up. Logan!
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out!
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
2 teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
Loban with 1 kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done!
1 more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the world, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil. The region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Blast R6 EU League. We're live from wonderful sunny Copenhagen today. It's great weather. It's the kind of weather when you need to put sunglasses on to get through your day. And honestly, it was a pleasure to get this day started. We are set on this Super Week. Thanks so much for joining us. We're in day 2 of Super Week, which means it's play date number 5. I'm your host, Milos. With me are the two wonderful analysts on the EOL desk, Fresh and Alpha My Gentleman. How are you doing today?
I'm pretty good, Milos. Do you know what I did when I got home from EUL last night?
What?
I watched LATAM, and then I went to sleep, and then I woke up and I watched Oceania,
Yeah.
OS, and then I'm back for EUL. I just siege.
Absolute
Completes
siege
me.
grinder. It's just too good of a school guy. It's just watching everything. How can I be better?
Such a sweat.
Such a big analyst. That's why he's the biggest brain in the game.
Well, that's why we're not talking about who's better or not, unless it's the context of the teams, right? That's something else. I also had a great night. I saw a cat last night.
True, we did.
Yeah, I was there. You called him Habibi.
That's actually very correct. Anyways, because we're in play day number 5, it means we've passed the halfway mark of this stage, either in the regular season, which of course is 7 play days and then heading into playoffs, or of course within the context of the playoffs that qualify you to Montreal. So it's time for us to give you our opinions, because of course you don't get ever tired of us telling you what our opinions are of many things. Our power rankings of the UL teams. Here's what they look like. Feel free to judge. Feel free to put your own opinions in there. We're starting off with the bottom 3, which there's a slight variation. Fnatic, VP, ENCE.
Secret right there.
Why are you looking at me?
You're putting Secret in the bottom 3 teams in the league?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Why not Fnatic?
Look. Fresh has got 1.4 on ENCE.
Yeah.
All right. But the bottom for Alphama at ENCE is 3.
Yes. Okay, so there is...
And then it jumps
That's
to 4.
because they're French, though.
No, but the reasoning for this is I cannot rate these teams too low. I know I was having fun with the trash can yesterday, but the truth is these guys are still professional players. They still play the game very well, and I don't think they deserve a 1. All of these teams could beat any team.
Yeah, but in the
league.
context of the league of professional players, they're trash.
I would argue that ENCE would be able
they've
to...
been trash. I'm not saying they are trash. They've been trash.
I would actually say they're able to upset better teams in the middle of the pack, for example. So I was not able to really put them or rank them lower than 3, for example. Okay. Because I can still see an upset.
Too nice, Leo. You need to get nastier.
Yeah, I just thought, you know what? There's 3 of them. Just give them a 2. I'll talk about that later on. Let's move on to our midway mark. Let's see if we all agree on the teams. Well, Wylde is up there. Fnatic and ITB. Sorry, I have myopia. It's a bit difficult to kind of read it for myself. But the difference between you two is that Alpha must put G2 at 4th place. Why?
Yeah,
you're a certified G2 hater. I watched that very first show of EUL. I know it is.
You're already spoiling what's happening in the top 3, so I don't want to talk about it. I will
There's
talk
9
about it when
teams.
It's revealed.
There are 6 already on there. What do you want me to say?
I put G2 there because I think that Wylde, in some ways, in what they've shown so far, they've shown me more promise than G2.
I think the interesting story here as well, by the way, is that we've all put ITB in 5th or 6th, and then Secret in kind of 6th or 7th between the 3 of us. Both of those 2 teams were incredible in stage 1. Both went to Manchester Major, and Secret, obviously, main stage as well. So that shows realistically where they're at so far this season. Both teams seem to have had a little bit of a drop-off.
Now, if I'm forgetting something, Fnatic did not make it to the Major. They were not on the main stage. They're actually not there at all. They barely existed in the stage itself. Why are they at that position, Jack?
It's a bit of an outrageous take from me to put Fnatic up there in 5th. I will say I thought they controlled yesterday, in the game that they played yesterday, and last week, very well. They should have 6 points, but for 1 versus 2 clutches. The last 2 games, they have conceded themselves to 6 1 versus 2 clutches across 2 maps of Rainbow Six Siege. And in both games they played and they went into overtime. And that's all I wanted to say is that, in my opinion, Fnatic are actually playing much better than what the league table would show. And that's what a power ranking is about, right? Fnatic have generally controlled the game against Wolves and the game against ENCE. And I know ENCE are down the bottom of the league, but Wolves are considered, you know, they're in our top 3. Everybody's top 3 for a reason. So for me, my outrageous take was to put Fnatic higher than where they are in the league table because they've shown significant improvement from week 1, even if the results didn't show that.
You know what? I'm actually convinced by Jack for once. I'm actually convinced because he's right in the fact that I actually showed it in Telestrator yesterday, is just how good Fnatic can get at some point, and just consistently they have an issue in closing rounds. That's what you see generally from a team that has had a huge shakeup, and that's the truth for them. They have had 2 new players.
They start closing them, they're looking at top of the
Exactly. It's a small difference. Like all of the time, they seem to be in control. They seem to have the pace and then throw it away with the clutch. But it still shows that this team has potential to perform. I'm just waiting to see that happen right now. It's the middle of the season. They need to wake up.
Let's crack into the top 3. Let's start off with that 3rd position for all of us. Wolves, Wylde, and I put G2 on there. Leo, why Wylde in that position?
I think if you look at the way they've been playing, the way they've been able to be consistently surprising people and being unexpected, both in attack and in defense. I think this example, for example, on Lair, their ability to problem solve first the wall denial here with the vertical play, then breach the wall, at the same time have the Monty feed information for the players. Before that, they got all of the control below and set their vertical player back perfectly. At this point, they use the Monty, the buck, the droning, and the nades to have them removed. One will fall down below the verts and actually kill the buck, but that's unlucky, except for this. This is incredible team play from everyone on a whole new map. And if you look at the scoreboard all the way up, it's round 6. These guys, they're winning 5-1 on attack side on Lair.
I will say, from a Siege purist point of view, seeing Adrian stuck in a position on the Cade where he is being droned, live booked out, naded, and then killed was like, it was beautiful Siege. So I can understand why you put Wylde so high.
Well, I think we can all agree who is at the top in the EU, right?
It has to be BDS, right?
Yeah. BDS. So let's take a look at the full rankings. And we'll see where the discrepancy is in number 2. Well, G2, Wolves, and I put Wolves there as well myself. Jack, G2 at number 2. That is still quite ballsy.
Yeah, I think so. I think, again, power rankings for me was about who has impressed me more, who's above where they, in performance where they should be or where they are in the league table. And G2 for me, that performance yesterday, that 7-0, you know, we're going to hype them up all day today because of how good they were yesterday. It really meant something to me, and I think they can go on. Now that they've got the BDS game out the way, they can go on and win every single game for the rest of the stage. I think they're probably at that level. Maybe it's a bit of blind belief. It probably is, but I have that belief in them.
I think the first limit I see with G2, rather than the only limit I see, is that we've seen them being amazing in defense, but I still haven't seen the same amount of cohesion and chemistry and variety of styles in attack. And ever since they changed that roster, that's really what I'm looking at, because historically, because of their great individuals, G2 was always good in defense. They were always understanding that it's the kind of side that helps someone that is individually good play well, but attack is really where you show proof of a good team and a good cohesion work. And that still I have to see from G2, and I saw it from Wylde. That's the reasoning why right now I still place Wylde a little bit above it, which could be a heresy if you look at it on paper, but we're still at the middle of the stage. We'll see how it goes.
So I convinced you on Fnatic. You might have just convinced me on Wylde. I'm not sure.
You know, I ask you questions nobody ever asks me.
What's your outrageous take, Milosh?
Actually, can we pull that graphic one more time? We'll throw to other stuff in a moment. Look, this is more important. Here it is. I got Fnatic, VP, and ENCE at the same level, all at 2 points at the bottom. And that is my controversial take for today, because
I see.
Despite the fact that I have personal relationships with a lot of players, no matter the teams, I'm here to rank who gets to make it to Montreal and beyond. I'm looking at the wider context of the entire stage. And if I were to put my analyst hat on, which I seem to have forgotten somewhere, I would look Fnatic, VP, and ENCE. Yes, there are sparks, but sparks alone are not enough to make that whole fire bloom. And you need to have it all fired up and ready to get into the top spots, either in open quals or in playoffs, to make it to the Montreal Major, and then hopefully lift the name of EU on an international stage.
I think for these teams, Major is probably out of the question. It's more a question of salvation. But the biggest problem is, for VP, that's already 2 in a row after being the top 3 at SI. So it's probably the end of an era if they don't qualify here.
Have I convinced you then?
Yeah, you've convinced me in the fact that they're all in the same boat in sinking and not going to Montreal on the way there, just like the Titanic. But I would say they're not at the same stage. I would say that Virtus.pro still has world-class caliber players on that team. And at the same time, ENCE, I think they've showed much more poor play style than from Fnatic, for example. So overall, I would say yes, they're in the same boat, but not at the same stage.
You haven't convinced me, Milosh. Because you talked about Sparks, but you didn't talk about Sarks. And Sarks might carry Fnatic to the major.
I love that. I love that. Well,
I was holding it for ages. I was like, Leo, shut up.
I could see it, but you know what? Fair enough. But that's why it's a controversial take, because you can argue one way or another. And I want to see what your controversial takes are, either in chat, on the subreddit, or on Twitter, or wherever it may be. I want to hear it from you. However, this is play number 5, which means if you missed the action of yesterday, don't you worry about it. We got you all covered up.
Blackpool wins his one against Grubby, coming from the other side. Leighton! Nobody knew he was there the whole time! He knows who one is, but the same goes both ways. He spots me first! He has no choice but to stick it, to fake it again. Means he has no choice now. Big hot shot from Lems, and the round is done. Deimos numbers advantage is squarely on BDS's side, but Mowgli finished off by the flames, and Solotov and Users have found frags as well. Deadshot punished on the flank. Asta cannot find anything!
I love that. That is some of the best editing I have seen. It's so themed, and of course it's Leon that has to make it happen. However, we're getting started with our first matchup, and actually our players are so eager to get into it that our lobby is almost full and done. VP versus Into the Breach will kick off playday number 5, our midway point here for the Super Week. We've got more matches for you tomorrow, but we're gonna kick this off with our team. So let's start off and let's have a chat about them. What do we go for? ITB first, why not? There they are. They're loading in. They take a second. There's just so many stats to put into it. Jack, what are we seeing from this team?
I think we're seeing a team that's underperforming to where we both expected them to be, Leo, personally. This is a team, like you said, that went to the Manchester Major, that we know for being quite an explosive team. Known for a team that collectively kind of outperformed their individual. And we've not quite seen that. I think they're flattered to deceive a little bit so far this stage.
They're not in the top 4 yet, and at the same time, I feel like they've flown under the radar a bit. It's because they've missed one playday, that's for sure. Yep. Yes, they didn't play the best, but they also played some of the best teams in Europe, and they played really well. The first game was against Wolves, and they looked, they didn't look the best, but they looked like they could contend with one of the best teams in Europe right now. So I think ITB right now is at a very ceiling spot where it seems to be stuck, and I'm just wondering, is it like Secret? Can they breach that ceiling again to qualify to a major? Right now, they're not looking like it, but it starts again versus the lower end of the standings, Virtus.pro.
Can they hop into the breach that Virtus.pro has kind of created for any team? And that's our second squad in this head-to-head matchup. And I think every time we got up, we talk about Virtus.pro, we think, come on, something has to shake up at this point.
Something needs to be revived. Somehow you need to find things to click again. We don't know what it is actually. I don't know where it went off to them just losing their chemistry. They seem to have an incredible natural chemistry. And was it really natural or was it artificial? That's the biggest thing for me. Because it seems to be that with this slow methodical playstyle that they learned by heart, they created artificial chemistry. Now that they're trying to be a little bit more innovative and they're stuck in past ways, it seems that that chemistry has just been gone. And we just don't see that from them anymore. And so if they don't have the chemistry, if they don't have the strategy, they can have world-class player, it just won't matter in Europe.
Yeah.
You can't hear me now, but I'm playing the world's smallest violin.
That's exactly what it is, though. The chemistry kind of shielded them from the lack of the strategy, from the lack of the map pool, the lack of the operator pool. If they do lose that, then you're kind of seeing a VP that is down in the trenches.
So I would like to take a look at stats, and of course we have Statsman Jack here with us to help us out. operator-wise. We like to kind of focus on ops and see how they fit into the macro of the game.
Yeah, so if we take away hard breach operators and we just look at the operators and the attackers that are the most played versus Virtus Pro, you can see obviously Buck is in there, incredibly flexible operator, but I'd like to focus on the two on the left of your screen. You've got Grim on the far left and Deimos in the middle. Those are two very initiator operators. They're operators designed to go and clear these guys out. It's very, I would say, crutch operators at the minute, especially, the Deimos. Just find a player, target him, and you've got basically wall hacks on him. So they're the most free operators played against Virtus Pro. Now let's look at the most free played operators by ITB, regardless of who they've played so far this stage. Again, taking away the hard breach operators element out of this. Dokkaebi, Monty, Lion. Again, what are these operators? Initiator operators. So if teams already think that the initiator operators are the weak spot of VP, ITB already love those operators with the Dokkaebi with the phone calls, the Monty with the shield, and Lion to obviously Lion scan and get the wall hacks onto your enemy. It's such a good fit for ITB stylistically this match. If you look at Virtus Pro right now in defense, they're the worst defending team in Europe. They have the worst defender win rate. And the biggest reason for this is they used to have these roamers in Joystick, in Dan, that would go super aggressive, get the initial picks, and then they full fallback, and Shepard would clutch whatever happened. That just cannot happen anymore. You have Deimos, Dokkaebi, Lion, Monty facing you. There's just no way you can play that play style anymore, and I just haven't found the groove in defense anymore. And that's the biggest difference between them and the other teams in the league.
Even if you had that, it seems like the confidence is not there like it used to be. However, if we dig into our map pool, that of course plays a big part into what operators you ban or pick. Please, Leo, take it through. We got Consulate at the end.
Yeah, so the first two bans from ITB are not too surprising, right? You ban Bank, that's the best Virtus Pro map, the only map that they play well still. Then you ban Cafe, that's the perma ban from ITB. Where I'm most surprised is Chalet and Clubhouse bans, because two of these maps are maps that are still quite bad for Virtus Pro, that they used to be good at, but Chalet yesterday they just lost 7-0 against G2 and you ban it for them. That's something that I don't really understand. And if you look at Clubhouse as well, they've been absolutely smashed by Wolves on this map as well. So why would you ban two weaker maps? That's because you want a counter strat. You want a counter strat because you wanted to go to Consulate. And why do you want to go to Consulate, Jack? 15 rounds versus Secret. Yeah, exactly. They've seen that, and I think they've maybe gone away and they've worked on their Consulate as well. They've not played it for, nearly 4 months now, in terms of the last time they played it was actually at the Major as well. So ITB have not shown it for a long time. They get to go away, work on it, and they can counter-strat against VP, who is the easiest team in the league to counter-strat against. And they've shown 15 rounds on it, so it's perfect to counter-strat.
You got a lot of info to work with. All right, well, you know what? Let's talk to our casters. Bring them up on the screen. Extra Trick and Demo. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Doing fantastic, Milosh. Cannot wait to get stuck in and do our part here for Super Week. I was avidly watching yesterday, and to be honest with you, I don't know if it was because Dev was casting, but it was a bit like watching a day of OS. There was 7 O's, 7 1s. I'm hoping we don't get that today. I want some good Siege today.
It's the Dev curse, but Demo's here. You're here. It's going to be a lot of fun. Demo, how you feeling today? Who won in chess?
I think I'll take the win today. I think I'll just say I did. But one thing I want to say, guys, is your pre-desk. What is Jack huffing with the Fnatic 5th place? That's what I seen that.
I was asked to give an outrageous comment.
Outrageous.
I was asked to give an outrageous opinion, Demo. I gave an outrageous opinion. These two played it safe. Well, I do my job.
No, they played it right. They played it right. You played it wrong. That's the difference.
Well, if they make it to Montreal, I'm going to look like a genius.
It's okay, Jack. I was convinced by your take.
Yeah.
Anyways, on that note, Ollie, good luck with that. Both of you, have fun. We're going to have our first game, Into the Breach versus Virtus Pro. Enjoy.
Thank you so much to our wonderful desk, and thank you very much to Fresh for being bold enough to stand up there and give us an outrageous take and give us all something to chuckle about here on the pre-show. But we are now ready to get stuck into our games. Myself and Demo are going to be taking you through every single fixture here tonight. And I don't know about you, Demo, but I am raring to go. We played a little bit of Ranky this morning. I couldn't stay for long, but we got a couple of games in, and it certainly warmed me up nicely for EUL here tonight.
And the only ranked game that we played was on this map as well. Ollie, Consulate is where we head.
We can judge this fairly heavily because our attacks were flawless today.
They were. Look, I think this map for ITB, they're going to be really happy that they've been able to go here. I think they were done really well. I think to ban Clubhouse away from VP as one of their final bans. I think then it kind of pushes VP into a corner where you either go Consulate or Border. 2 maps, which in the current meta is things that VP don't want to deal with. The way that you play Consulate and Border, it's fast, it's aggressive, you can hit them with the rush operators. That is the Achilles heel of VP at the moment.
Now, I put out a tweet earlier, and I'll be honest, I made the tweet twice because I was given a couple of predictions for today, and I really couldn't call it between ITB and VP. I genuinely, I put Into the Breach down as winning it first, and then I went back and changed my mind, and something just, I don't know, I just don't think that VP are going to take that beating that they got yesterday from G2 too lightly. I think they're going to be back and ready for business here tonight. But Into the Breach, a very experienced side, and a side that we've spoken about a lot so far in the stage. Let's see what they have to show us here tonight. They are going to be starting off on the defense on Consulate. We've got a Hibana, Monty, Azami, and a Fenrir ban. So some more outside bans coming in there, particularly the Hibana ban. It is going to leave open a couple of things on that attack, excuse me. And then the Azami Fenrir, I mean, are we still banning Fenrir?
Hibana's really weird. Because I don't think Consulate is one of like the heaviest maps where we see a lot of hard breach.
It's not a hatch map, is it?
Mostly the hatches will be left open by roamers as well. You know, obviously garage, yes, you need hard breach to open up garage, well, we know that. But whenever you actually look at the hatches, for example, teams will roam in towards Piano, for example, and then they'll have the hatch open just to drop off very quickly back into the safety of the bomb site. So yeah, I think Hibana is a bit of a wasted ban by ITB. I don't really know what they're going for, but hey, look, they studied the map. Maybe they've seen something that we didn't, Ollie. So it's up to them to go for it. I think VP, I think their bans make a lot of sense. Look, they want to try and get in early with the attacks, get the Azami out of there. And then as we know, with the Monty, has been a big issue for them. It's an operator that ITB love and play. You know, you have Kenny there on the shields, can play that role extremely well. So on the surface of things, look, the bans make sense on VP's part, but I don't know if the bans make too much sense for ITB, but look, we'll go with it.
Especially when you consider that ITB starting off on the defense, they are really giving VP a chance to flex that wide operator pool. I mean, we have a wide operator and a wide attacker and a wide defender pool available at the moment. More bans are surely round the corner. I think we've been feeling that for a while, but as it stands, if we look at what VP are going to take advantage of here, they're not going to be able to bring Bees in, and it's going to be joystick straight in. Got a nice track onto Azza, and Azza is going to be forced back a little bit. Maybe Kenny just looking to backfill that position somewhat. Joystick can't aggress too heavily at the moment. The wall will be electrified. Nice pocket hard breach. Should see to it that that gets opened, along with a couple of secondary EMPs. There we go, the thermite comes in, the big guns.
Yeah, good earlier pressure there from VP, using the Grims to get that bandit away from that triple wall so he can no longer bandit trick, get him with the EMPs, get the wall open. So admin is in their control, but I mean, on the surface of ITB, they didn't look as though they really wanted to fight for triple wall. They were happy enough just to fall back whenever they got the chance. Now for VP, they're going to try and look to open up that outside breach on the balcony. And that will give them an entrance into that small closet area, but doesn't do a lot apart from really just cut off across. You don't have a plant from there. You can't really walk into meeting from that door without getting shot from about 5 different angles. So it is very risky. So this is where all eyes have to be on Oscar. The smoke. This has to be the win con now for ITB. If they can line up Oscar well, as he looks as though in Baguette on pressure can just sit back and throw the toxic babes, as VP will come in for that approach. They should have no issues, but Kenny, who makes a daring swing onto the meat door, will get the opening pick onto Always, and Joystick also goes down his nose, just sat holding an angle onto the long corridor.
Dan trying to make something happen from below, but the nades are nowhere near as potent as they used to be. He can start to push up Spiral now, but he's got Creeds to contend with tucked in behind that long desk, and a lot of different angles for Dan to challenge on here. It's only a matter of time until Creeds takes that challenge as well, and Azza backing him up.
shaping up to be a flawless right now as ITB stamp out VP.
No bite. No bite whatsoever. That is like coming against a great white shark, Ollie, and there's no teeth in the thing. It's as safe as a puppy. It looks scary, the VP attack, the way they were setting up, but nobody was able to actually play off the Grims, play off the information. Everyone just looks scared from VP to really make a move there and get some kills.
I think the lineup was a little bit strange as well. We've got Dan playing the IQ below. Now, IQ below is fine. Nothing really wrong with it.
That's his comfort pick. We always see him on the IQ.
It's his comfort operator. But imagine if he'd have had a sledge, or sorry, a book, or imagine if he'd have had something that he could have affected. Imagine if he'd have played a Deimos. Think about the verticality. He just didn't have that bite. He was left throwing nades up through the floor. I mean, that doesn't work anymore. I thought the positioning was fantastic. We're seeing him switch on to the Deimos now. Obviously, it's a different site, so he's not going to be playing in the same kind of a way.
10 seconds to go.
But VP, for all that they moved well in the early part of the round, and they got that initial control inside of admin, they got the wall open in toward meeting. Everything from there on just really sort of petered out. And again, they maybe didn't use those engage operators as well as you could do. The Grim Bees are fantastic if you do something about the information that you get, but if you're just going to be someone and not put that pressure on, not pile on the drones, pile on the people swinging corners, then it doesn't really have the same desired effect.
I think for VP, they just need to try and hit more angles and try and put the pressure on the ITB, because they just didn't do that. Now we move into our basement, and as expected, defense going to go for the roam. Let's see how much time they can waste, and already from the first round, I think ITB are understanding, you know, how to play against VP. It's all about burn down the clock, don't give them that first pick, get in their face whenever they least expect it. They done all that, and that's why it was a very easy round for them. You can see VP, they've already burned a minute off the clock, and they still have these roamers to deal with. Say that though, one roamer's gonna go down, and almost a second. Oscar takes a bit of damage there. I'm surprised that the headshot didn't land for Pasha. Does mean he has to fall back, and Oscar now looks as though he's by himself with Noah going down. But for VP, it looks as though they're more interested in trying to get in towards the top floor. See if they can put pressure on him, maybe from the vertical angles. See two players from ITB also join Oscar, one inside piano, one just playing around the yellow stairs. So for VP, you need to get in here and get these kills sorted, because again, Ollie, this is a basement. Usually takes a little bit longer to try and get in there and get the wall open and get the plant down.
Yeah, a basement attack. You've spent half the round, and there is still a significant roam game. That's where you got to start to make a very clear and concise decision. And that decision is, are we going to chase this roam game and try and win on kills, or are we just going to try and flood the site and get something done that way? Always, he's able to take Azza down. Now the remaining players that are off-site for ITB have got a decision to make. Are they going to try and hold that vertical, or are they going to try and retreat back to site? The cuts should be being held. Kenny can try and delay this hatch getting opened again with another Zoto, and Creeds. He's going to take some of that pressure away, removing joystick from the equation. The second Okobi call, I don't believe went through. It may have done though. Another Zoto canister to really try and keep control of this hatch. A pre-play C4 above isn't going to land. Creed's allowed back into sight, can tuck himself in behind yellow pillar. He's in a great spot now to watch onto yellow and the breach. With the lack of movement from VP, should be fairly easy for Into the Breach to hold on here. The main wall will be opened. Stuns getting sent out. It's going to smoke off a couple of lines there, but Creed's easy for him with the swing onto Always. Does find himself down for his troubles. Dan on the backstab. What's he going to be able to find? Pasha, no HP to speak of. Tries to flood through, but Oscar takes him out. Dan, an attempt was made, but it was way too little too late.
Yeah, VP just taking way too long to get into the position. Look, that's what I was worried about. You need a little bit more time to get that breach opened up, figure out the positionings of the remaining defenders, and then you move in for the plant. All they did was open up the wall, guessed where players were, and then tried to run in. But Oscar with a flank. I think Dan was holding onto the Visa stairs flank. He then rotates down Spiral, and as he rotates down Spiral, Oscar goes up Visa and then onto the hatch. Flank protection, where is it? No cams for VP there, for them to play off. Look, I think VP did a lot better in the opening to get, you know, the first pick, which was just down to Pasha eliminating that kill. The second kill, they play off the Deimos information, so you wanted to see them use that information, use those strong operators, get that kill. They did that. But then they just, it seemed to slow down. I think maybe Creed's playing on yellow stairs hit them a little bit. You know, Creed appears, gets that kill. Did he go above? Did he go below? Maybe they were figuring out, okay, how long is this going to take us to really find this guy who's just killed another player? 5 seconds to go. I just think the decision making from VP, they just didn't really know what they wanted to go for.
Attackers must locate.
And I think that's in part to ITB in the way that they're playing it. They know that VP can be quite slow. They're going, yeah, no worries. We'll give them a lot of things to solve. We'll play the mini games. We'll extend. We'll roam. Even challenging them on the entries to the building. I think about last round that double door was opened and wasn't for free that players were allowed to walk in. Sure, Joystick got the opening pick, but VP never really ran away with that advantage.
Nice little adaptation as well there from ITB. They've reinforced that double wall, which was something that we noticed that Dan played with extremely well. Whenever he had that big 1v2 clutch, he made a rotate into that bench window wall. So a reinforcement from ITB now forces out the ace to use the charges to give them that same angle. So this is what the guys in the desk were talking about. You know, ITB have 15 rounds to go off for VP. Or is it 14 rounds? That's 8-6, wasn't it? I think it was 8-6. Against Secret, I think it was. So 14 rounds that they can analyze. And you can see just that little variation. Shows that they've done their homework.
Yeah, absolutely.
Activating shock drone.
And ITB are one of those teams that really do put in the work for the countering as well. A little bit of Twitch drone action.
He doesn't sleep. He doesn't sleep. Honestly.
I have actually never seen him asleep, so that may be true.
I've never seen him in a bed in the same room.
No. Has it? Playing pretty close to that open breach, but
here's a shotgun.
I don't think anyone knows that he's there right now. It could be a nice little spot if anyone chooses to push in, but for the meantime, it is just a bit of an option that Virtus Pro are going to leave themselves.
Feels really slow again.
It just
like
feels
2 minutes
solo as well, doesn't it?
Like, what have they really got? I mean, there's still players above. You have the Solus they contend against. Creeds has found 2 just from Spiral. Wherever those kills came from. Doesn't get the third, though. As Dan on that IQ once again finds his kill. Still 45 seconds. 3 players on each side. Upstairs control still with ITB. And look at this for always. It's going to be a difficult angle for him to challenge onto. To kill that guy on Spiral, he needs to expose himself to the player inside a bench. So ITB playing the crossfires extremely well. Shepard on the rappel, it looks like upstairs. And they just allowed Always to wander into the site. But Noah, it was on bench, able to appear and find that pick. And Dan, his information has been fed over to ITB down to that goo mine. They know where he is. And Shepard, he's still on that window, only now repelling in, but is he going to be able to help his teammate? Dan has to try and do it all himself. Eliminates Noah, the 2v2, but is not aware that that player from Spiral may take a challenge. And Shepard, where were you this entire round, my friend? You have fed Dan to the wolves.
Shepard was on vacation. Taking a little AFK break of his own right there. It's kind of funny that the wall that VP opened straight away with the ace charge onto benches was essentially the undoing of the round, because as soon as that was open into the breach, was like, yeah, sound, we'll play on the other side of that, and we're just going to play outside of the site, looking into it, and you've given us a perfect window of opportunity. Even the location that the plant was attempting to go down right at the end there by Dan, he was trying to run to that corner, and it's like, you've made the hole in the wall directly opposite it. Everybody can see you.
ITB wanted VP to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
They watch VP. They know VP loves getting that wall open. Usually it's soft. We know that. They would make a shotgun hole, whatever it is. You reinforce that. VP then are going to go for it anyway. Once they open that up, generally, they'll just leave it. All they use that as is kind of like an escape to get out of the site once the diffuser's planted. So if you then just use that to stop them getting into the site, I mean, where VP want to push in from, which is going to be coming in from lobby, You can't get in. That wall's open, and they double up. You play one guy on planks, you play the other guy on spiral. They have that cross. If one tries to challenge plank, spiral refrags. If they try and kill spiral, planks refrags. So those two players are just sat like a train track, parallel lines the whole time. You can't get through that. Honestly, you need a Shepherd to rotate the bench to move that guy away from that position, and then you try and challenge onto that guy on spiral. But they just didn't communicate. Shepherd was just sat doing what? I have no idea what he was doing.
Oh, Creeds is feeling himself right now. Dan, just on the other side of the barricade. Free fire comes out, but not successful. Just a little bit high on the shots there, Creed. And Dan, he's going to punish you for it. He knew that somebody was there, and it was a nice little exchange. But to be fair, the opening pick, it has gone to VP a couple of rounds so far, and it hasn't meant too much. I don't think the ITB are going to be too concerned about losing a player early on. But maybe this round it will be a little bit different, as we have seen a full rotation now. We're going to be going back to sites that we have already witnessed. Kenny there, great shot on to Dan. Immediately traded out by Always as Joystick joins the party. This is a bit of bite that we wanted to see from VP.
I mean, I think it's more bite from ITB. ITB have went for just the heads-up aggression, or trying to swing VP at every chance that they can, but VP are ready for it. And because of that, they suffer 3 deaths very early on into the round. Noah and Oscar are the 2 remaining players. Up against 4. Noah, again, keeping up this aggression. Knows that there's one inside of open area, but he just doesn't know if he can aggress, and somehow he is able to find a kill on the Joystick. Pasha, you need to get in there and trade, but that shotgun close may scare him away. Pasha's just left. He's just said, bye, Joystick. Goodbye.
That's criminal. You've literally hung Joystick out to dry right there. Stuns. They're going to get sent out. Noah, full white flashed right now. Shepherd going to try and hop in. He does have the diffuser, so he could try and bait this. But he doesn't really have too much in the form of support. He does, however, have Pasha below on the death mark. He's going to be able to get the track down, but he's not going to be able to pass that information across. Shepherd, he comes off the plan, picks up the kill. Oscar there for the direct trade, though. And now is the sole survivor. He's going to get taken out by Shepherd on the hop out. Feel as though Joystick almost was breathing a small sigh of relief there, because that round, great round from VP. Got the opening pick, dealt with the aggression really well, but still it feels like it's extremely close. And ITB almost playing with their food in that one.
I mean, I have to be honest, Ollie. The wheels almost came off the cart for VP. Like, Noah, you need to kill him. You need to hit your shots, buddy. That goes into a 2v2. 1 player below. I think Oscar actually killed. It would have been ending into a 1v2. There's one of them. Easily could be 4-0 right now. But VP, look, I think they had a really good opening. I think they dealt with the aggression well. You can see ITB have just went, yeah, let's go at them. But VP winning their engagements. And you see for ITB immediately not wanting to go back upstairs, straight down into the basement is where they head.
10 seconds to go.
Which they had, I would say, a close but relatively good round down here. Again, I think they played VP like a fiddle. They wanted to burn as much time as they could on this roam game. And then using the Bandit to Barrow combination just to stall out the round for VP, which was the biggest issue for them. The time really became a factor. No to Barrow this time. Only the smoke. And the Bandit, who you would expect to be playing inside a site. The other 3 probably in and around on the roam game. So VP, let's see how they deal with the roam game. Get the Deimos there and the Dokkaebi, so they really shouldn't have any issues with it.
I liked the way they were trying to use the Deimos last round. We didn't really get to see it in its entirety. But the premise is there. All about gathering that information and then choosing the time to send the death mark out. It's no good sending it out when you're outside of the building. You need to be in an adjacent room to really get the most out of that. Speaking of getting the most out of things, Always with the Twitch drone there, going to find a heck of a lot of value. Here's the BP, the default, and one of the batteries. It's going to free things up later on into the round. Now, this is where we saw Into the Breach have a real extensive roam in round number 2. And VP got caught trying to deal with it. and it really ran them ragged on time. To be honest, Demo, looks like similar's happening again.
Yeah, not a lot happening for VP once again. It just feels though VP are always just trying to look for a gap. But really, ITB are just allowing none of that to happen. Pasha eliminated. Mistron on the Creeds, it looks like. Now VP need to get a move on, and Joystick's gonna do exactly that. Hops in through the bathroom window. No logic bomb available to himself. He's used both of them. Just pushing deep. No information. I mean, he's just trying to face check corners. He knows that they're, of course, the players inside of open area, and in comes Joystick now. See if he can find this kill on the Creeds. It's going to be a difficult engagement with that shotgun SMG, but never mind, as Creeds is too preoccupied with dealing with that Deimos on his window. But I think Creeds is going to be happy there, especially with Noah able to get the trade from below with a C4. It's a 3 versus 4. Below a minute left. I mean, VP, you're exactly where ITB wants you to be.
The team play there is unrivaled. What Creeds and Noah have just pulled off is fantastic. Noah coming in to assist. Creeds has already done a lot of the hard work. He's already got himself a kill. And then for Noah to come in and secure that on the C4. An absolute fearlessness in supporting one another right now. 2 versus 4 right now with 20 seconds left to go. Look at Oscar's positioning. Really tucked here inside a closet. Dropped into sight. Dan finds one with the Vendetta. But there's still players above. Noah and Azza to clean up one apiece. Oscar in his little lurk. Upstairs in his hiding place. Not even required there. Into the breach. Fantastic defensive showing right now.
It's a great game from ITB. I think they've read VP like a book. Everything that VP are trying to do, ITB are just playing against that. Wasting a lot of time. Good roamers. I mean, I would say just the information game isn't being done. I mean, even Joystick, you know, face checking corners. Yes, he knows where the mute is, but he has no idea if anyone else could be with him. Just don't know what to say about VP. They just look just so demotivated right now. In terms of trying to play together and work as a team, it just feels very solo. You made a point about that a few rounds ago. It just feels very individualized from VP. Yeah. You're not seeing them, you know, all take from one side. They seem to just be scattered around for about a minute in hopes that somebody finds the pick and then you just play off the man advantage. But ITB, they're not giving them that. You know, ITB are just playing tucked, playing very safe. Obviously, they had that one Iger round, which is the only round that VP have won. But again, we know that that's a tactic that works against VP, where you just try and rattle them with the gun engagements. I mean, G2 obviously did that extremely well yesterday against them. But right now, it's a masterclass from ITB, the way they're set up.
I think without doubt, you speak about rattling VP, even though they won that round, I think it still rattles them, doesn't it? Because it's still like, oh, they're so aggressive. Like, when VP's biggest strength is their repetition and the teamwork, when you're not seeing that teamwork come through and you're not seeing that repetition, that's when you know you've got a bit of a problem. Because they prefer the strategy, they prefer all of that over the chaos. But when they're not able to produce that repetition, when they're not able to produce that strategy and that team play, when they are forced to play a little bit more loose, it is blatantly obvious. And I think the Into the Breach are putting them in a great spot. I mean, look at this round as an example. We've seen 50 seconds and not a lot has happened so far. Dan's got himself in downstairs to Visa.
Sweeping perimeter.
On the IQ again. Not a lot that he's going to be able to find down there. There's a couple of Valkyrie cameras dotted around, but you want to be getting your team in position. It isn't doing much to assist the team right now in gaining further ground.
I mean, look how many people are upstairs again for ITB, using the vertical angles. Have actually been able to pop off the ace charges from above. So always just thought, oh, I'll just walk in and get the wall open at least, but that has not worked out, and he's going to try and use the last Selma, as the verticals have been covered off, but I mean, this should have been done previously. Looks as though maybe it's actually missed as well. No, never mind. They have got the wall open. So they've got a way into the site, but again, that way into the site will be held from above, and they've already used some of the smoke arrows as well to cover that off. A minute left, no kills on the board for VP, hardly any presence upstairs. This is just going to end in tears. I can see it before my very eyes.
Yeah, I think they've been given exactly what INCE the Breach have let them have right now. He's coming out. Creed's forced out of position. Still no one there for the catch, though, so more than happy to just slightly reposition himself. Kenny, waiting at bench's window, just conscious of the bottom of these yellow stairs. Edge up does go out. That could stop him from making that rotation, but it's likely going to be able to find the angle onto it and get it shot. This amount of vertical pressure is surely going to be fairly straightforward to try and stop anyone from pushing on through, and Creed's going to kick things off. Take Shepard down. Still left trying to fight these vertical angles. The Stolas has got a great read onto what's going on, but are they going to be able to stop the plant from going down? Misses the shots. Joystick picks 2. Pasha, 1 with the fire, and the plant has been confirmed. VP, they've snuck one in under the noses of INCE the Breach, and it's now all down to Creeds and Noah. Creed's going to approach, see if he can find anybody, but VP have scarpered. They've got themselves out of the way right now. Maybe tries to jump on and disable that diffuser, but there will be Vert above. Can't hold it for the entire time. 2 kills comes in. Creeds, he found one on the reverse. There's a lot of pressure on you now, Joystick, and the time is ticking. 11 seconds. Still, Noah on the disable. Can't get it done, though. Joystick, he dances around up there and eventually finds the angle.
Oh boy. A round for VP that you just think, how have they pulled it off? I mean, obviously, Azur just could not hit the shots. Knew exactly where the guy was planting as well, but just couldn't line it up. The fire was just caused them a lot of issues. Using the fire arrows through the verticals creates this kind of a mess. You're not supposed to kill there. That was the moment. I also have to highlight the play from Joystick where he was outside a bench, a position I mentioned before that they just had no interest in taking. They put the player outside a bench. Nomad's off. Kenny, who I believe had crossed down in towards yellows there. That stops Kenny getting back. That's one less guy to worry about trying to stop the plant. So even on that grounds, I think Joystick did very well as a Nomad just to keep people at bay and just block off those flanks from happening. And then he rotates above, full vertical pressure. Obviously, it's looking a little bit sketchy there as 2 players died. It went down to the 1v2, but just not enough time really for ITB. All they could do was one stick and hope that the other player lands the kill, and it just didn't work for them. Both of them lining up amongst each other, and VP walk away with a round win. But again, it just looked so scary for a period, didn't it, for VP? The rounds that VP have won, Ollie, there's always been a moment, just that flicker where they could have lost that, you know?
Absolutely terrifying. And ITB, they're going to be coming into this half feeling really good about themselves. 4 rounds on the defense, 3 left to find to secure the map. Now VP, they have their turn.
Attackers recovered the
Creeds
diffuser.
gonna be on the nook downstairs, thinking about pushing in through garage. I'm gonna see the outside wall opened as well here. I'm not expecting to see INCE the Breach move too quickly here. So they're going to be more than happy to spend a little bit of time in this early part of the round to set things up and try and have Creeds prowling below, but that is very quickly dealt with. Pasha, out of nowhere, Ferrari's round onto lower spiral and finds the nook.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, pretty obvious what ITB were hoping to go for. More or less just your basic kind of take in towards the office, you know, in towards CEO. You want to try and have the nuke lurk below, stops any C4s from happening, and then you just execute with the Grim and the Ying, which you have on board, and it should be quite easy. It looks as though that maybe they're thinking about doing something a little bit different and rotating it all the way over towards admin, which certainly with the diffuser being moved to that location, it does seem like it. But for ITB, this is where things are a little bit scary, because obviously without a big wing con, which is obviously having Creeds blow, stopping the C4s, and maybe could try to lurk up spiral, for example, to cut off a flank, then where do you really go from here? It's just going to have to be push in towards meat and hope that the Grims and the Yings are going to be enough to stabilize. But look, I'm seeing Goyos, I'm seeing smokes, I'm seeing a lot of C4s. I mean, that's a lot to get through. And speaking of C4s, almost takes out Oscar of one of them. I think right now for VP, they're sitting pretty. They just don't have to move their feet and play their util.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Not much has happened since that opening death from Creed in terms of kills. Oscar, a little bit softened up right now. He's just going to be outside of the breach. Joystick going to find one with the shotgun close range onto Kenny. And Hazard trying to push through, but just being greeted by the Vulcan shields and the Vulcan canisters right now. Joystick on a tear with his second on the round. ITB slowly getting burnt to a crisp right now. This fire should dissipate and give them a few seconds to move in, but it isn't going to be a lot of time at all. This could be a flawless round to kick off the defensive phase for VP right now. Dan sneaking round through long desks there on the flank. VP, they took another round away.
Yeah, good round from VP. Look, I think that opening kill onto Creed's really just stunned ITB. They struggled. Okay, what do we do now? So I think decision making has to be looked at. You know, it shouldn't, like, that strat shouldn't just rely solely on Creed's having to go below, maybe give you a lurk kill, maybe give you a flank, stop the C4s. That shouldn't be what that round, you know, solely relies on. It just felt as though they just didn't really figure out in time what to do. You know, I think they figured out what to do, which is, okay, let's go admin now. But by the time they realized that, Ollie, half the round was gone. You know, and like I mentioned, you're against the Goy, you're against the smoke, all those C4s, a lot of denial you're against. Also, I think losing the Ying as that repel down the connector window, shotgun immediately by Joystick doesn't help. You lose that Ying. It would have been great to have to maybe give you a little bit of a chance. But for VP, look, they played it well. They played the strats, they played the operators that they needed to. And then you walk away with a flawless defensive win.
5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Well, it's getting a little bit closer now. 4 rounds to 3. The door not entirely shut on VP just yet. I think if they get a bit of momentum in this one, Demo, ITB could have the work cut out for them. Still timeouts available for both teams. And we have only seen 1 round from ITB on their attack, so I don't really know how they're going to be approaching it just yet. I don't think that Creed's going to be going for a similar tactic this time. He's not playing the Nook, he's instead on the IQ. Won't be trying to crouch walk his way in and get a bit of an advantage that way. Instead, going to be working with the team right from the off. Line scan come in, a nade for the bottom of that long desk. For the most part, no one wanting to go in and really take any early engagements, just setting up from the periphery.
I mean, it's a top floor clear. But the only issue with going for this strategy, Ollie, is that there's 4 C4s you have to dance around, you know, on the lineup of VP. That is a lot. So as you do kind of blitz in towards the CEO and in towards the meeting, I mean, don't forget, VP can easily just use the information and figure out where you are. And just C4 the Kingdom Come.
Attackers have recovered their
I mean, right now from VP, they're trying to hold upstairs from actually the mid floor. So they are doing just that. Nobody really in the hot seat. Maybe you look at Pasha here on the Capcan, who is in and around the baguette area. And he is... It just feels it was only a matter of time before he slowly gets pinched here, as ITB now will begin their util dump. And Creeds is somehow in, and he's planting inside of B right now. Nobody is home from VP. C4 way too late. And now we're in a 4v4 post plant.
Attackers have located the diffuser.
Well, they got away with that one then. VP got a tough task on the hands here, but they're going to whittle away and chip down these attackers. Shepard, he's on the disable. Noah is above, but he's going to get dealt with along with Oscar. VP, they can sit back and go, what are you guys playing at?
Right. Right, okay.
Silly season?
It's not silly season. It's just very it's very, very badly timed. You know, really miscued. Well, I know, it's weird. That plant position that we've seen Creed's plant in, right? That's really good if you have upstairs control. If you do not have upstairs control, it's really bad. ITB thought that they had upstairs control, but they did not. And that's why it just didn't work. You had nobody playing above in the verticals, and actually the defenders who were able to retake above, pressure stop players playing above, using the vertical angles. Like this right here, you know, Noah thinks upstairs is clear, but no, Pasha was up. Remember, Pasha was up here for ages. I was sure he was going to be a dead man, but somehow lives the entire round. But like I said, you can't hold that diffuser from any other place apart from above. So I don't really know what they were thinking with that.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, it just seemed as though VP were like, if they're going to plant in the site at that point in the round, we're happy to retake it.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
ITB maybe not thrown a couple of rounds there, but I think they've let a couple of rounds go pretty softly across to VP. Not sure how much need there is to get the plant down so early on into the round when they didn't have sufficient vert. And when the kills started to come for VP, it seemed like they knew where everybody was because it was just one after another after another. Attempted trick will be successful.
Did he just miss? Yeah, he just ripped someone straight through the mirror window.
I don't think he knew that the mirror window had been. He knew it had been cracked, but I didn't think he knew it had been popped.
Yeah.
So it's a scuffed breach. I think he'll be able to hop through it, but that's about it.
Yeah, not the easiest of things to go against. It's obviously the mirror window just cracked open like that. Usually it's, you know, teams will use that mirror window for that exact reason to kind of scuff the breach, but also C4s are another thing. Just line it up, toss it through the mirror window, hope you can get a kill. For ITB, they've got the breach open now. Their next stage of action should be just clear these roamers, which, like I said, I was really surprised to see the roamers up and about it during the last round. This is scary because Always is above. He knows that there's attackers with him, but do they know that he's here? I mean, they have the Dokkaebi, but Dokkaebi call's gonna come up in another 2 seconds or so. Yeah, they have no idea. As they're taken down, Oscar's there with a trade. Pasha finds another one. So they know that Pasha's over towards open area, but still it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to see if they can really contest against that. Noah appears as well through main door. What's going on? Kills everywhere, Ollie.
Reloading my ammo.
Real scrappy round, isn't it? Oscar, he's trying to make something happen, but Dan immediately sees to it that he won't. Kenny from outside of the breach kind of gets the feeling that he's left out in the cold there. There's not a lot he can do from that breach location, and he was really relying on his teammates just opening that up somewhat. Now worried about those yellow stairs as Noah takes up that position on this scuffed breach. But in terms of information, it really doesn't feel as though ITB are working off all that much. There's nobody watching a drone right now. That usually tells you all you need to know. Pasha, Dan, and Shepard, they can just work off the wub-wubs now as Noah is going to be able to push in and allowed to just get to the front of that car, but takes a bit of damage here. Left on 3 HP, nothing he can do as Pasha puts an end to his misery. And Kenny now, is he aware of the player behind Pillar? It looks like it, but he's got some very narrow angles, narrow shots to find right now, and VP aren't giving him anything. Eventually, a swing with the shotgun at close range puts him down. VP take the lead for the first time here tonight.
This is where their Monty ban is playing pivotal for VP. Look, Monty, an operator that ITB like they will play, been banned against them. For Monty, as an operator, what he is able to do on Consulate is, it's so powerful. You think about Consulate, everyone's played it in ranked, right? Whenever you walk into some of these bomb sites, everyone knows how open it is. You have to check about 20 different angles, and then maybe you walk in if you don't get killed already. You think about top floor, trying to take control of yellow, for example. You want to push in to, you know, yellow, where you have connector door, you have the bathroom head holes, you have baguette, 3 different angles be swung on. You think about long corridor, all the different angles you get killed from that perspective. The double door meeting, again, exactly the same thing. Basement, walking in through breach. 4 different angles you're up against. Walking into yellow door, exactly the same thing. Mid floor, those bomb sites are going to be open for those big long angles in towards piano. Monty is great at just being able to ignore all of that, and this is where the ban is so important. You think about the issue right there for ITB. It was actually getting in towards yellow, trying to get a bit of control almost for them, trying to play off Oscar. That's right here for Kenny. He can't go against all those different angles. You're Monty, you walk in, you push that guy out. ITB have to completely change their fundamentals because they don't have that operator, which I would feel they would love right now in this situation. The things that they're trying to do about Monty are not working. Immediately, if it was open, I think ITB would have chosen this operator second to none right now, because they can't deal with the aggression and the crossfires that VP are putting up.
Again, that highlights quite a major weakness, though. If a lot of your strategy revolves around one operator, we have operator bans in the game.
10 seconds
you
left.
need to be able to adapt. You need to be able to work around that.
I don't think it's the strategy for ITB. It's the fact that now this is where, whenever the initial strategy hasn't worked, they would love to bring the Monty in just to slow things down. Because they usually do that as a team.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's the, parachute cord. It's Panic Monty.
Yeah.
We love it. Well, they have just taken a tactical timeout. Let's see what words of wisdom Kangaroo Kenny was able to impart during that 45 seconds. Because they haven't won a round yet here on their attacks. And they're in danger of this one slipping away from them.
4 rounds in a row they've lost.
VP. They're going from strength to strength. They had a bit of a slow start, but they've worked their way into the fixture nicely. You do just get the feeling that if they win this round, it's going to be difficult mentally then for ITB to switch things up, especially with them already taking that timeout. So a very important round, I believe, round number 10 right now. And it's been given that respect. Taking things fairly slowly for the meantime. Dan will just dip himself out there as he's getting droned pretty heavily right now. But look at this. Bit of a prone joystick hiding and waiting.
I mean, the pace is certainly looking good for ITB. Already got control of that triple wall. They just need to see if they can get players in and then start aggressing onto Vending Machine, for example. Strong position that we always like to highlight. This is one thing that VP didn't do on their attacks, and this is what I like to see from ITB. They're also looking to put pressure on other sides of the map. You know, bathroom window, for example, that cuts off a lot of rotations, a lot of crosses, and oh, Noah loses against Pasha. Seen him run across towards top of yellow stairs, but Pasha's just feeling himself. He goes, yeah, I'll go for it again. I'll have another swing. And he gets no because of that. So ITB not looking good, and yeah, certainly not looking good as Dan is able to find Creeds, and this timeout Ollie looks as though it's all for naught as ITB are just falling from the sky, getting picked off one after another. A flawless for VP. My word, 5 rounds in a row.
That's worse. Things have gone from bad to worse here for ITB. They cannot buy a round right now on Consulate. Just taking their tactical timeout, and it was not good for a round. That is never a great sign. A lot of real solemn faces in the player cams here for ITB. And with a wry smile across his face. VP never get too fired up until the end of a game. But that's what we are rapidly approaching right now. VP, map point, 6-4. As you mentioned, Demo, 5 rounds in a row. And honestly, there's not a lot that looks like it's going to get in their way at this point. ITB, very solo on the approach for that previous round. Nothing being traded, not even a potential for a trade. They're just plainly walking into angles that, in some cases, they know are being held. A little bit of head loss coming in, it seems. There is time for them to steady the ship. They have a chance to take this one to an OT. They need 2 rounds, but they need them right now.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
So VP got themselves a point anyway. That's what they will walk out of here, but I just think the way the game has went and the way ITB have attacked, they just look completely out of it. They just, the ideas that they've had, they've just been losing their engagements more than anything. That's what I've really seen on their attacks. They just cannot win the gunfights. You know, a lot of the time for VP, you know, they're getting the opening pick. They're stressing ITB out. They just look lost whenever they lose that first engagement. I just don't see VP walking away with not 3 points. I think they're going to walk away with all of them here today.
You get that feeling, don't you? We've watched enough Siege now to get an idea of what's going to happen. Don't get me wrong, I love it when you get unexpected results, but right now, we can only go off what we're seeing.
He can't buy a kill.
Creed's has been terrible on that opening death. Been a real consistent theme so far throughout these rounds. Pasha joins onto the pain. Surely not back-to-back flawless, his Demo.
I think it could
Oscar,
be.
next player to fall. Quite possibly could be. Look at the position that Noah's occupying right now. He's got no idea that Always is just on the opposite side, tucked into copy. And Always can quietly maneuver himself. He's been totally misdroned here. Misdroned, or have they just not got the resources to find him? It's one or the two. But if he times this flank well, he could see some serious success right now.
I mean, they're trying to work Ollie with half of the map still unchecked. Your roamers are still top floor and they're trying to do vertical presence. It's just desperation. You know, VP, I don't think it's the case of will they win this round. It's just when they will win this round, because I just don't see ITB coming back from this. They have very, very little to play off. 5 players, all unknown where they are as well. No information to play off. Where are they going to go? I mean, Azur's now starting to split up away from the rest of the pack as Kenny and co will be met with a shotgun from Joystick. Noah is there with a trade, but now he's all by himself. 4 kills to find to have one of the best clutches of this young man's career. But he's against a veteran team, a seasoned team who've been there and done that. They know how to close out a win. Or do they? Pasha gives one away, but the vertical angle's being held from Always. Able to secure it. The VP, electric on the defense. ITB shocking on the attack. My oh my. Bad day at the office for ITB, but VP Ollie, they shut up a few people after what happened yesterday. They have bounced back extremely well.
Brilliant statement there for VP, and I'm actually really pleased for them. They suffered at the hands of G2 yesterday. They've bounced back here and gave us a real competitive game over on Consulate. Their attacks didn't go to plan. They weren't fantastic on the attack. It was the defense where they really shone. And well, to be able to turn that around in a matter of only, you know, under 24 hours is very impressive indeed. The best news for VP is that it's a super week, so they can go again tomorrow. We are going to throw this one back over to our desk, and maybe, just maybe, they're going to eat some humble pie, because I had it that VP were going to win that one, and I am proud of that result.
Maybe you should get yourself a bit of pie there, Ollie. But I never thought I'd see the day to say this. Hey, VP fans, you better savor this moment. Virtus.pro victorious in their matchup in regulation time and collect all 3 points in EU League Playday number 5. God, that feels weird, but also good to say.
Yeah, it's good to see them back. It's good to see them back with a win. It didn't look like it was going to be that good on their attacking half. What did they do? They managed to pull 2 attacks out of absolutely nothing. Late rounds is what we know VP for. They are good in those late round clutch situations. Again, ITB were basically just destroying them. The first 2 or 3 rounds, Leo, we were just like, this game is over. Creep was having his fun. You know, ITB were just winning rounds, late rounds. And then VP managed to just find one that they maybe arguably shouldn't have found either.
Yeah, the late round was a big problem for me at the beginning, at least for them, and then it turned into their favor in defense, and that's the biggest story for me here. Defense used to be a huge problem for them, and that's why they won this match, because they had a great defense. That's the biggest turnover that I saw from them.
If that doesn't happen, that's 4-0 ITB.
That's a huge problem there. And it happened a couple of times as well. The moment where they have the vert onto the diffuser and he's fired off, and he's not going into the fire to defuse the plant, to prevent the diffuser here. He misses that shot and he doesn't go there earlier. 2 occasions where he whiffs and he doesn't deny the plant. Now I have to say, that's Virtus.pro playing poorly in attack, but overall, what we saw from there, so that desynchronization, the fact they weren't playing together, the fact that only Creed's roaming by himself was enough to disrupt VP, that was the big problem for me. But when you look at them playing together, the biggest reason why they were winning in defense is finally information didn't matter. They were bringing Valkyrie, they were bringing also barbed wires from Sentry, and they were bringing Legion and Capcan all the time to prevent those cheesy plays from ITB. So they actually reacted really well to those cheesy plays from ITB by playing the right operators into it.
I actually didn't think that ITB played cheesy enough as well. You know, I was saying this to you earlier, was that it feels like ITB, we know them for these kind of cheesy plays, the Shields, the Grims, the Yings, the Lions, the Dokkaebis, the Capitals. Maybe once or twice. We saw them get a plant down very early in the round in one occasion. The rest of the time, they were trying to play a little bit more default. And I actually think against VP, when you're attacking against VP, that is one of the worst things you could do. And I was very surprised that they chose to play that way, knowing that their strength is to use these crutch operators.
You're playing into VP's game. That's literally what they do. Structured, slow, methodical, no matter the side it is, especially on Consulate where you have all this read on them. It should have been there, but that was not the case. Now, if we were to turn to a specific round, is there one that you can pinpoint that was an inflection point?
It's actually the one you mentioned just before, the one when in round 8, you see ITB rush in and they are able, with a Lion Charge, to send Creeds onto the bomb site. He's planting right now from below, and at the same time, they send Yings up top to bait the defenders. And they actually managed to get the plant. That's what we mean by ITB's main win condition, is those cheesy plays to get into the bomb site, find a hole, use cheesy operators like Ying, like Grim, to try and have a plant safe. The thing is, that cannot only be your win condition. See the problem here? Oh yes, it's great, you got the plant down. Did you have a proper cover for it? You didn't. You had nothing, zero control. No ways to actually control who was defusing. And that's my biggest problem here. If they always rely on these cheesy plays and never have another try of game plan, that's just not gonna cut it against the top teams in Europe.
And I think my biggest problem is that's the closest they look like winning an attack round, right?
Yeah.
And even then, it wasn't good. So they're not winning through the cheesy stuff that they tried. They did try and do a couple of rounds a little bit more default, like you say. That didn't look good either. I think ITB have a real problem with their attacking side of the game right now. And that wasn't a problem in stage 1, or even at the major, or even at EWC. But I think they might be overthinking it a little bit. Like teams have figured them out when, I don't know, maybe they have, maybe they haven't.
Well, one person that also tends to get a bit into their own head is Joystick at Fama. But when he's relaxed and gunning, there's something else to watch there.
And it's great to see him play that way as well. If you look at yesterday against Chalet, Joystick was the better player on Wolves. It's great to see such a leadership figure, someone that's so experienced, actually come back and lead the team to a win. Especially after what we saw from him yesterday. I thought Joystick was doing great in the fragging ability. He was bringing IQ, which obviously didn't really matter because of all the Valkyries that G2 was playing. He didn't really counter them. But I love to see him back here. He's always been, I think, very honest with their problems. I think he's well aware that they need to find a solution to play more into the meta. And it's great to see him paving the way for his team because he's been there forever.
Absolutely. Has absolutely been there forever, Leo. You say it well. And he's actually joining us today on the show. So how about we have a chat with our winners, Virtus Pro and Joystick, joining us. First of all, congratulations on the win. How does it feel like after yesterday? Let's kind of put yesterday aside. I'm sure Jack will ask you something about that. But today, you go in, you get all 3 points. Is that redemption in your mind?
I think it's good sign for us because it was good recovery from yesterday. We said we need to forget about it. They smashed us so hard. It's just they kicked us and let us know that our game style not very good. But again today we struggled a lot in attack. We struggle a lot with the solo roamers. We waste a lot of time, so we still need to fix it. Fix our attacks, our communication. I don't know, sometimes, you wake up and you can't do your things that you do on stream every day. I don't know what happened actually and how to fix this. If anyone know,
just give him a ring, please. Virtus Pro, they're on here. They're looking for some help with it. Jack?
Yeah, just a quick question. So did you expect Consulate? So the reason that I'm saying this is ITB chose to ban out Chalet, which is obviously the map that you lost yesterday. So did you not expect them to try and play Chalet, or did you expect Consulate?
I guess we expect Chalet more than Consulate because we show that we have a lot of mistakes on this map, but we were ready for Consulate as well. So we actually, again, we expected more aggressive plays. They, I think, only rushed one time on the exposition, with the Yin fast plant, but they didn't have really good plant cover. I mean, they don't have a lot of people inside to clear the plant denial. So it was, I can't say easy for us on this round, but it was I don't know, we are not expecting that they will go outside and they don't cover the plant.
Was you expecting much more aggression coming out of ITB then on their attacks, certainly with... Yeah.
Because we were playing before versus them, and they have a lot more play style with the Glass, Yin, Capitao and some stuff. I think they will play Glass with every round, but they didn't. So.
Yeah. And then the last question for me, I'm going to bring it up again. The Monty ban. Is that going to be a consistent throughout the season for you guys, or are you going to change it up a little bit?
We can't handle with it. I don't know. Like you know when you play and your teammates said like we can't play versus this operator. This operator is like it's. I don't know what to say. Like when he's coming, you don't understand what you need to do. The only counter, in our opinion, is C4 from below. You can't like do anything to the face on him. You can't do anything like what you can do. Big clash every round, but your team like what? How to counter it?
Even if you left it open now, everybody would have it inside the heads. Oh, we're against a Monty, so.
Surprise, surprise. Joystick is playing with our minds. In reality, they're more than ready. They're baiting teams into play Monty throughout it. So there you go. That's a free ban that kind of gets by the wayside. Joystick, again, a pleasure to have you now. I mean, these 2 days in a row. A quick victory, 3 points that you put on the board fully for Virtus Pro. So that's good. Anything you'd like to say to fans out there before we close it out?
Of course, guys. Thank you for watching our team, other teams. Thank you for the support. We all love you. And you're the best, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joystick, again. Congratulations on the win. And we'll see you tomorrow. Well, maybe. Anyways, we got more games to go. And game number 2 is Wolves versus Wylde, one that we've all been waiting for. See you in a bit.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor. Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside, he finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The 3 go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to ace to 1v4! Esk is trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third!
Oh, he's just insane!
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's 1 left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
So many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Solotov, information from the Bees. He goes deep. Shotgun.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab shot. 2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close range.
Iconic.
Let him go in. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 are there, and he gets a bone. There's only 1 remaining, and Astralis are in good shape. And JR and 4K from Iconic.
Batman showing up. Save the day, save the round.
I think what makes Wylde the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team. So when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and be able to struggle with our aggression and our play style. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blastar 6 EU League. Game number 2 is upon us. Wylde versus Wolves is the WW to get us started today. Hello, welcome back to the desk. I'm Milos, with me are Fresh and Alfama, and let's just get out of the way, talk about these two teams, because Wolves, I mean, we know we all put them as one of the best in the league, but Wylde, they are surprising quite a bit.
They are surprising, I think all of us. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret you do here.
Between you and
the viewers at home. Between us,
yeah.
I might have to whisper it. I'm going to have to say it quite quietly.
ASMR.
Wylde are in with a chance of going to the Montreal Major. Now, nobody expected that at the start of the stage. Nobody expected that. People were saying they'll be lucky if they get around against BDS. They've shown us incredible team play. They've shown us it's not just a honeymoon phase, because they took 12 days off and still carried it on yesterday. They've shown us that they've got 5 very, very hungry players that are wanting to improve and wanting to play together, and they're playing exceptionally well together.
That's the bigger storyline for me, is that you're able to rebuild a team entirely around young prospects that were well deserving of Tier 1 because of their journey into Tier 2, because they were playing, let's take Freck, for example, let's take Leighton, let's take Croc, all of these guys, they were playing Nationals, they were playing Southbridge, they were playing Central Combine, they were playing all of these Tier 2 tournaments for years before getting picked up. When they arrived in Tier 1 play, they were ready for it, and it showed. And most importantly, they did so with a lot of style, a lot of different ways to play the game and play it the right way, and somehow execute it at a top tier level. And that's how they get away with it.
And that speaks the truth if you look at the results so far here in stage 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at their records so far, they had an incredible path all the way to here. They only lost 1 round away from beating BDS, by the way, straight in the season against the best team in Europe by far, and they almost beat them. And then 2 7-1s. Now, it's against ENCE and against Secrets, 2 teams that are struggling right now, but still, I think the bigger thing is, who would have expected these guys to get 2 wins, 7-1, 7-1, right now, in this stage? And for me here, playing Wolves is the bigger test. Now that they've grown, now that they've progressed throughout the stage, can they really beat a top 4, top 2 contender even in Europe?
Well, how Wylde will be Wolves on the other side today, Jack? I mean, everybody's putting them in their top 3s. Their list, they definitely have proven themselves that they can perform. But can they do it today? It's a test for them as well.
Yeah, of course it is. I think for Wolves, you know, they came into this stage with two new players, a big unknown in terms of Lasmu and Asa, that we didn't know how they were going to go, how they were going to fare. Wolves have been one of the consistent teams, I would say, alongside VP in EU, for not making roster changes, for not going bold, and have always been at events. So for Wolves, this was a materially big change.
Yeah.
And then they started out strong. They started out as Wolves in the league that we know and love. And the big test, I think, came yesterday against BDS. Even though they lost it up against BDS, it was very close. It was a close game, and it shows about their level that even though it's 2 new players, they can still go toe-to-toe with what everybody's considering the best team in the world in BDS, and I think that's so important.
I mean, you look at this round, man. 30 seconds left. They go for the plant. Almost down on time, and it goes to 0.000. And then BDS somehow gets away with it, and they take it. And that's a very, I would say, usual storyline for BDS. It seems that they get away with the 8-7, they get away with the 7-5 and the 7-5. Let's be honest here, it should have at least been an overtime between Wolves and BDS. 100%. These 2 teams were fighting toes to toes. And that's what I love about this. The bet that they took by taking Aza and Lasmo, 2 young French players, that honestly I love to watch grow right now. They're progressing so quickly. Maybe even quicker than the core right now. You see Lasmo right now has a 75% KOST. That's what I love from a guy that was barely known. It's barely 18 in the league. I just want to see them develop throughout the stage again and again. And this is a great way to prove it by facing one of the top contenders for a Montreal Major right now.
And it's weird that you say that with Wylde, but because if you follow that line, the thing that I'm hearing from both of you about both of these teams is that they have both picked up young gunners, young potential, and are investing time, money, and effort into them to grow them, and that's paying off. So this game, there's a lot on the line. These are names that have been so far household names in EUL, but with rosters that have a lot to prove for the future of the region. And you know what they say about the future, Jack?
The future is now, Milo.
Yes, there we go. That's the throwback. And let's throw it then to our map bans. This is what we get at the end of it. Leo, please, can you take us through it?
Yeah, so nothing too surprising in the first 2 bans from Wolves. They banned the 2 perma bans on their side. That's Border, that's Cafe Story. Now you look at the other 2. You have Lair and Chalet. And what do you see there, Jack?
I see wins for Wylde. They're the maps that Wylde have won on.
And won 7-1, 7-1.
True.
So obviously you remove them. That leaves you with Night Heaven Labs. Night Heaven Labs, which was another game that Wylde played.
But they lost it.
And they lost it. The only map that they played and lost. And that's the biggest thing for Wolves going into this map, Vito. Wylde is an entirely new team. It's really hard to predict what they want to have. So going into a map that they've already played, and the only one on which they struggled is the best bet that they could have gone. Now, they struggled, but they went all the way 15 rounds against BDS.
Yeah.
That's the good way to struggle, right? And when you look at Wolves on Night Heaven and their record recently, they barely beat ITB there, 7-5 at the beginning of the stage, and at the AWC as well, they lost it to Scars. So not the best map for them recently. I hope that they bring it to a better level into this matchup versus Wylde.
I think this is quite an evenly matched matchup, considering the map as well. Normally, we would say Night Haven is quite a defender-sided map, but we're actually talking about the 2 best teams in the league right now at attack. Wylde are the best attacking team, 60%. Wolves are just behind them with 54%. So, you know, they're winning at least 3 attacks. So I think this could be a very, very close game.
And I would argue that Wolves is probably even a better attacking team than Wylde, because the reason Wylde has such a high attacker win rate is probably because they won 7-1, 7-1. Whereas for Wolves, they played way more rounds, and they're still very close to them in attacker win rate.
So it seems like this match will be a very technical one to look out for. Then, hey, maybe we'll get to dive deeper into that strategy. However, our lobby is set and ready. Wolves take on Wylde. And of course, we got Extra Truck and Demo to guide you through it.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. And thank you to our wonderful desk. Demo, I don't know about you, but do you get the feeling that Milosh just goes a little bit more French in the accent when there's French teams playing? Have you noticed that? Or is it just me?
I think he's gotten more French because Leo's there as well.
Yeah, I think Leo enables him as well.
I seen them last night. I heard creme de la creme. Like, where's that came from?
Wow. Well, I mean, the top of the cream, I think, is the expression.
No, yeah, I think you're right on that. I think he is more French.
Well, here we go. We've, of course, got Wolves versus Wylde right now. And we're going to be headed over to Labs.
Look at Crocky. What's he doing?
Oh, dear.
He's gaming.
He needs to lock in.
Hey, you're against Wolves here. What are you doing?
This is not time. Can we get an admin's decision on that? I think that's a card. There's got to be a card. Yellow, perhaps?
Phone out during an official game? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Phone out, perhaps? I mean, come on, man. Let's play some Siege. I hope that's a normal routine.
What do you think about the map?
I mean, I love Labs. Labs is possibly my favorite map in the game right now.
I think this
Are
is
you
good
asking
for
me what I
Wylde,
think
you
about
know?
the map with these two teams?
I think it's good for Wylde.
It feels good for Wylde.
Mostly because
that BDS game, blooming heck.
The last time that me and you cast at Wolves and Labs, it was against Bleed. And Bleed whooped them.
Whooped?
Yeah.
Bleed are unreal, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Bleed are a Labs team as well.
This EU rubbish. Better than this.
I'm not sure about that. Not entirely sure about that one. What do you think about the bans, more importantly?
Pretty standard. I think pretty standard. No. I think Thatcher's good whenever you want to try and stave away from the the hard walls being opened up. So obviously bandit tricks are going to be the biggest issue. Yeah, Cade as well, but again I think bandit trick is the more evil of the two. Obviously it's the Barrow ban as well. Okay.
How many Mavericks are going to perish?
See, that's why I think it's a good ban, because you're not going to play Maverick because you're an absolute insane human being if you do.
Well, it seems as though Packball needs to check himself in.
Look, he is crazy because he's from my neck of the woods. He's from my ends, so I know he's a madman.
5 seconds.
Are you a madman? Is that a stereotype? Is that like something that's typical
be as
for
mad as
people
you want
around
me to
your
be.
ends?
Be as mad as you want me to be.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
I think we're going to see 3 Mavericks perish from C4s through the lineup.
I'll say probably just the one.
You think just the one and done?
Or in the total game or just this half?
I'm saying total game. Total game, I think we see 3 Mavericks die.
Total
from
game, I'll say 2
C4s.
then. I think one in each half.
Let's see how it goes. Not that we're wanting this to happen, by the way. We obviously wish the Mavericks the best of success, but the C4 lineups are just so strong, and Last Mile is already there, ready and waiting.
This is the issue as well with knowing that you're kind of locked in to have to go for the Maverick with the Cade ban unless you want to try and work EMP grenades into your lineup, which as you can see for Wylde, they don't have any EMP grenades, so they kind of have to bring in the Maverick. And even as well, EMP grenades not always guaranteed because, again, small radius, you miss the Cade Claw, a lot of issues, as we know. Obviously doesn't do much against the Bandit either. So yeah, it certainly feels like you're locked into it. So, Packbolt looks as though he's going to get ready. Mirror window has been shattered already, and that's going to be coming from the Ash. And here we go. Is this going to be the first death? Anyone there? Nobody's home, actually, for Wolves. Nobody's there.
I suppose he's got the support there from Leighton as well. Like, Leighton has got a chance of shooting a C4 there, but it's very slim. Packball just going to take that small line as the C4 will get sent out. And look at the timing from Mowgli. Wow. P4 taking Croxon down. 2 big kills there coming in from Wolves, and that'll finish there. P4, he is rattling them on up now. Packball eventually finds one back, pushes in through Electric, but he's got a lot of work to do right now, and he's going to find himself downed. Leighton scrambling to try and get into a position where he can do anything right now, as his team has just fallen around him. We'll find one onto Azza, and has got a chance here to pick Packball up. Now 3 versus 3 and around a minute left on the clock, so it isn't the worst position for Wylde to be in, but it's not the start that they wanted.
Still difficult. You know, yes, you have 2 players up with that revive, but Packball with his HP, it's not as though he can take many gunfights, but those 2 players, they were able to, I think, was it a 2v4, 2v5? They were able to clutch up yesterday against Secret. So I wonder if they can maybe try and do the same again. And Packball able to walk in, but very swiftly dealt with against Deadshot, and Leighton by himself inside of Electrical. He knows where they are, but he can't really dig them out with his operator. He's used all his utility, and this looks as though he's just going to run down the clock, it feels like. No hope of winning this one. Wolves are playing it patient, playing it safe.
5 seconds to go.
Don't have to move, just wait for him. Know exactly where he is, and Leighton's going to save the KD.
Well, no surprise there. He had one single door to push through, or he could have rotated through into connector, but either way, it wasn't going to result in a round win unless Wolves made a significant blunder. First round there going to Wolves. On the desk, There was a mention of these two teams and their attacking prowess. That's maybe a round that Wylde would choose to forget. They suffered some significant blows there early on into that attack. And you never really got the feeling, Demo, that they were able to really get themselves rolling. I don't think we saw their actual intention there with that take, just because of how they lost those couple of bodies early on. I mean, that C4 from Mowgli, it was a brilliant lineup outside of Electric Window, and the timing was fantastic. So you really got to, sometimes you just got to shrug one off and go, well, you know, we'll just go next.
10 seconds to go.
I mean, the change up from Wylde here is a lot more of the fast and the furious line of thinking. The Blitz and the Grim makes an appearance. Naturally, you would expect that, you know, the Blitz can be good just for clearing away rafters, for example, which is always a bit of a tricky spot that attackers will come up against, especially with Azami opened up. You know, Lasmu with the Kiba barriers can sit up inside of rafters, very similar to how Clubhouse plays out. Just make yourself that portable cover. Very difficult to root them out, but Blitz, as we know, pushing just that one direction into rafters can be strong. But who knows, could be using it maybe to try and get the plant down. Jump in the window, for example, try and take the fights inside of the site. But again, for Wolves, we know the capable players that they have in their team. You know, Mowgli, always somebody that you have to respect. You know, top 5 players in the league. Has to be said, Ollie. He has to be. Well, probably excluding BDS, because I think BDS on their own are probably the top 5 players in the league. So he's certainly up there. You know, Mowgli has just at any moment can pop off and drop, you know, silly numbers. He can. We know he can do it.
It did become one of the trademarks of Wolves, though, didn't it? If, you know, if Mowgli wasn't firing, then that was a problem. And now they've brought in these newer, younger gunners. We're hoping to see that load shared a little bit more equally across. And speaking of some of those newbies, Lasmau going to take Packball down on the Thermite. I think the large portion of Thermite's work has been done already. You're not really going to want to lose Packball at that point in the round, especially when you can't get it off as a trade. Some brilliant work from the Pulse below, and Freck only narrowly getting away from that one. Still has 78 HP, so he's not going to be too concerned, but there's a maze and a labyrinth to deal with upstairs as these Kiba barricades can slowly get punched away. The Vert can now start to be worked. Just because Pulse has used the C4 doesn't mean that their work is done. P4 still going to be able to gather a lot of info as to where these attackers are bunching up.
Yeah, I think with losing that first engagement, that's probably the one area that I don't think they have the resources or the manpower to deal with, and that is going to be the Pulse below. Yes, he doesn't have the C4, but still, it's something that you have to address, just the sheer information that Pulse can give out. And who knows, could get lucky with the UMP. It's going to make life very difficult for Wylde. Leighton now in position to jump in through towards Garage. Dodo able to pick up Lasmin. A lot of goo mines are going off, and it's going to be enough to play for Mowgli. He can just use that to his advantage, hear the sound cues, stop them in their tracks, and Mowgli, what did I say, Ollie? This guy, at any given moment, he can just pop off. He's a little bit overheated there, went for the 4th. Gets taken out, but it doesn't matter. He done all the hard work, and he's smiling because of it.
I think we can forgive him the overheat. And pick up a few kills like that and very quickly get carried away with yourself, but the time was working for them. And he knew that the rest of his team were in good positions as well. Wylde really looking a little bit sluggish here. That opening engagement isn't being very kind to them at all right now. They obviously lost it in round number 1. Element of luck with that C4 in round number 1, but it's starting to become a little bit consistent. It was last mile in the previous round, and I mean, when Mowgli's lining them up like that, what can you really do? Wolves looking on taking us a full tour here of labs. They're going to be going downstairs. Things haven't worked out too well for Wylde so far on these roam clears. We're going to be teeing up the very much the same thing right now again. They've got the Ram, they've got the Buck. The Deimos is coming into effect as well, so they are really going to be looking to take that mid-floor and to start to rip open some of that floor.
5 seconds to go.
But they've got to try and get a bit of a leash around these Wolves at the minute because they are running ragged.
Can you put a leash on a Wolf?
I think you can probably put a harness on a Wolf and get it to tow a sledge.
The Stark's done it, so why can they not? If you look at the lineup from Wolves, no Wylde apart from the mute, which again is not really something to worry about. So seeing Wylde, you know, even forfeit operators like Thermite here, where yes, I know you're probably fearing, oh, they could, you know, bandit trick onto that main Wolf, for example. If you're already going for a vertical take, if you're already looking to bring in these operators to go above, which you are with the Ram and the Buck, he's not going to be able to bandit trick anyway. So I think they may struggle just on the half of, oh, we don't have enough to get the walls open. You know, Maverick, again, even we know this, Maverick on these big walls is always scary.
Yeah, you're looking toward those 3 C4s to try and keep that wall secure, aren't you? Obviously, you've got the secondary hard breach utility, but Maverick's going to be needed in some capacity. Whether that be to destroy the mute jammer. Well, there's so much to do, isn't there?
Just don't know if it's enough. So they really need to find picks really from the vertical, don't they? And hope that they can get some picks just on their own game. And speaking of, there's a great deal of that from Wolves right now. I say that though, Mowgli somehow wins it. How? Gets shot first, just dumps a magazine into Freck, and Freck just strolls into it. And Mowgli can retreat as well if he wants to. Half the round gone. You've got a kill. You've eliminated the Ram, a big part of the vertical take from Wylde. Another kill comes in from Lasmu. A double retake coming in from Connector Ollie. Cap. What's going on for Wylde?
They've basically just lost everything, by the way. All the soft destruction. We've got a few holes here. Are we playing whack-a-mole?
Oh. Can he fit through that, do you think?
I'll be honest, I don't think so. I think you might get the barrel of your gun through it.
I call him Ant-Man.
That's a new operator idea.
Oh my word.
Imagine.
An operator can shrink.
An operator that can shrink and just get through a small little punch hole like that.
Runs through a drone hole into sight.
I think it's got legs, I'll be honest.
Oh.
This is going to peter out, unfortunately. 35 seconds left. Finds one, but immediately taken out. Well, I think he might be able to get through that one, but everyone knows where he is right now. 4 kills to find in 20 seconds. Vert being held. You can hear those impacts opening up that line of sight for Last Mile to finish things off. Wolves looking very strong here on the defense. They are not being troubled at all right now. I think it's surprising as well, Demo. We were expecting a bit more out of Wylde.
Well, I didn't want to talk about this, but I think I will, just based on how this game has went. The worry I had about Wylde going into this game is, do we think now that they've gotten the belief in their system that, oh my god, we're actually like such a good team, wow, we're better than all these teams, and that's where you get carried away. Every game Wylde have played in so far in this competition, they have been the underdogs. If they now feel as though, oh yeah, we're gonna beat Wolves, you know, we're definitely the favorites now, you know, look at the way we've been playing, that's where it gets you. That's where the overconfident comes from. We see this happen a lot, you know, with teams even inside of majors where they might go on a run, you know, in the Swiss where they go 2-0 up and then they lose 3 games in a row. You need to try and keep yourself grounded at all times. And I know it's a joke. I understand it's a bit of a meme from Crocs. I'm sitting there before the game on the phone. You know what I mean? I think that there's levels to it.
There is levels to it. I think
he's not playing the game now, is he?
The only result that kind of puzzles me was yesterday's 7-1 versus Secret. Now, I think that the map had a little bit to do with that.
Yeah.
And I think that a life game from Leighton had a lot to do with that as well.
Yeah, Secret going through there, we have no idea why they did.
Yeah, if you look at what they've played up until this point, they've obviously played BDS, and there was a lot
BDS really at full strength?
Well, there was a lot spoken at the end of that interview as well about, like, you know, BDS, they felt, you know, that they kind of cursed themselves a little bit, like, oh, imagine if we go to overtime. And, you know, Leafbat's interview for that was really good. And Shaiko was talking a lot of smack on socials at the start of the game as well, which, you know, always leads into the mindset going into it. Then you look at the 7-1 ENCE and you just go, well, you know, it's ENCE at the end of the day. Like, we can maybe just write that one off. Yesterday's result was the one that sort of put a question mark in my head, and I think it's maybe put a question mark in Wylde's head of like, maybe we are that team, maybe we're that team that can go and do this.
Yeah,
and
Fresh said they had a chance at the major.
Well, yeah, I mean, technically they do, don't they? Like, I don't think technically he's wrong, but with what we've seen so far today, it just looks like, you know, another day at the office for Wolves, quite frankly.
Just think Wylde need to keep themselves as grounded as they can. But I mean, for Wolves, look, they're playing the defense really well. We know Wolves are a good defensive side. Historically, it's the attacks where this side has struggled with. You know, defense, you know, we praise them. You know, they've got good gunners. Their fundamentals are great. The way that they trade off each other as well, something special to behold. So for Wolves, it was never going to be in doubt that they would do well in the defense, but I think it's the character of how these rounds have went. They have just been so one-sided to Wolves. They really have been. So for Wylde, we just need to see them do something better than what they've been doing so far.
It's all come about on this entry as well, hasn't it? Wolves have been really heavily contesting for this entry, and look at the amount of info they're bringing. P4 rocking the pulse again. We've got the Valkyrie cameras this time. Full C4s. They're really going to try and utilize that info, but Freck maybe going to give the Valkyrie a bit more time on those cameras. It's going to be a nice lineup right there for P4. Some good info on the yellow ping. Immediately, Wolves find the response and more. Mowgli, not finished. He's having a heater of a game, and Last Mile trying to keep up with him at the moment. So quickly, the advantage, the narrow advantage that Wylde had has slipped away from them. They're going to find one, but get taken out immediately by Deadshot on the trade, and Freck. Barbed wire was just stopping him from being in a better position there to trade off back. P4 ready to strike. These are quick, sharp rounds coming out of Wolves right now, Demo.
Just Wylde. They tried to pick up the pace. You know, they're all desperate to see if they can make a name for themselves and get some kills, and because of that, the team play just went out the window, it feels like. Surely the timeout. Surely.
It can't be far away, can it?
I mean, they're not taking it.
Does surprise me.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Very surprising there from Wylde. I would have thought 3 rounds. Surely it's time for a timeout.
Look at the kills. 7 kills in 4 rounds.
Yeah, it's not good enough, is it?
Proxon, entry player, 0-4.
Too busy playing Clash of Clans, mate.
Benchies ready and waiting. Wall reinforced! Ready for company.
Storage, again. That's where we head to. And Wolves, look at how they defended the last time. Upstairs hold, roaming around. They actually hit them with a double man flank. So flank protection is probably something you have to look at here from Wylde as well. But they're not going to be bringing any flank protection at all. Look at the lineup, very similar to what they brought last time, where you have the blitz. See if you could just aggress onto those players in towards Catwalk. That should be the last time as well, Ollie. The opening death was Packbull on the Thermite. He died just right on garage door.
Time to make a new door.
Yeah, some of the opening deaths have been a little bit soft, haven't they, really?
Try to get through that.
Hasn't been what you expect from a team that is credited with a very good attacking win rate at the moment, ahead of this playday. Wylde were way up there, but again, it's a stat that's polluted by some pretty hefty scoreline advantages, some 7-0, 7-1. So you got to look at it and you've got to think, how much can you really take away from that?
It's a window jumping. You can tell just by the positioning. You've got the blitz outside ready to go through the window. Freck's in a position to cut off the crosses and stop anyone flanking in through games. But the issue is there's a blitz. If you jump in the window, your head will be exposed. You don't immediately turn into the 90-degree action, but somehow Deadshot has missed a kill on it. C4 goes out. It has killed the blitz. But Leighton is in, getting the diffuser down. Freck in the perfect lurk position to pick up that kill. Leighton gets off the plant because there's no cover. He's had to do it himself, and it's a 2 versus 2 into a 2 versus 0 as kills come in for Wylde, and Wolves lose the round.
Very close stuff there. Wylde finally get one on the board, but you get the feeling it's a cheesy pocket play. It's not something that's going to be repeatable, but it's a round that they desperately needed right now. Surprised to see that come off for them. It's real touch and go stuff, and I think that Wolves maybe feel as though they got a little bit bamboozled right there. It can easily be forgiven though. One round to a hop in and a bit of blitz play. I'll tell you what, the most impressive thing about that whole round was this C4. Deadshot somehow managed to get it off. He must have pressed the button just as Freck killed him. Good game sense as well from Leighton to get off the plant, because if Mowgli had killed him there, it very likely would have been round over. Wylde, they slip one in. Finally get themselves up there. Are they going to finish strong on this attacking phase, or is that just going to be one success that we see them have? Surely they've got another round in them here.
Wolves will be honestly a little bit frustrated to even let that happen to them. You know, you have the warden in a perfect position. Just missed the blitz. I think it's because maybe he was just too close to the window. Mowgli went for a spawn peek, tries to barricade up the door, and Leighton welcomes him with open arms. Oh dear, a blunder for Mowgli. And is that Wylde's first opening pick of the game? No, it's their second. They got the opening pick last time as well, didn't they?
Could be the time. Get Mowgli out of commission. Legion, great operator that builds up their gadget over time. Certainly been getting a couple of kills today as well, and Wylde look like they found an extra gear right now. P4 going to be the next player to fall. I think he just got incredibly unlucky on the window there. He was just stood behind that barricade. I mean, God knows why he would have been stood there, but that's all I can think, because that's where Dodo was firing. Freck wants his piece of the action here in round number 6. C4 sent out from Deadshot. Isn't going to land, but a death mark onto Last Mile. It's going to give his location away, and Wylde are going to start circling on his whereabouts as he's getting shot from pillar and post. Eventually downed. Deadshot, all that remains. Has to be an ace clutch for him right here. It's a shame that it's taken Wylde a couple of rounds to warm up their demo, because the last 2 attacks have been pretty good.
I mean, a bit of a troll round there from Wolves as well, wasn't it? I mean, 2 players just dying for no reason at all. So at least to get something from that. 4-2. Looked as though it was going to be a lot more grim than that. But now we see how the switch happens. So obviously for the attackers, they also have to deal with the same struggles. You know, no Thatcher on the board. Walls are going to be really difficult to get opened up unless you want to go with a Maverick, which Ole, you said your bet was 3 times a Maverick would be killed opening the wall. Hasn't happened yet. I said 2. I think we both might be wrong, I'll be honest with you.
If it happens 3 times, then I mean, that's just terrible at this point. I was thinking 2 times for one team, 1 time for another. Surely it just can't happen now. It's going to happen once or not at all. Side switch then. Wylde finally get up and running on the attack and immediately have to switch over onto defense. And for Wolves, they're not in a bad spot. 2 rounds ahead. They've still got their tactical timeout.
10 seconds remaining. Activate jammer.
They're going to be going up against a clash here though. Packbull
5 seconds left.
going to be drawing on that operator. Fantastic at zoning attackers out and controlling areas of the map. And if you don't want to play in his army in this instance to play in and around the garage, then the clash can be a very good substitute.
Oh, a quick push here for Mowgli. Teammate opens the window for him, and he's going to try and crouch his way into garage. Is anyone ready for this, though? Is there anything on the stairs? Doesn't look to be the case, and he's straight up. No barbed. No operators with barbed wire for Wylde.
2 sets of barbed in someone's pocket.
Yeah, but they didn't put it for the garage. I think they put most of them towards the other side. So they put none for garage at all. I mean, to be fair, they don't really need the whole garage, and that's mostly because they have the mirror window facing it. So it's not too big of a deal for them just to allow somebody up the stairs. Like the player on the stairs, what can he do? Hit the mirror window, and that's really it. As long as you're not giving away any picks, it's completely fine. I mean, look, that mirror window. Like, you know, inevitably somebody is going to be into garage and is going to punch that. So it doesn't really matter if it's early or late. It doesn't matter.
Maverick going to be getting that wall open now. Mowgli in such a good position at the minute, though. It really all depends on if Wylde know he's there.
Croxon moves, that is.
Seems to be making an indication that he knows, and he gets a couple of shots down and catches Mowgli with a nade in his hand. Doesn't going to do anything for the meantime, though. It just pushes Croxon back slightly. Wall now open, but Mowgli probably feeling like he can't play in and around that catwalk anymore. It's almost as if the game is up, and look at Freck's location. He's maneuvered himself, and he's got a brilliant line of sight onto the bottom of those stairs. Real slow and steady stuff right now from Wolves. They're really trying to get all their ducks in a row, but I do worry about Freck below. A couple of C4s in hand as well here from Wylde. Leighton and
this is so slow.
They're both ready with a lineup.
How do they win this round, Wolves? There's just, I don't see it happening. You've got a minute left. The walls aren't really opened up. You have a clash to go against. And this is the biggest issue. It's Packball and the clash. How do you get through this? I mean, Mowgli, yes, he's trying to lurk up the stairs, but he's just going to be met by a big old shield in front of his face. That barbed wire will give away his position. 30 seconds mean Wolves are going to have to play fast and furious and into a 4v4. Somehow P4 gets the entry pick into the site, almost kills the clash. Asa eliminating Dude before Leighton was able to take out P4, but the plant somehow needs to go down. It's going to be Lasmo. It's going to try and go for the plant now. Anyone there to try and stop it? Is anyone from Wylde going to try and jump on this? A bit of damage being done to Lasmo, but gets away with it, and somehow, some way, Wolves win a round where I had no idea if they were going to or not.
Wolves have really pulled the wool over Wylde's eyes there.
What's going on with Wylde?
Seemingly in a good position. I feel like they just gave it away, though.
So you had the clash playing towards fish stairs. You had one guy inside of server room. And that guy got eliminated to the guy on garage. And then the clash is just hung out to dry. For me personally, I think the clash needs to be telling his teammate, just swing off me. You know, 20 seconds to go. I'm pushing this guy on fish. Come behind him and just shotgun him. But nobody was there for the trade onto the guy in garage. It seemed as though Wylde were just sitting back. That's a weird round. Yeah, I need to see that again. It's one of those rounds where you need to watch it again. Because there was so much going on within such a short space of time.
10 seconds.
5-2 for Wolves. Going to be feeling pretty good about that scoreline right now.
5 seconds to go.
Wylde. It's going to start to get a little bit difficult from this point onwards. We often say between round 8 and round 10 can be very crucial rounds, and this game has come at round 8. Wolves 1 round away from getting themselves onto map point, 2 rounds away from locking out the game and collecting a full 3 points. Wylde on the flip side. Gonna have to try and find something right now. See if they can find some stability.
Attackers have located.
Gone for the mid-floor site. Believe we will be able to get this warehouse wall open now. Ace are gonna see to it that that gets done. Wolves aren't looking for anything too flashy here. They're not bringing a huge amount of disrupt operators. They've got, of course, the Deimos for a bit of roam clear, and they've got that Capital, but realistically, they're just looking at making sure that they get a nice, efficient clear going right now of this top floor.
Nice little highlight there, Ollie, of how you can deal without the Thatcher. IQ plus EMP grenades. I mentioned before, yes, impact EMPs are going to be available in a lot of operators, but you have to really know where the Cade Claw is. If you're struggling with that, IQ, your perfect friend, can spot out where the Electro Claw is and just impact EMP it. And also another thing to note, whenever the first EMP went out, you still seen that Mowgli still had a scanner out just in case a second Cade Claw was also deployed, and then that also would have been spotted out, and then the second EMP would have landed and disabled that also. Wolves, they've just said, you know what, we've got what we need and we're going to move in, and that's because Deadshot gave them the go-ahead. He has got downstairs control, no C4s to worry about, and Wolves just cleaning things up right now. Deadshot's going to get a freebie. Never mind, Leighton wins that against Deadshot. But at what cost? A 2 versus 4, you have to fight back from. Dodo on the rafters. He'll be spotted out, and it's all down to Leighton. Really the player that we have highlighted throughout the course of these past few games from Wylde. This stage has been a big shining light and a big reason why we believe that Wylde has had the success that they have. He's a very talented player. Great mind for the game. Great aim. But I don't think he has enough in him to get this clutch, and he won't. Wolves cleaning it up. I mean, that's the way Wolves play. Wolves just go, right, have we got this? Yeah, we've got that. Yeah, let's go for it. You know, they don't mess around with that. Nah. It's the thing with the teams. We always talk about teams. Don't hesitate. Just do.
No, there's very little hesitation in that Wolves roster, and it's very checklist at times. And it's so nice to see Lasmo in a fantastic game right now.
Yeah.
I dread to think how many kills he's got. He's got to be double digits at this point.
And the thing is with Lasmo and Asa as well, those two players come onto the team. I'll be honest, if I look at the roles and the operators that they've been put on, I wouldn't say they're the nicest of the roles, especially poor Asa. I feel as though Asa's role is, most of the time he's set up to die. Like, I really watch him, I think. I feel sorry for him. Thankfully, he's got a lot of heavy hitters who immediately refrag him, but I don't know, I always feel as though Mowgli's going out to the lake, he's in the boat, he's got the fly hat on, he's pulled out his bag of worms, and he's reached out Asa, he's put on a hook, and away he's went. That's what it feels like to me a lot of the time for him. I do feel sorry for him, but that's just the role that he plays.
I mean, you know yourself.
5 seconds left.
To catch a big fish, someone's got to be the bait. It's just a cold, hard reality.
And then Deadshot baits Mowgli, so there's always the bigger fish.
Exactly, it's the circle of life. That's quite simply all it is. P4 going to be opting for a Monty now to try and get the job done right now.
Great operator for the map.
We haven't seen too much Monty yet, and it's great everywhere.
He's really good for top floor. I think definitely better than the basement. I think top floor is where he really shines. Being able just to effectively walk into garage and take rafters control immediately is, as we know, very, very strong. And then the fact that you can then rotate him around to fish, which is where he does most of his work. Fish, for the most part, is you are just pushing one way. You generally don't have to worry about a lot of crossfires, and that's where Monty really shines. If you're just pushing one direction, he is like a bullet train coming at you. You cannot stop it. Sure, there is a massive flank that you could have coming up the aqua stairs, but realistically, is that going to happen? Probably not. It'll be covered off, right? This is Wolves we're talking about. So P4 can just walk straight into the site, clear away the site, and then just get a plant down behind the bomb in the corner, default plant position. That's where Monty really, that's where he shines. That's where he's really, really good in the top floor.
A little bit of dancing around there. Croxton, you're going to have to move, or Freckles, you're going to have to move. Somehow manages to stay alive. I imagine that P4 witnessed all of that there on the Monty, but those keeper barricades just slowing things down a little bit, and Wolves not wanting to overexpose Mowgli. Going to dip into Electric and find himself the first. Another opening kill here for Wolves, and in a round that could send them another 3 points up on our table. P4's position right now, he's a little bit out of the fight, and his utility is going to be used at a later point, but he just needs to guarantee that Fish is clear right now. Croxton,
there's not a single operator stop him as well.
He's going to be holding down. I think this drone in here from Deadshot needs to be good. They've got an inkling that someone's going to be there, and maybe Deadshot's just going to go and try and work on this problem solo. We have seen that P4's moved off there on the Monty and isn't going to be rejoining that fight. Asa is going to find himself one before being immediately traded as the trades continue. It's Freck on for 2 in the hot seat right now. Missed his keeper though. He was really looking and banking on that to try and block up that doorway and give him a chance, but it's Packball from below. He's going to alleviate the pressure. And the pressure flips over onto Lasmo. He got a glimpse, but he almost didn't realize his luck. Got done through the Maverick hole there. Wylde, they hold on.
I could be wrong, because I think we missed it a little bit. Did the Sophia impact somebody with the concussion, and the concussion effect also hit the Monty, and then the shield got blown back and he died because of it? Did that happen? Because I think it might have. Obviously, we were focused on that kind of 1v1 downstairs, but I feel as though it did.
I didn't see that happen, so it could have very well happened.
Because I heard the concussions goes off, and then the Monty died immediately. So you can only assume.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Let's see if we can see it. Well, the Monty's already down there.
Yeah, I think we missed it from that perspective, yeah. I think we missed it.
I love the flank from
Wylde, hold on. Yeah, I mean, obviously pack pull. The thing with pack pull as well, knowing that they're going to be pushing fish, where he was positioned over towards connector, he's useless. He's not going to be able to do anything, especially the MP7. Not a great gun to take at range. So he has to try and get active and do something else.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Still match point here for Wolves. Still got 3 opportunities at converting it as well. So really the pressure isn't on just yet. Pressure's still firmly on Wylde. And P4 aren't going to want to, oh sorry, Wolves aren't going to want to let too many rounds slip. You never want to get that momentum shift and risk giving it all away. Going to be attacking the basement this time, and as such, a full top floor clear is going to be in order. Deadshot, he's got his ram primed and ready. Just to open up that electrical wall and start to rip open some of that flooring. Freck is going to be playing in below that. He's got his eyes fully trained on the window right now, saving anyone from hopping on in. A bit of a roaming echo going on here as well, as with the Dokkaebi call, that ram boogie can start to rip through, and it gives a great sound cue for everyone else in the push to get themselves moving.
Oh, C4 goes off just as Mowgli was... Actually, Mowgli kind of like ran into the C4. So unfortunate for him, but Wylde don't care. They will take the kill nonetheless. Freck, though, seems to be trapped. They know exactly where he is. He's being held from above by Deadshot. But is anyone in a position to try and snag this kill? We see the jumping come in from the Dokkaebi, and that's going to be a freebie. So a good clear out off the roamers so far. Packbull trying to gain some information. Takes actually a bit of a dip outside. Goes all the way up. But I think that seems as though that's enough for Wylde for the meantime. However, Ollie, Croxon on the other side of the map to where Wolves are currently attacking. What can he get up to?
Could find some mischief. He's been given a little bit of space here to operate in. And Wolves somewhat stalling out at the moment. So they've got the cameras hacked, so
well, they can see the
they're going to be able to figure out what's going on these yokais. Which of course going to be really crucial later on into the round. And in the midpoint, because you can tell where that information is being fed to and from. Deadshot, you can hear him trying his best to use that secondary shotgun. But you would have really wanted the skeleton key in this position. Would have made short work of a lot of this flooring.
Oh,
Croxon is on the prowl. There should be a flank cam knocking around somewhere, you'd hope, but the kills, they're going to come, and it might not matter. Croxon, you've got it all to do right now. Finds the first, but starts getting shot through the floor there. Aza is going to be starting to get that plant down as well. Last Mile has to try and cover. An impact sent out, a yellow ping for Croxon to work off. Draws for the pistol. The plant has been confirmed. Can make his way into the site, try and confuse and relocate. Give himself a better chance of breaking these down into 1v1s, but he's full white flashed. Can't see anything. Aster on 47 HP right now, so not going to need too many bullets from that Vector to do the job, and Mowgli already hitting the GGs in the chat. He's confident in his team's ability right now. Croxon having to go on a race to find those attackers as they retreat upstairs. And Wolves, they get the job done. A brilliant display there on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, I want to highlight the way that they cleared out, you know, those players in the roam game. I thought they were very effective at it, using the ram from the top, clearing away the players in the mid floor, and then obviously doing the, you know, the vertical take as well onto the bottom floor also. So yeah, great round from Wolves. Overall, For Wylde, look, it was the attacks. That's where they won and lost that game, essentially. I think Wolves, they looked really good in the attack, apart from maybe that one round. But again, I still think it was down to Sophia stunning out their own Monty. I think that might have been what it came down to. But obviously, we'll need to go back and watch the highlights for that and actually see what it was. But look, nonetheless, I think Wolves were cruising. Players turned up. For Wylde, just not enough kills today.
Wolves starting to become a very exciting team to watch here inside of EUL. Let's send this one back over to the desk and let's hear what they have to make of it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What a game and what a cast. But I have to say, is it weird that I feel kind of disappointed?
We expected more.
I mean, this is my own feeling, but yeah.
No, it's actually true. We expected a better matchup. It's a 7-3. You expected more from Wylde. Because obviously it should have been closer when you look at the standings. Especially, I want to say here, there was a very clear plan. I don't know if you noticed. From Wylde going into this map, they banned Thatcher. And then they played all the way around it, both in attack and in defense. In defense, they brought Kaid and Mute every single round. Wall denial all the time. It's actually crazy. Wolf didn't play at all around that win condition. They only played as a team. In defense, what they did was, we bring Intel operators, we bring Valkyrie or Pulse every round, or we bring Trap operators to contest heavily in the early round. The usual phase where Wylde likes to get early in the round and plays aggressive and slow them down. And that's how they got so many entry kills. Actually got 4 entry kills in the start of the side in defense by playing that aggressive, both based off the intel ops and the trap operator stack.
Yeah, it was actually only when Wylde got a little bit crazy that we saw them win around. They managed to get a couple of attacks. I think I said the big win condition between these two teams was going to be their attacks, and ultimately, as we saw, Wylde managed 2 attacks. Wolves managed 3 in 4, and I think that was the big difference. And like you said, Leo, Wolves played around that early aggression with the intel, with the information, and Wylde really had no answer to that. And I think just from an outside speculation point of view, I think the pressure got real with Wylde.
Yeah.
I think they looked at their league position, where they were at. They probably looked at Wolves and they thought, hey, we can go on a run. And when you start doing that, the pressure might get a little bit too real for you, and you start making nervous plays. The first attack that Wylde had, as a great example of this, was a round that first defense that they had. They should have won it, but Wolves managed to win it in the end.
You start playing against names, and you start playing against yourself. You think too hard about it.
Yeah, and I think when you see a team that's so ahead of you, I mean, for sure, that Thatcher ban was the win condition. And what's the biggest reason for it, actually, and I was thinking, Wolves did play Night Heaven against ITB, and they brought Thatcher every round. So they banned a Thatcher expecting they're going to throw off Wolves. And this is what I love to see about a team that, again, changed 2 players and brought 2 new bloods straight into the team only a few weeks ago. They're able to play that map perfectly without Thatcher, and there are plenty of examples of it. Yep. Plenty of runs in attack where they use the IQ to remove this wall denial. It was amazing to see from Wolves.
And we almost got to see the Nook also with the changes. Yeah. We're all kind of hugged around, waiting for it. But if we're to focus on one round and kind of break it down, Jack, can you help us out?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be round 8, I believe. I hope so. And it's going to be Wolves with the excellent attack, round 9 it is. And you can see here, they very much are playing for the storage control room. It is round 8, actually. They breach onto the garage. They breach onto the basement, and they've breached IT walls above. And Wolves know that as soon as they clear those 3 breaches, they can clear the key angles that hold onto any potential plant spot. And this is just pure excellent siege, coming out of Wolves there. They've got their 3 win conditions, the 3 breaches. You can see the player is now below. They go in for the plant. A player jumps in with him. The fire's going off. And it's just a very, very clean execute. Plant goes down. So clean. Kill after kill after kill as the Wylde players scramble to try and deny the plant. Sure, Leighton manages to find one, but that's realistically all they get. And that is the clean, wonderful siege that we're really enjoying right now, seeing out of Wolves.
Yeah, it's perfectly done. We had the breaches at the same time, kills at the same time, it all works out, collapsing on site. This is the sort of strategy that we were expecting from Wolves if everything goes well, and so far I'm very happy to report that is indeed the case, which means we're gonna have a chat with our winners of Wolves. Joining us is one of the people that also bark around through it, Mowgli himself, joining us here on the interview. First of all, Assalamu alaikum. How are you feeling now? Congratulations.
Alaikum salam, bro. I'm okay. Yeah, it's feel great to win again. Yes, against Wylde. I was a bit surprising about the map because, like, in scrims we scrim a lot against them on this map, and it was always free. Like, to be honest, it was free. Like, I was like, why are they picking labs?
Yeah, I think we talked about the win condition for them. I think they saw your match against ITB. You were playing Thatcher every round. They banned the Thatcher. They play a lot of wall denial. And yet you guys, you always found solution. Even if it was mini MPs or just going from below with the Buck or the Demos, you always found solution to remove it. And that for me is the key here. If I'm not mistaken, after this match, you're the best attacking team statistically in the league, the whole league. Why is that? When only a few months ago it was a big, weaker side for you, you bring 2 new players, and somehow you're the best attacking team in the league. What happened? How did you get so good?
I think with this team, we know how to adapt and fast, you know. We have different play style, and we know how to counter some strategies. You know, like if they're putting a lot of Cade, a lot of lot of walls, so we can just play fast and deny the setup. And yes, with Asa and Lasmo, it's really simple to make something fast. You know, like it's so easy with them.
Would you say it's easier now that you have new blood? That's really like easier to mold into your vision. That they get on the page, you all get on the same page way quicker than you did before. That's something I seem to notice from the outside.
Yes. With the old roster, it was really difficult to be on the same page. Like, you know, we have too much ideas, and we are like, oh, what are we doing? And now we just know how to play together, and it's always the same page. And that's how it works.
I mean, it's impressive, especially if we consider yesterday's games versus BDS, where a coin flip at the end would have kind of won it for you or taken you to overtime. How did you teach these 2 new players to kind of hold together, not play against names, and then get ready for this next day despite the loss?
I just tell them, no pressure, guys. Play like on screams, and it's gonna be easy, inshallah.
Yeah, you know about this. That's the way you play. Actually, just focusing on you, like you got a crazy 3K in defense, just roaming like this game. I feel like with this new roster, obviously you had a lot of freedom before, but I feel like you have even more freedom to play right now. With the score of the team that's able to work together on one side, and you just do what you want. With the knock, for example, is that something that you want to focus more on and play more knock as well with the buff?
Yes, and for example, the knock move is an idea from Asa. He's telling me, oh, I have an idea of the move. You take knock, you go there, and we bait for you. Like, you know, a lot of people like from Asa, Lasmo, and the new roster, we are giving a lot of new ideas. And even if I do something on my own, even if I lose or if I lose a gunfight or if I die, there is no problem. Like, it's still winnable 4v5, and no one will say, oh, why you die? Why you know what I mean?
Yeah. And also I think most people, maybe something they don't see, but that's more for viewers. What you do when you lurk there with knock, even if you don't get a kill, that's already pressure, and you control a zone and you feed information to the rest of the team. You know this is clear. You can already get information on the back of the site. That's already value enough for you to be there. So sometimes when you see a lurker like Mugli not killing anyone, doesn't mean he doesn't bring value to the team.
It's beautiful to see. This is the Wolves that we expect to see, and it's good to have this sort of strategy built into everything, that you can also rely on one another. That takes a lot of effort, and kudos then to your new 2 players to kind of slot directly into that position. But again, Mowgli, congratulations on the win today. Good luck for the rest. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And there it is. Our second game is done, which means we're going to move on to the game that everybody has been waiting for, BDS versus ENCE, after the break.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Welcome to Manchester. Feels like this one has been a long time coming. Should we show them how the UK does it, guys? SSG sent home.
Scars came so close.
Talon have fumbled at the final hurdle. R6 Esports
has taken those that love it all around the world, but never before in the UK. That changes here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Our 8 final teams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our finalists.
The world champions defeated.
There's a fire sale on tournament favorites Manchester, and the underdogs are buying.
A semi-final Saturday of Siege. Let's have it, Manchester!
Action from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun in hands. Oh my God! Oh my God!
And it's heartbreak for Nath, but for BDS, their first shot in a year and a half at raising that trophy.
Are you ready to introduce our show match? Let's bring them up.
Get in there, Tom. Here we go. Bang!
How intimidating is that going to be having that stuck behind? It is absolutely massive.
Our champione, Mr. Tom J. Sherlock and his team.
It's a pleasure and a joy to bring you all in to the final.
This is the Cinderella story, to say the least. I mean, they made themselves #1 NA, and now they find themselves here at the grand final.
BDS on the other side.
I think they are some of the best players in the world.
Manchester, are you ready? One more time, let's bring up our team to the stage. The job isn't finished. Can you do this?
100% we can. We're just going to keep proving people wrong.
Against the Solas, the bane of the intel. Day, holding up for the blood. If you didn't believe in us, I love you. Let's go.
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than house. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure. You know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Listen up! Night Haven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now. Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns. We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we start off game number 3 for today in BDS and ENCE, I know everybody's waiting for it. We wanted to kind of talk about the up-and-comers. We had a quick conversation about it with Wylde and BDS, the up-and-comers and the ones that are actually making it into the league. That's Wylde and Wolves, I'll correct myself. However, there are people that are better suited to talk about it, and it's Alfama and Fresh discussing the stars of tomorrow.
The first star of tomorrow is going to be Leighton, who's currently playing for Wylde inside of EU League, but he didn't always play for Wylde, did he, Leo?
No, actually, he had a lot of play in Tier 2 before that. He actually won Nationals in UKIN. He has been around for 4 years in Tier 2. I think that's really made him grow and progress so that he would be comfortable joining in Tier 1. And actually had a top placement in Southbridge, I think 3rd of Southbridge.
Players on the solar balcony. The fire comes out, but he still gets away with a kill.
I've got a little bit of experience with Leighton on a personal level. I've been in a couple of teams with him, just seeing how he operates internally. And I can say that he's got a very, very smart head about him. He understands the game a lot. He watches the game a lot. And it's no surprise to see that once he'd done a lot of time, and it was a lot of time in these Tier 2 competitions, that he was able to make the step up to Tier 1.
Packball wins his one against Grubby, coming from the other side. Leighton! Nobody knew he was there the whole time!
And that's a really hard step up to make, especially on his role. He's in-game leader. He has to lead a team that had a really bad record into now almost beating BDS and winning 7-1 against ENCE.
Look, ENCE still have a pretty good look in to win this round. Their advantage has fallen away. As I say that, another peek comes through. Another shot! Leighton is putting the team on his back.
That's why we think he's impressive and going into a very specially needed role in game leading.
And I think there's a big general lack of in-game leaders across the board in Europe. So Leighton having those means that the sky is the limit for him.
But, he still gets away with a kill.
I love that. It's very relaxed when you get to talk about this, especially, you know, 3 players. And there are, of course, more in EUL that are up-and-comers. But if for a moment, we could talk about the players that are now parts of cores. They have now considered the old guard, even though, to me, it feels like yesterday when they were considered the new kids on the block. We talked about, you know, Likefak in the day, Pasha in the day, Joystick, even though it's not long ago that they were just the rookies on the block, Leo.
Dan as well. But
yeah, true.
If you want to give a good example, compare it to Leighton, for example. Likefak came in directly from Tier 2, having played in French Nationals, having played in this Tier 2 tournament, showed himself, and came in as an in-game leader, and led a top team like BDS to a major victory and to looking towards these big titles like EWC, for example. Now, if you look at what Leighton has been doing with Wylde, it's very similar. He comes in with a roster that is entirely rebuilt with younger players, and he finds a vision and somehow unifies a team made of players from completely different horizons and identities, and somehow make it work, and at the same time, incredible fragging potential. And I would say that a lot of teams right now in Europe are missing that direction, so that's what we meant by he's growing into a very important role that is in game leading and fragging at the same time. Now, a lot of people should have their eyes rather, on him.
And I think that's the thing with European teams as well. If you look at pretty much every European team across the board, in recent history, they've brought on a rookie. I mean, even G2 did it last summer when they brought on Gemini. I know it didn't work out, but they were willing to take that risk. BDS did it. We're seeing Fnatic now do it. Lots of teams, and that pipeline is there of talent inside of Europe. And Leighton's just one of many examples of that.
You just go back to that interview from Mugli right there.
Yeah.
Only 10 minutes ago, he was saying how much Asa was helping him and Lasmo was helping him with new ideas. That's what you get when you get fresh blood. Players that play the game a lot, and when a new operation releases, they spend the most time on new operators and they get to bring new stuff to you. That's what I love about young blood. They're passionate and they make your team bring a new vision.
That's incredibly important. You need that refresher because no matter what, and that includes us even in our positions, but everybody out there, kind of getting that fresh blood in, allowing yourself to be challenged. That's quite important to keep that product that you give at the end, be it in game or otherwise, consistently at 100% and beyond. That's what you need when you're at a tippity top of the conversation around kind of the league and everything that happens in Rainbow Six. But let's continue the conversation then to our next matchup. ENCE take on BDS. And I think there's no two way around it. We're going to have to talk about the elephant in the room, the Swiss elephant here behind us that is a mishmash of many. BDS, Leo.
Just after winning another World Championship on another esports title, you look at BDS dominating Rainbow Six Siege and at the top of the standings in Europe. Now, I want to say, it's been good to see Shaco just fragging crazy, just like he did before. When is that ever
not good?
That's it just feels right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we kind of missed that the last year, kind of. It's amazing to see him back on the horse. Jesus as well, as always, carrying the team. Such a great team right now, such in a good shape. And I would say, if you look on paper, yes, they're dominating, but it's always kind of close, a little bit too close from what we've seen from other teams before.
See, you say that. I described them earlier that when they're playing the good Siege, BDS, they're an immovable object, right? They are just the best team in the world. But when they're not playing the good Siege, they are also an unstoppable force because of the individual talents of Shaco, of Leaky Fact, User Salto. And I'm not going to throw Brede under the bus as well. Brede as well had a massive, clutch when he was playing on Bank a couple of game days ago as well.
Oh, sorry. I was reading my book of useless information because everything you guys have been saying has been something we've known about BDS since forever now. They're just, okay, they're the best. Sure. Get it out of the way.
Do you know what it is as an analyst, Vilash? Is we look and we try and find the weaknesses.
And there is one.
And there is one, apparently, according to this guy.
There is a weakness.
Oh,
let's take a look at what they've done so far. Let's take a look at their record. Let's take a look at the matches they've played in URL. They've won 8-7 versus Wylde. That was one round away from loss. Let's take a look at 5-7, 5-7 loss in the two last players. That's again one round away from overtime. BDS is on the edge every single time, which means you can achieve to upset them in a BO1. It shows. And like they said in interviews multiple times, every team that plays against them is raising the bar against them.
I don't know if I buy that. I really don't know if I buy this, because if they're operating here but still winning, when they get to the tournaments, they get up to here and then here. There's other teams operating at like 100 million% and not getting close to BDS, Leo.
That's for sure, but right now, I'm just letting the fact score right now. The score is way too tight in Europe, in European League.
W's. I don't know why I crossed my... All I'm seeing is W's from BDS. I'm going to own that.
To quote Likefag, anytime he's on interview, X team, they are really good. And every time it's been the case when they've been pushed to the edge there. But we have to stop talking about BDS for a moment. Excuse me here. I think we've had enough of it. Everybody's heard enough about them. We have to talk about ENCE on the other side. So I didn't say it at the beginning, but we have to kind of lay it out there. This is a game of tops and bottoms. And ENCE are definitely bottoming in this one.
Bottoms come out on top sometimes, though, Milos. That's all I'm going to say. I think, I said about BDS, where do you find the weakness? I think right at this present moment, you look at ENCE and you think, where do you find the strength?
Yeah.
What have they got going for them? And I think it's very, very hard, because when they're playing default Siege, when they're playing normal Siege, it's very predictable and readable. When they go a bit off script, it's very loose.
It's too
and they're not together.
Be efficient. You see what I mean?
Yes, it's very hard to find a strength. The one thing that I will say is that ENCE have beaten BDS once out of absolute nowhere. They did it last stage. I think that's the only thing that I can clutch onto as to why this might be an upset.
And I would also point out, yes, we've been saying that ENCE are struggling. Yes, they're all the way at the end of the standings. But guys, it's the first time that LMs plays against his former teammates. This is a major boost for him. He needs to show somehow that they picked the wrong guys, that it was a mistake to get rid of him. Let's be honest right now, with the records, they just won EWC, they're top of the standings. It looks like they made the right choice. But he has an opportunity in that year one to be like, hey guys, maybe I still had it in me.
Exactly. Leakyfax said this, like everybody when they play against BDS are the team that has the target on the map. Everybody raises their levels against BDS, and ELEMS has got that little bit extra motivation because he will feel that he was harshly dropped from that team.
I mean, if anything, maybe that can play into the map bans of ENCE, because this is an enemy that you know in some ways you've been on the inside, and Chalet is the pick here with a BDS ban. Jack, please.
So I'm looking immediately at the Chalet as the map that has been picked. You know, regardless of bans, we've ended up on Chalet here. Now, ENCE have played this map twice. They looked horrible on it twice. And I think BDS have been able to navigate it here because they are so good, to be honest, on so many maps that BDS can just start leaving all of their best maps open that they'll play anybody on. You know, your banks, your labs, those kind of maps that ENCE have been forced to ban. And then they will just always leave Chalet open. And especially now they've got 2 VODs on ENCE on that map.
Yeah, they went all the way to leave Lair open and in the end chose to remove it. I think when you go against a team that you're supposed to beat, that you're supposed to be that good, you don't want to go into an unknown map. You just want to take it easy, go on a comfortable map. That one is Chalet. Like you said, it's actually crazy that in the only 3 play days that ENCE placed, 2 of them were on Chalet, and they lost 1-7, 4-7. It wasn't even close. That's what I find interesting. If they go back to that, I know I already said this last time on the desk, straight after a loss on Chalet, but they should learn from it. There is no better way to learn than actually losing in official. So I'm expecting ENCE to be better, to come up with a new plan. Now I have to say, last time they played, first play day, a really cheesy move, didn't work. Second play day, very slow and methodical. What do you do if both didn't work? I'm just wondering, what did they learn from it?
Throw caution to the wind, and it's Renki strat time.
Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
We shall see. Anyways, let's see our casters. Bring them up on the screen. Let's say hello. Ollie, Demo, how are we feeling about this one? It's the game we've all been waiting for.
Is it really the game we've all been waiting for, Milosh?
Demo's been waiting for G2, to be fair. Let's be honest.
When is he not?
Demo's still waiting for G2 to be played here. I've got to deal with this guy for another 40 minutes.
Gentlemen, I mean, look, the stakes on here is we all know BDS is going to win, but the question is always, what can ENCE do/learn from a game like this, especially if you're looking back at yesterday?
I mean, does Leo know that BDS is going to win? Leo sounded like a bit of a hater there during that. He was, you know, reckons that, and to quote, BDS are on the edge.
They are on the edge because they always win from 1 round. That's it, 1 round difference. And that's my biggest issue with them. They're dominating, but
listen,
if you look
Leo,
close, not that
the
dominating.
only thing on the edge is me, on the edge of my seat, watching BDS. They're one of the best teams in the world right now.
And they're facing the worst standings, so they should not be on the edge anymore, X, right?
Exactly. Maybe I'll be fully reclined by the end of this, who knows?
Everybody said that about BDS on Playday 1, and look where that got us. But let's get this game started. Please, casters, you can click B and get us in the game. Extra Troika Demo, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed. We are going to be getting stuck into our 3rd game here of the night. Regardless of what happens here, Demo, we have still got 1 more game coming. We are at the halfway point, starting the 2nd half of our evening right now. We've got BDS versus ENCE right now. A lot of BDS chatter on that desk, but it is for good reason. ENCE on the flip side, the team coming into this with arguably not a lot to lose, currently sitting at the bottom of our standings here in Europe. Anything would be a result for them here tonight. And we're going to be headed to Chalet for this showdown.
We are indeed. I mean, look, they talked about in the desk. They tried to play fast, didn't work. They tried to play slow, didn't work. Milosh says, oh, play ranked against BDS. BDS are a ranked stack. These guys 5-stack ranked. fucking users went 100-0 last season in ranked. That's not gonna work.
That's unreal, isn't it? 100-0.
That was one thing I've always wanted to do, and the closest I got was 64-0. And then I thought it was never gonna happen. No one can do it, and then these guys do it, and I just couldn't believe it.
Unbelievable. I'm still pretty mind blown at that, you know. Well, that's incredible.
Yeah. You have to have some momentum.
They are a bit of a ranky stack.
They are.
But that's what you get when you get a team that, you know, is got good vibes and got good synergy, got good friendship. You know, you're going to play together a lot and you're going to build something.
Yeah.
I wonder if ENCE have ever got 100-0 in ranking.
Wonder if they've ever played ranked together.
I'm sure they will have done. LMs will have brought some of that spirit over.
To be fair, I think team rank goes one of two ways, because I think, well, from the rumors I hear is that BDS 5-stack and ranked are like incredible. 5-stack G2 and ranked is freebie, because all they do is troll each other. That's the two sides of the coin.
Well, there is, isn't there? There's, you know, ranked with friends can be dangerous.
Yeah. We know that all too well.
Or it can be, I mean, it's always going to be a good time, right?
Yeah. But right? Is it going to be a fun time? Is it going to be
really always going to be a good time? I like that Capcom.
So one thing that a lot of people have kind of talked about is, okay, how do you play against BDS? You know, you look at yesterday, Wolves, you know, got pretty close, and Wolves for a lot of the time, I think they probably lost the game on their attacking half, and I think that's because they got too wound up thinking about what BDS are going to do. The thing with BDS and how they play Siege in the defense anyway, is they will all just pick operators that they want and just go off and do their own thing. That's the way BDS play Siege a lot of the time, is they don't have set strats. So trying to VOD review this team, there's no point. There is no point VOD reviewing BDS in defense, because 9 times out of 10 they will do a different thing every time they play. Like, you look at the lineup right now. You've got somebody bandit tricking, then you have EFAC on a cap can roam upstairs. You know? Do you sit down and make strats like that?
Make it make sense.
That's the way you look at BDS, is they'll all just pick what they want and then just do stuff.
Nade. You
know? Like, if you were stratting, you'd be like, okay, let's ban the trick. We need a Jaeger, we need a Wamai to stop the nades coming in. No. Not here.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
No, Brede just gets sold because no one wanted to play a Wamai or a Jaeger.
You know what I mean? That's how it works. That's why you have to deal with it for BDS. And 9 times out of 10, the way that those guys are talking about BDS, it's the individual play style that wins them a lot of rounds. It's just down to individually, they're all incredible. And their gun skill is second to none.
Azok's on this top floor clear now. He's going to be the tip of the spear right now. He's got Naku in tow. The wall is already open, of course, so Naku is freed up to do basically whatever he wants right now. Now, Leaky Fag could be in some hot water. Depends what information is available for Brede to be feeding over to him. It looks like he's got a bit. Hatch open, so he can drop off, and he's got a bit of reinforcement going on up there as well, so should be able to get his way back down to site, but not before just sending out a little C4. But look at the labyrinth that has been created for him. Can easily get his way back to site. There's already a Kiba barricade, and well, as quick as he was there, he's gone. Vanished like a ghost. Back down toward the site. Done something to waste some time there. The C4 could have come to something, but as it stands, 30 seconds now for ENCE to try and make this execute happen. They're not quite going up against the full force of BDS on site, but it's almost as good as.
This is what I'm saying, bro. Trench wall, completely soft for Azox to open up. But BDS is what I mean, only it's the individual gun skill that just sees them over the edge. ENCE getting ripped apart. Time not favorable now for LMs. He's able to get 1 exit frag. And the last one dies. I mean, look, it just... Bro, they have 3 reinforcements left and nobody done trench wall. This is what I mean, the way these guys play Siege. They don't have set strats in defense. They just do their own thing.
We use the phrase run around a lot.
They do run around. That's literally what they do with EFAC.
They do. They run up, but it's more than just the actual physical running around.
Play. The comms and the way that they read each other, that's what makes them unstoppable. That's what it is. There, 100%, there are better defending teams out there in terms of the strategies that they have and the way that they hold things. But you would be very difficult to find a better team who has the synergy that this team has, which is incredible considering that this team's only been together for 6 months as well.
Yeah, only speaking in English for 6 months as well. Or maybe it's like a little bit longer now.
Shaiko's been speaking English for over a year now, because he started speaking English last year, last summer. But yeah, it's just that thing. But look, obviously for BDS, they're up against ENCE. Everyone knows this is probably only going to go one way. It just is. You're up, you know, there's the weakest team in the league versus the best team in the league.
Yeah.
It's a mismatch.
And BDS aren't going to want to give too much away. They don't want to necessarily be bringing out the big guns here for this fixture. Instead, they're just going to lean into some well-known defaults. Going to be defending it into bar. We've got Frost. Frost is fantastic for this site. A lot of windows that you can place those frost mats down on and gain a little bit of value. Sometimes a random one placed in and around the bar as well does good. But of course, it brings that all-important shield to hold on to the top of those library stairs. And as an attacker, you've got a decision to make. Are you going to try and brute force your way in through library windows? Or instead, are you going to go for a bit more of an across clear in through office? There's a heavy stack up right now on this office door. And that's where it's going to start.
It's the first time I've ever seen a triple man punch a barricade just to get in there quickly, Ollie.
I mean, we talk about synergy. That was synergy right there.
Mm-hmm. Certainly is. Look at this from Lambs as well. A lurk on the Nook. I mean, one thing I also want to talk about ENCE is just what we've seen over the course of, you know, the season for them is they bring in a Lambs. A lot of experience. Can shot call really well. But the thing is, it gets me is it feels as though Lambs has just been stuck on like these first entry lurk roles and he's not really able to shot call. Which I don't know if they're not allowing him to shot call, if that's maybe the case of, you know, we picked you up to do this role, but that seems strange to me.
It's going to be difficult for Lems as well, of going from shot calling people that you know and you've been with for a long time to then transitioning to do that differently. It's going to be a...
Well, this is the team he's against now.
Exactly. It's going to be awful for him as well, though, because he's going to know how they're going to play more than anyone else. Stolosov going to get caught wandering there at the top of Fireplace. Another round where we see the opening pick go in favor of ENCE, but it doesn't seem to worry BDS all too much, although this time it might. Lems joins in on the action right now, and he's in the heart of the bomb site, trying to make something happen, but gets done by the Capcan. A double for Users as he lands a C4 up top as well. And just like that, BDS are right back in this thing, leveled up at two man apiece.
Oh, down as well from Skies. Is anyone there to get the revive? Doesn't look to be the case as Azox is then prioritized going for the kill. Are they just gonna let him bleed out? Looks to be the case. Skies is gonna be dead for this round, but still a 1v2, and Azox cleans up house. ENCE get the round on the board. I mean, it has to be said, BDS didn't really have to do much, but Solotov, I think, was the important kill. He just decides to swing onto Fireplace.
Wandering.
He's the Azami as well. Think how strong Azami is just playing top fire.
No, seriously got caught out there, didn't he? Good that ENCE managed to make good on that opening pick this time. They're able to convert the round. I just couldn't believe it when I saw Lems literally in the site. I can't believe it's a bloody Capcan trap that's done him as well. It's a genius Capcan placement. Well, ENCE have got a round. We'll be feeling pretty good about that, make no mistakes. Guys was a real big part in that round as well. But ultimately, it was just a little bit of a stretch too far for BDS there, especially after losing that key player on Fireplace. They're going to be taking us to the other mid-floor bomb site now. Dining and kitchen.
Attackers are moving.
Avoiding that top floor so far. We might see it later on, depending on how things go. For the meantime, we are going to be sticking to this mid-floor.
Reloading. In the lineup from ENCE, obviously it's going to be a little bit more gun-centric. I think with the Ying band as well. So definitely an operator you'd like to have. Bullet Grim still up, which is great for clearing away top Fireplace, for example. Obviously, Azox, I think, is going to be putting in good work with the Ash. Oh, Usus. Able to find one pellet, but sadly misses out on the second, so that castle barricade is going to be opened up. It creates that line of sight. But they've actually reinforced quite a lot of library. Now they've left it. They're gone. They're out of there. But it's almost, to be fair, like, you look at the way that BDS is set up. Yes, they've went for the castle. Yes, they've went for a lot of reinforcements over towards library. But it's more of a case of we're just going to try and burn as much util as we can possible, just as we can possible in the first half, and then just rinse them in the second half whenever we know they have nothing.
Drone activated.
Not a bad strategy to go for, really. You know, place some significant utility really on the edges of the site and on some of those adjacent rooms and force a little bit of a util game out, because as we mentioned, this is a mid-floor site. So oh, what a shot from Rykos. Solotov, see you later, buddy. That was a banger.
Ooh.
I had to double take who that was for a second there, because you see it's a Nomad, you see BDS playing, and you're like, oh, it's probably Shaiko, and no. Very much a Rykos kill.
The thing is, Shaiko Nomad, I no longer associate him with that operator. It's a Deimos for me now with Shaiko.
Yeah,
so I don't make that one. Yazami. Ooh. Oh my word. Literally seen the ace, or the Habana, sorry, and I think Habana also seen him. A jump out. Look at the aggression from EFAC. Takes out Azox. You know, a lot of damage during the last round, but that breach is really difficult now for them to deal with. They've able to cross over, but because of that, Brede is ready with a C4. Here's that barbed wire. Rips the C4, gets the kill. Breach is going to be open. Yes, we know that, but 30 seconds to go, and you don't have the man advantage. You still don't even have top floor control. How on earth are you going to be able to take this? Use as a clean kill on the Rykos. Plant being attempted now by Naku. Alam's going to need to try and hold it down. From above, the ally going to try and rip him apart, but he gets shot from every which way. And Lamb's caught now in the clutch. He also goes down. BDS, as easy as you like.
BDS just happy to hold on to that top floor for the majority of the round there. Users still operating inside of office right up until the bitter end. ENCE never fully managing to clear that top floor. Especially for how much it cost them to do so. You got to be a little bit surprised there that they didn't actually get it done. Something that isn't a surprise is the timeout. ENCE going to choose now to try and steady the ship. I feel like they've seen a full rotation here from BDS in terms of the sites that BDS are going to defend today on Chalet. They've chosen now to figure things out. On the BDS side of things, this is typically time for Leaky Fact to start talking demo.
It is. Gives them a chance as well. One thing about ENCE is slow play styles. One thing that hit me immediately from day one is just how slow this team's takes. You know, it's probably the slowest team I think we have in the league. And, you know, VP's in the league, so that's saying something, I think, for a team like ENCE. And you can see the way that BDS, you know, they know that playstyle. That's why they're setting up all that util on the other side of the map, just to burn that time even more so. I think ENCE as well, they realize that, yeah, this is Chalet, we need to get more attacks. I think currently the stat lines will kind of suggest that Chalet is defender-sided, but I personally don't think it is. I think certainly G2 kind of weighed that a little bit with what happened to them against VP.
Mm-hmm.
So I think generally you're looking at probably an even split on Chalet. So 3 attacks. That's really what ENCE would need to have. Any less, it's going to be all uphill from there.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's not one of those maps that you look at and instantly think extremely one-sided. I think if anything, attacks have maybe got the edge.
Yeah, I think with Grimmer as well.
Yeah,
I think you've
it's
got a good
band
case for that.
dependent. Yeah, band dependent, but I think attacks potentially have an edge.
Grim and Ying, you're probably thinking, okay, a little bit difficult for attackers to clear away some of those positions and execute, but I think with one.
The elephant's in the room, Demo. The Monty's available, and we're not seeing ENCE choose it.
Yeah, well, the thing with Monty on Chalet is there is like a lot of flanks, not a lot of ways that you can really push it, just one directional as well. Really, basement is where he's good for, you know, pushing in towards wine, but for the top floor and possibly the mid floor, a little bit more difficult because you're dealing with, you know, constant flanks, roamers, for example. You know, as soon as Monty gets flanked, we know that the pain that can cause for a lot of teams. Still good, of course he is. He's still good in every scenario, but not as much as other maps that we see.
Brede got taken out very early in round number 1 on this exact site. A nade sent through the garage drone hole as he was trying to bandit trick. Not going to be trying a bandit trick this time. Instead, he's brought along the Cade. A little bit more set and forget utility there.
Happy that BDS have reinforced trench.
Well, they've done the job now this time, haven't they? They realised it maybe got a bit close in round 1, so going to try that instead. Solitoff there. I'm not sure if he thought that the breach was going off on that long angle wall or didn't realise that it was actually the boiler wall that was going, but through the Zoto canister on the wrong one. Either way, so that wall will now be opened relatively on time, I guess, at this point for ENCE in their push.
Yeah, I like this attack from ENCE. This is really difficult, I think, to deal with and play against. If you're BDS, remember all of these angles get opened up and there's just a clear way into the site, that it can be difficult. But right now, BDS, they're fighting back using C4s. So ENCE, they need to try and stabilize as best as they can right now. They have the hatch available to themselves, but they're still worried about roamers that could be lurking upstairs. It looks as though the Tabaro has done the business though, all in, with that long angle not being opened up. It's going to be really difficult for ENCE to break this defense down. Use the C4 ready for the call. So trench is where most of this pressure is going to have to come from. Alems sneaks in, destroys the X-Kairos pellet, and now that means the wall will be opened up. So a really smart play from Alems, knows that he needs to get that wall open for his team, but he's only just got the head hole for it. And oh, Usus, what a peek! Eventually gets taken down, but as long as he gets his kill, he's just causing more issues for ENCE, and ENCE are collapsing again. BDS, they win a site that we usually say is pretty unfavorable for the defense. But the Tabaro slowed things down, Ollie. The C4s worked really well. I mean, ENCE just struggling to get the trades.
I think Solitoff's Zoto placement was probably perfect there. I know I questioned it in the moment, but I'm pretty sure that the X-Kairos pellets were going off at the same time that the trench wall was getting opened. He was able to delay that, and eventually it did get destroyed. That was heartbreak as well. You know, everyone's been there. You see the C4 land at your feet, and you just can't trace it quick enough. Solitoff, real commanding position that round. But again, it was lack of direction there from ENCE. I think they did a fantastic job to get things open, but I guess the only two things for me would be that they did spend a little bit of time chasing shadows on that top floor. I don't think they'd realized that defenders had rotated back down to site. And then the other one would have been, maybe it would have been nice to get the garage wall open as well and just start to apply a little bit of pressure that way. Send somebody down blue, perhaps. But ultimately, a lot of that just came down to gunfights.
As it will against BDS, it always does.
Because they know that they're good at them. Yeah.
The thing is, when it's now twice in a row where I would say that the second half of the round, you know, from about minute 30, the actual, you know, decision making about getting that diffuser down has been shoddy. You know, yes, they've been able to establish good control of whatever they want to take, but I would say for a lot of the time, BDS have allowed them to have it anyway. You know, BDS, yes, they've been set up these holes in towards the top floor and extensions across, but they've had really no intention of holding them anyway. You know, BDS are just saying, yeah, we're going to set up here, but we're going to give you anyway. So really for ENCE, I think it's almost misleads the shareholders in a way, Ollie, where you think they're doing great work, but realistically, it's just BDS allowing them to have it.
They're padding the bottom line, are they? Fudging the numbers. I'm not sure what Azox was doing, by the way. Azox has just hopped into library and users killed him. And was it droned? I don't know. Was he hoping to win the gunfight?
Total head loss.
I don't think. I mean, I'm not sure if it's that bad, but that position inside the library is so well known. The C4 gets sent out. It does a bit of damage, but not too much. Leaky Fag. He's on 8 HP.
He's trolling as well. Look at his gun.
Yeah, seriously trolling.
Using the K1A. Who uses that gun?
Oh my life. Solitoff will trade, or Naked will trade, excuse me. That's one of the oldest tricks in the book.
That's
can't be doing that against. Yeah, you can't be doing that against Solitoff and Usus. They invented that one.
They did. They used to do that strat back in the day. But still able to get it open, but BDS, again, not really worried about that. Bride just playing a little bit more extended into the game's bomb site instead of sitting inside a connector. EFAC with AHP, he's just going to try and see if he can get lucky and sit in a corner, hope somebody walks past him. But again, for ENCE, it's this second half again, Ollie, it's a stall out, and Shaiko I think is going to be on for a freebie. Never mind! Sit down, Shaiko. Just pulls the trigger too quick in that pre-fire. And that DMR hits like a truck, we know that. Use is still inside that suicide position. I think he's going to get caught out here, and he will be. Rykos flashed himself out. Seeing that BDS has no help to give Usis, and EFAC, who's on such low HP. He goes down. That was an angry round, it felt like, from ENCE.
It was, wasn't it? I like it, though. I loved Rykos' push onto Usis. I just wish it had happened a minute and a half sooner. I think he did a great job. Usis is up there. He's got nothing, by the way. He's got a mute jammer. That's it. If that had happened in the early part of the round when Azox pushed in as well, he would have at least guaranteed the kill on him. As it stands, a lot of it came down to 1v1s, really. BDS just losing those engagements. ENCE in with a chance here at an equal half. 3-3 split on the attack. Start to feel pretty good indeed. However, the job is not done by any stretch. And as we've already mentioned pretty extensively on the desk here today, BDS, whilst we praise them, whilst we think that they are one of the best teams inside of Europe, if not the best team, they don't always give themselves the easiest run of things. What I mean by that is they often fly a little bit too close to the sun in terms of round count. Some games either going to an overtime or narrowly avoiding it.
Loading new mag.
Yeah, they play themselves, don't they? Seems to be one of the main issues that I think BDS have had is whenever they're at their full strength, look, they're the best team in the world, no doubt about it. They proved that in the summer.
Drone ready.
But I think they don't always use, you know, the whole 100% of their power. Just saving a bit of battery, but look, obviously for BDS, don't forget, you know, the season's best of ones. Whenever it comes to actually qualifying into the majors, it's best of threes, and that's where that team just kicks into another gear. We know that. Whenever it comes to actually qualifying for stuff, you know they'll be there.
I'll tell you what it feels like a little bit. Feels like when we used to do BR6, LATAM, back when it was called LATAM, and you got some teams in there that were, like, at the time, some of the best teams in the world. And during the regular stage, like, they wouldn't always perform because it was a best of one, and because they sometimes knew they didn't have to, because of the qualifiers being so strong, and being that best of three, and knowing that they've got it when it counts. I'm not saying that BDS aren't trying, but it sort of a little bit feels a bit like that.
For ENCE, I think they need to get this round if they want to stand any chance of going up against BDS, because whenever you're allowing Shaiko to have things such as the Deimos incoming, which we know is so strong for this team, and it causes issues. ENCE gonna go for a full execute onto this top floor and see if they can clear out these roamers. The DMR will connect onto LM. Solotov freezes the wall for himself, keeps himself alive. Another Selma goes down, another canister should come out. Never mind. Finally, he goes down. So Solotov has done his worth. He's got his kill. He's wasted time, wasted utility. And Usis is still up here alongside Shaiko. Look at all these keeper barriers that ENCE still have to go for. I mean, they are dumping all of their Bs upstairs as well, Ollie. Like, how are they going to execute whenever they use all of this util upstairs?
You look what they've got left, and it isn't a lot at all, is it? 45 seconds. They have got this top floor control, but they don't quite know it just yet.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
They are in the fact-finding part of that, and they're going to spend a stun. It's not even going to matter because Brede is going to get the C4 from below. That should give you the indication that you need that, well, maybe this top floor is clear, and maybe it's because BDS have given it to us. Skies, there's a chance here at a shot. Just gets a little peek at the back, but Shaiko, the turn and burn, look at him go! Chalks up two before being taken out, but it doesn't matter. Another round there for BDS on the defense. They're going to finish in a 4-2 split.
Yeah, BDS will be happy with that. Again, another good defense, wasting the time, burning out the utility. ENCE just not quick enough. Look, we knew that. So ENCE have to dig in deep now because this battle will be all from an uphill perspective for ENCE. And Shaiko's just... What do you say? You know?
It's just beautiful, isn't it? I don't drop the turn and burn often, but I think once a play day for a Shaiko move is very, very worth it.
It's always something. Always something to say about Shaiko, who, look, got a lot of bad stick, didn't he, during the major? A lot of people said he was ghosting for a lot of the games. Wasn't showing up. You know, it was EFAC, especially in that grand final, was, you know, was pulling BDS round by round against Beast Coast. But I think this stage Shaiko has been on fire.
10 seconds remaining.
It's useless in this game, though. Shaiko's just had a flashy moment there, but that's half of his kills in that last round.
I'm just talking about as a whole. You know, there's a hole in the stage. You know,
yeah, no, as a whole, yeah, I would say that. I think credit where credit is due for this fixture in particular, and I think Usus has once again just found himself in the right place at the right time. As a positional player, I don't really think you could want for much more. Well, sides have switched now. Round number 7. BDS 4 rounds to ENCE's 2. How do ENCE respond here now that they are on the defense? They do have to go up against the terrifying might that is going to be the Bride drone and the Shaiko Deimos. That is very often a devastating combination, and it does credit a lot of entry kills toward BDS. Lion scan out as well here just to further gather that information. BDS haven't really done anything yet, and they've already taken some map control. They've just been allowed to sneak into library, it seems. And Shaiko's lining one up, but Skies was ready for it.
Look at ENCE and the lineup. I mean, two operators from BDS, the Lion and the Deimos, are going to be completely neutralized by the Vigil. You can counter that. Both those operators can just run around with a scanner in. Doesn't get spotted out. And Lamb's going to bide his time, as BDS have obviously been stunned a little bit by that opening death. Hoping that Shaiko could get things going for them. That's not been the case. And 2 players downstairs. Always going to be a threat to might get a C4 in there. And Usus has identified that and will take up the mantle of being the lone pusher downstairs. The rest of his team will have to try and make it work into the site. Player inside of Piano will be spotted out. Oh, Solotov misses his shots. I thought Raikos should have been dead the rights there, but not the case. And French right now, they just don't need to swing. They don't need to do anything. Just play your trades.
Entering a really powerful position right now. We've still got Lems downstairs on the prowl as well. Solotov trying to make something happen, but I don't think he's going to be given the same opportunity twice, and the C4 is eventually ripped. Sends Solotov to the camera as the Selma may explode the wall. Great play there from Bride to take down a Lems, but he's going to have to do a little bit more than that. Leveled out to a 2 versus 2 now. Usus and Bride going back to back right now. Usus, he's not finished there. It's 1 versus 1. Azox,
no diffuser,
picks up Bride at the top of these library stairs, but Usus has the information. The diffuser cold, able to be recovered right now. Azox has dipped right back. He's only got 5 HP, don't forget, and he's no C4.
Yeah, he's a 1 speed.
Can start to go down now.
5 seconds remaining.
Azox's positioning, he's really giving this away. He's allowed the plant to go down. He's got caught out on the drone as well. Another drone in pocket here for Usus. This is fantastic positioning right now. It's gone from being an ENCE round to going to be very difficult now. The shock drone nearly to finish it. And Usus now knows exactly where he is. Azox still firmly in the dark for this one. Gives his position away, and Usus, easy as you like with the swing into Piano. Clutches out the round for BDS.
I have to credit him. He played for the clip. He played for the Twitch drone. He really did. I mean, BDS winning that round's incredible. I thought the positioning from ENCE was top tier, playing behind the zombie barriers. The breach really wasn't opened up to the way that you would expect it to be. Look at the position Skies was in. But Usus, a man on a mission, able to fight against the players downstairs, able to push up into Solar Stairs, hit the backside. More importantly, kill Skies, who was ready just to check Bride immediately as he tried to push in towards jungle. So you use this was the savior. I mean, to be fair, Brittany had his fair share of kills as well, but really,
I was going to say, you know,
pulls him out of that round.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see everything from Use's POV with where he came through. We were locked into Brede, and Brede got 2 fantastic kills there. And it's all about knowing when to engage and prioritizing targets, because he could have really easily got wrapped up in knowing that there was someone behind piano, but he doesn't. So conscious of that library stair. I think a Lem's on the flank, maybe. You know, would he have been better off going up solar? He probably had the time to do so. Bit of a tough one there for ENCE, because you look at the positioning, you look at the advantage that they had, and they gave it all away so quickly. But you blink and you miss it against this BDS roster, because it doesn't matter what the man count is. They're going to find a way.
Right. 5-2 for BDS. A scoreline I don't think many people would be too surprised about. BDS in the driver's seat, and they really have been, let's be honest, for the majority of the game. Not much has changed from the lineup again from BDS. The Lion Deimos combination is in effect, but for Lambs on that vigil again, keep himself as safe as what can be. Brede, opening pick. Takes out Lambs, the vigil, gone. So that means everyone's going to be able to get tracked by the Lion and the Deimos, which that's the scary thing for ENCE. Shaiko's alive, can start scanning out 3 of your players already. And this is just where they're just so dangerous. All they can feed out this information, and the way that they just pinch you and they corner you. He should be dead. Napier should be dead to rights here. Somehow still alive. I think it's because he is a Zami. All he can make his own cover. But it just feels like a matter of time before he does get caught out.
Full white flash now again. The stun's going to keep raining on in. No one from BDS really wanting to commit, though. Napier is ready for the player to hop in through the window, and he now knows where Deimos is. Maybe try and get away, and he's allowed to cross there. Leaky Fight nearly has a chance at a shot, but Napier hits a banger. Gets him on the drive-by, and he's away. How has he gotten out of that?
He might be the only person that ever lived one of them. We have watched that countless times, and every single time that player's dead. The way BDS set up with their crossfires, everything always goes according to plan. He's the only person to survive a BDS pinch and live to tail to tail. Like, unbelievable.
He's not done there. Gonna pick up another on to Solotov. Shaiko, he hops into the top of Solar trying to make something happen. He's gonna fall to Skies. Usus meets a very similar fate. BDS yet to spend more than about 5 seconds in the building right now, as they are just batted away at the windows.
My word. Look, obviously, like I mentioned, that shouldn't be happening. There's no way he should live that, but he does. Even Skies has actually had Shaiko's number, I feel, this game.
No, he has. He's done him a few times.
That's important to have.
Not many people have got Shaiko's number.
The thing with Skies as well, I know Skies was on, you know, the kind of list for a lot of teams coming into EUL whenever he was just back, you know, inside of tier 2. And, you know, for good reason. I think Skies is a very talented player. I know that Wolves were after him for a period as well. Naturally, because French. What a surprise. Skies is kind of like, he's kind of like EFAC's disciple in a way as well, because those two played with each other for a while.
I love how, because people play Ranky together, you end up calling them like disciples.
It's true though. It's true. You're my disciple.
Oh no, I don't like that.
You don't like that?
No, I'm not keen on that. I'm my own disciple. Look at the amount of info that Shaiko's got available to him.
How many's been scanned? That's the
4
question.
out of the 5.
There we go, 4. Who's the 5th? Who doesn't he have?
I didn't
like match attacks back in the day, collecting all the cards. Who have you not got?
I'm sure we'll see when we get back onto his path, but he's onto the 2-brow right now. See, that's very unlike Shaiko's use of the Deimos, isn't it?
Yeah, because he usually figures out, okay, who's Brede droning? Brede will tell me who's here, and then he'll scan that player and then jump in and kill him. Generally how it works out.
In that instance, he picked the only player that was in a coffin. In a totally sealed room that he couldn't get anywhere near. As it stands, they've still managed to find an entry, this time onto Naku. Big player from the previous round, so taking him out is always going to be a good thing. Azok's playing upstairs in bar as well. Doesn't look too sure about himself right now. I'm not surprised Shaiko is on the prowl there. Salt off above as well. He's going to go for the hot down, but eventually gets taken out. The info onto Azok's coming in a little bit too late there, and it's going to cost him. Users left to try and pick up some pieces, and Leaky Fight joining in on the action. Shaiko makes good on the vendetta eventually, and BDS do find themselves with a big advantage right now going into the final minute and 15.
Yeah, Rykos is thinking, okay, there's no point me sitting in sight. I'll be a dead man if I do that. I need to try and get active and see if I can just find a cheap trick of a kill. Any scans left for Shaiko? There's the cheap trick. Takes down EFAC, and now 1v2. It's a lot better of a position than a 1v3. It doesn't look as though Shaiko has any scans left, because I would have said he would have been scanned by now. Rotates back into the site, has that mirror window as well, but not playing on at the moment. Pops a Goyo! Pops the head of Brede, and that's a 1v1 against Shaiko and Rykos! Out of nowhere! Wins the round for his team. I mean, Ollie, he played it to perfection. He knew he had to get aggro. Needed to get one kill out of the free. Rotates back to site. Plays the util well. Hits some cracking shots. And BDS threw the round away.
1v3. It's got to be a bit of a tilt to that. The analysts are going to have a field day with that one and what that means. We've already spoken that BDS have had a bit of trouble closing out these games, and that was just as simple as closing out a round there. They had everything going for them as well, but not able to get it done. You can see the last couple of kills here now. Cracking last shot there from, second to last shot from Rykos, sorry, at the player at the bottom of those lobby stairs.
10 seconds to go.
Still BDS with an advantage, but you've got to give the mental edge right now over toward ENCE.
Barrier activated.
The problem is when you hit it as that top team, everyone's going to rise to the occasion. ENCE certainly giving a good account of themselves here today. You just get the feeling that this round 10 could be very important indeed. If they level it up here, that's almost certainly going to force a BDS tactical timeout.
Yeah. So for BDS, they've got a bar to attack and use this great little pick there. Takes down that mirror window, which is really the center point for defending that library. You know, Mira stops the jump-ins coming in from the top of those library windows, both of them. And without that, not only does it have a gaping hole, and oh my word, good night, Naku, good night. Uses, got run out on, but somehow taps his head. But anyway, back to the mirror window, like I was mentioning, Ollie. With that massive mirror opening now, it just disables anyone playing inside a fireplace. So it's a 2-for-1. It lets you jump in library and also stops anyone from playing fireplace.
Leaky Fight trying to send some util down through to the top of those ivy stairs, or through that ivy window, excuse me. Rykos, man of the moment from last round. We tucked at the moment inside a library. The Rotero drone's coming out to try and remove some of that deployable utility. Obviously, with Naku gone, the Kiba barricades are going to be somewhat limited. They are still going to be dotted around there. There won't be any more appearing throughout this round. Brede going to be able to get the wall open there inside of office and get himself a nice long line of sight onto those library stairs. Mira on the target. Surely feel his days are numbered right now. If he can take one with him, that would be fantastic. He's going to try and aggress up onto the window, but eventually falls to Solotov, who picks up Skies shortly after. Quick double kill there, but Brede will fall in the midst of things. It may not even matter though, as Lems is going to be the only remaining survivor here for ENCE. And he too has a death mark on him right now. They know that he's tucked inside of this stock room and he's going to try and challenge onto the hatch. Will shut Solotov down, but uses there for the direct trade. BDS never in any real danger there. You just get the feeling that they turned the dial up ever so slightly that round demo. That was very convincing.
Yeah, they've had to use 1% more than what they would have wanted to this evening. Have they shown too much, Ollie?
No, it's one round, isn't it?
Yeah, look, losing that round, I think that's where it's almost like lock in, people. Come on, lock in, it's ENCE. You need to win against the bottom of the table teams if you want to try and finish first. Obviously, the big games can sway either which way, but these are the games that you need to win. Especially whenever you look on the surface of your closest competitors in the form of Wolves, who, again, you would expect that Wolves will beat ENCE. So that means you then also need to beat ENCE.
Laying out the welcome mat.
I think with the way that the desk put it, everybody should beat ENCE.
We're ready for company.
May come down to just how many rounds you lose against them at this point.
Round differential.
5 seconds.
I mean, not to be too harsh on ENCE, I feel like they've given a good account of themselves so far, but you see the way that BDS played that last round, where there isn't even an inch gap for ENCE to get in. I think they could have been playing like that all along, but as it stands, they've left the door ajar for a few and allowed ENCE to slip 4 rounds by them. But you do get the feeling that BDS are playing with their food just a little bit at the moment. Well, at least up until this last couple of rounds. This is an opportunity, of course, for BDS to come away with a full 3 points, so they're going to have that on their mind firmly, I believe.
Just the early drone work again from BDS, seeing who they can spot out for that Deimos to track. They do the same thing every round on the attacks as well. Like, it's just scan out, let Deimos track, and then go for it. Generally how they play. I mean, obviously we know that BDS, they can rush if they want to, but usually they don't. You know, they have this style of stage where they just want to pressure all different angles as best they can, just use the sheer team play and gun power that they have. But no kills as of yet. So Skies, this is where he killed Shaco from the exact same angle. I wonder if it'll happen again.
Well, he's reinforcing it, so potentially not.
Yeah.
Might still have Shaco's number, though, because he's done him a few times here tonight.
Ah, they've gave him a shield.
This is very kind of ENCE. If I was playing against anyone from BDS, I wouldn't be giving them a thing. Why don't you just pick Rook and put the armor down for him next time as well?
He tried to impact the shield as well, but he missed. Minute left. I mean, obviously, for ENCE, if they can just try and keep the man count as low as possible and just don't give BDS that overwhelming man advantage, you never know, but I think Skies is probably going to be the one in the hot seat because he is right on the half wall. Rykos, opening pick on the EFAC. He goes down. But I think he's going to be having a few more to go up against as that buck is primed and ready.
Rykos still in a good position here, though. Biggest problem is he's got the boss G, so he's not going to want to take back-to-back engagements, really. Uses one-man armies his way through, takes Skies down. Brilliant shot from Lems, but he's so far out of the action. He needs to get himself back up to sight. This is 3 versus 3, but with Lems' positioning, it's almost a 3 versus 2. Great shot from Brede there. What about that game sense? Thinks about the plant, recognizes the floor's open, and bang, instantly solves the problem. Naku now trying to push up. Needs to try and transition through Piano. Lems from below, not able to do a single thing. And that plant will be confirmed. First plant we've seen all night, and it might just well be the last. Brede, 2 kills on the round. Lems making his way up these library stairs, gives the game away. Brede for a triple. We only saw 1 plant there tonight from BDS. I don't think we saw him at full power. Demo, they are a devastating side.
Oh, the user smirk as well just tops it off. I mean, Bride, that kill he was able to get onto the player inside the kitchen was A1. You know, absolutely of a cracking shot from him. But again, it just comes that game sense from BDS. And look, ENCE, they had a good try at it. They really did. But too slow on the attacks. I think that's one thing we have to look at. And then just the overall lack of trade, you know, the trades and the attacks. Obviously, the defense is fine. Look, a lot of teams can defend, but it's the attacks is where we see people really make a name for themselves inside professional play. It's defending's one half. If you can't do the other, you're not going to get very far.
Well, I'm really interested in what our desk has to say about this. I think ENCE on the whole gave a good account of themselves, but ultimately BDS are inevitable.
Ollie, this is BDS and unnecessary close games, which is exactly what we had. Leo, we talked about this before we got into game of, is this just BDS constantly? And there were a lot of times we're thinking, God damn, this cannot happen.
Yeah, we called it. We expected at least the gap to be a bit bigger
wider
between these two teams, right?
Yeah.
And that's my biggest worry with this is somehow they seem to rely so heavily on individuals when it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
To be honest, like even in attack, like ENCE didn't look really well. Like we were discussing this with Jack before. The smallest things took so much time for ENCE to clear. In round 3, they lose because they could not clear a mute jammer, just a mute jammer. And in round 4, they bring Thatcher, they open the walls only when 30 seconds are left in the round, and they don't even trade each other when they execute. See here, that's C4, boom. That's the second time a C4 happens straight before they go into the execute. I could see that everything they were trying to do, they were way too slow, and somehow BDS gave it back way too many times. Sometimes by overpicking, sometimes by not playing together and trading each other, or sometimes just not playing off the utility. So it was a bit of a weird game. I expected better from both of teams.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say BDS are playing their best Siege by far. I think this round here, this clutch here is a great example. That was ENCE throwing it. That wasn't BDS going and winning the round. The very final round that we saw, where Bride's walked in, got the breach, got the plant down, and Legion is below, and the other guy is hiding in literal Narnia, isn't BDS going and winning that round. That is ENCE going and throwing that round. And I think, you know, these teams are taking BDS close. I wouldn't say they're playing anywhere, you know, anywhere close to perfect Siege, but they have that composure. You know, this is obviously the final round there. They have that composure in the end game, in the late round, to get over the line.
That's another point for ENCE. I just want to point out that they're not bad in any way. You know, they're all the way down at the standings. They're 0-4 in EU League. But I just want to say they have some great talent there. We saw an amazing clutch from Azox, for example. And they're amazing players in France. To be honest, they used to play really well in first stage. Something is just not clicking with them. I can see a lot of the time some groups are completely disjointed. You have a core working together towards the bomb site, and at the same time you see Lurker that are really struggling. For example, how many times did you see LMs all the way on the other side of the map getting an impactful kill all the way at the end when all of his teammates were killed? Even on the last round, he's with Legion all the way downstairs, like Jack pointed. He has a bulletproof and a super shorty. How does he deny the plant? That's my biggest thing, is they seem disjointed and some players are just alone, left by themselves, not knowing what to do.
I'm just going to say this now, and you know, I honestly believe it based on the fact that we've seen them, 4 or 5 games now. It looks like ENCE plus LMs, it doesn't look like a team. And we were expecting LMs to come into this team, galvanize them, bring them together, bring them as one unit with his experience, and it appears to have done the exact opposite. I
would just say I would not blame it on the guy. You know, maybe it's just that the dynamic in the team, the role changes between the in-game leaders. Maybe that's the biggest problem. Now I just want to point out that ENCE did some interesting stuff, but I think the bigger storyline here is how consistent BDS gets away with wins that are way too close for comfort. Yep. And there were multiple instances in that game, in round 8 and in round 9, of BDS not working together as we expect from top European team.
Do you have something to show for it?
Yeah,
Replay,
I mean, let's take a look at round 8, for example, right? Round 8 was a moment where they were clearing these stairs here. And you see the Azami in black stairs. She's just using the Azami. She's getting demos tracked. She's getting flashed and stunned. You'll see it there, and they have nothing to problem solve her. See the flashes here? That's just not enough. So you see the Lion, the flash, the demos, and yet they cannot act on it. They cannot clear her. They have nades somehow, but they're not using them. And the cutoff here is just slowly moving. You see double cutoff, one from the downhole, one from the window. And you'll see still, she gets away. Not a single shot. A third cutoff here, and he dies. They had 2 guys working with stuns, and 3 guys cutting him off, and they didn't kill him. And here, they let themselves cut into a clutch. That's a thing that happens at top tier level. But overall, I expect I expect a little bit better from these guys. It's normal. They're the best team in Europe. I want them to succeed internationally. And this kind of rounds, I think they can get away with playing a little bit better and more coordinated.
Yeah, that is that whole we always have to push it really close until we close the game is something that we'll have to talk about. And actually, it's a perfect moment for it. Let's have a chat with our winners. Likefak joins us on the show. First of all, congratulations on the win. But Likefak, why the hell do you do this to us? What have we done to you? What do you push it so hard every single game before you close it out?
Hello again, guys. Like I said yesterday, I see you tomorrow. Like I said, yeah, okay, I'm here. But why it's too close? Same reason. I think ENCE have nothing to lose right now. Just lose all of their match. Beating BDS like they did the last stage was their objective, I guess. And we found solution to beat them. And a win is a win. If it's 8-7 every game, a win is a win.
Likefak, do you think you're playing anywhere close to your best siege at the minute? You know, if you had to give yourselves, I know you're winning, but if you had to give yourselves a rating out of 10, where would you put your own performances?
My own performance or
the
BDS performance?
The BDS performance, yes.
Oh, I think at 5, maybe. Maybe 6 because we are winning our game.
Yeah.
That's it. We don't show our best face right now.
Okay. So what was the game plan against ENCE today? Like you said, they beat you in stage 1. Obviously, you wanted a little bit of revenge, obviously, with it being a French team as well. So what was the game plan against them?
I know how ENCE play because it's basically my old team, and we knew that they're going to play Chalet against us 100%. So basically, we just look at their Chalet the 2 last play day. We said, okay, their Chalet stinks. They lost 2 times this stage. We are just going to play our Chalet default, and it works, I guess.
Oui, mec. I'm learning French. What can I say?
you have been for a few years now at this point. But you know, at the end of the day, like you said, a win is a win regardless of what happens. But when do you think BDS will be fully activated? Is that something we have to wait for playoffs here in EUL for that to at least see glimpses of it, or is there something else that makes that motor run?
I need to be better first individually if we want to be better as a team. But no, in playoff, I mean, when we are close to the wall, when it's best of 3 as well, we show a better face. And in like when we are playing international, like major, this kind of thing, we are clearly better. So if we want to see a BDS 10 on 10, you have to wait to the next major.
Hey. We hope that you get to see you there. You know, Montreal is around the corner. You have to qualify to it. And so far, like you said, the wins are wins. But Likefak, thank you very much. Congratulations on that W once more. And we'll get to see you tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
See you guys.
We still have a game to go through.
Just one more.
One more. G2 takes on Team Secret after the break.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave. And I think he might just find it.
Come in. Are you still tailing Deimos' men from the Heartbreaker?
Affirmative. And you'll never guess where I am. Thunderbird, they have hostages.
I'm a few minutes out.
We don't have time. They don't have time.
Go. I'm on my way.
to stop Deimos.
Well, now we know where he's going next.
Emerald Plains.
Yo, man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at my head though. Fuck sexual innuendos. At the door like I'm coming for the rent. No, man's not running like I've got no legs. No, no, me, I'll bring it to you first. Not a coroner, but I bring it to your hearse. Man, I'm on full, man, I put you in the dirt. Man, plotting on the best and I bring it to your worst. Always had a comeback, no banter. I'm known as a serial ranter. Means I don't hold back, nothing but hands up. My emotions might need me to snap up, wrap up something, no gift, not Santa. Do you know where you're from, don't matter. Anyone can be food, no platter. Have you wet man, let the thing splatter.
Try no man, don't play that, don't play that. Been like that since way back. Man, roll around and spray that,
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than chaos. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure, you know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Welcome back, everybody, to EU League. And we continue on with our day with the final matchup about to begin. However, we cannot ignore the elephant in the room, actually in the chalet. G2 yesterday smashing Virtus.pro 7-0. I have to say, innovation runs deep in that G2 roster. And who else? Who better than our two wonderful analysts here, Alpha Man Fresh, to break down that innovation piece by piece. Gentlemen, please.
6 rounds out of 7 were in defense. On chalet, nonetheless. Yes. Which was very impressive. And one of the biggest reasons is they had a clear game plan and some very interesting strategies. Starting with this one in basement. Now you have a usual setup. You look at the lineup right now, you have Newt, Kaid, Tubero, everything to slow down any wall breaching. So they're reinforcing everything and set up Kaid close. Now this is weird, Jack.
Yeah, they've obviously got the turtle set up, like you say, for the anti-denial. They've also reinforced the 4 walls in Car Garage. It's going to be Doki. And not just that, but he's also playing a clash as well, not something we see every day, Leo.
And now you look at upstairs, you have mute jammers upstairs, rotation, a second mute jammer. Could there be a third or a fourth? Jack?
Yeah, absolutely there is. There's going to be a third mute jammer just on the owl door here to bathroom, and another one on the bathroom door to piano. Smoke and mirrors for VP for when they're inevitably droning upstairs.
That's exactly what's happening. 1:30 in the round. And these guys are still running a fake room because Mute went downstairs. The real setup right now is a turtle with clash, jammers, exactly what's happening here. Look at the 4-man crossfire here. We're 17 rounds left in the round. 17 seconds left in the round, and they still have to execute.
And not just that, Leo, they've been there the whole time. VP are now executing because they've drowned out the top floor and the mid floor, even though nobody was there, into a clash, into 4 guys out on site. And they have absolutely no chance of doing it. And look, Doki just calling it from behind the Clash shield.
The POV from Clash here, it's one of the most satisfying moments. Trust me when I say this as a Clash player. One of the most satisfying moments when you see the struggling team trying to execute in front of you without any utility left, without any time left, and it's just an easy win from G2. It just tells you about just how good this team can be when they innovate in strategies and they all commit to the same game plan. I just want to see more from these guys.
It was so nice seeing that strategy, seeing the innovation, it being applied to their opponent. This is why we think G2 are the real deal. So let's bring them up on the screen.
And there it is. The real deal is in front of you. And Loira is playing well. Of course, you'll see him and a lot of times just behind Alamau. They're basically sharing the same room here in competition. Uno's on the squad. Blaz has been performing immensely, and we got to have a chat with him yesterday. It's good to see this G2 roster performing because, let's be honest, it feels good in some ways to just carry on that legacy of G2 and keep saying, yeah, G2 are a good team. There's a lot of weight that comes behind it, not just from the legacy, but you play for G2, you expect to be at the top.
Exactly, and you know, we've judged G2 so much over the last 6, 12, 9 months, however many years. It's nice to talk about them nicely and in a positive vein. I feel like a pocket full of sunshine right now that I'm just praising them all of the time, Leo.
And I like to be wrong about the initial pickups because that was something that was worth doubting when you looked at the on paper. What they chose was something that many people unexpected, and I think so far it has worked, and especially in defense because that's where most individuals shine. They have one of the best defender rates in all of Europe right now, probably in all of Tier 1 leagues. What I'm waiting to see is just the amount of coordination that we saw and commitment to a game plan that we saw on this Telestracer segment right now in defense yesterday on Chalet. I want to see the same thing in attack. And that's something that I'm missing right now, and I'm hoping to see more of in that game versus Secret.
Well, we talked about G2 and you mentioned Secret, obviously. Let's have a chat about them and what they can offer because they were on the up and up, right? We saw them in Manchester, and I'm going to leave Manchester aside here. We saw them on the up and up earlier in the stage, and we're expecting more, but there's a bit of hiccup in that strategy.
Vertu comes in, you have one of the strongest support in Europe, maybe in the world. At the same time, you look on paper at this lineup and they have some crazy individuals. No weak link, to be honest. Grubby, Adrian, Joom, Savage, all of them are capable to frag. And Savage also a great flex that is able to shot call things, to bring utility operators and play cheesy ops like ITB would do. When you look at the team on paper, it looks like a team that could be playing so many different styles.
Yeah.
And yet, you see them struggle hard, Jack. Struggle hard these last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I've had a couple of conversations with Team Secret members. I'm not going to say who. And I could basically say that, you know, they look a little bit dysfunctional. And I think that's the noise coming out of Team Secret right now. They haven't been playing as a team. That is something that worked for them so well in Stage 1 and into the Manchester Major. They were one singular unit, one living, breathing organism together. And they're not that at the minute. And they've been working hard on that, but ultimately, like you say, it's a results-based business, right? You know, they keep losing, and that's going to take its toll as well. I want to see them get back to, you know, the Secret that we know and love from stage 1, but that involves trusting each other. It involves communicating, turning up on the day for each other.
And from a 7-0 G2 win to a 7-1 or a 1-7 Secret loss, Leo, that game versus Wylde was rough.
That's my biggest worry, because that game versus Wylde was a great example of how Secret is struggling hard right now. Nothing was going their way. No trade potential. I remember these guys jumping in and Grub is struggling to trade his teammates or baiting them. So many different situations where they're left in clutches and they cannot do anything. And they were completely outplayed by Wylde in any different aspect of the game on a layer that is supposed to be defender-sided. That's what I found the craziest thing here. Obviously, Wylde played well, but Secret, they did not play as a team. And you see what's the scariest part for me here is, I feel like in terms of momentum right now, if we take away today, Wylde was at a similar level at G2, right? On a huge upwards trajectory, lots of win streak, at a similar level, I would say, than, well, both of them, Wylde and G2. And now Secret is facing a similar faced opponent, similar strength. That will be a huge, huge difference maker, because I think from losing 1-7, that should be a big wake-up call. And they have had a whole 24 hours to turn things around and go on a whole different map.
I think looking at this, this is a lot of man advantages loss, where it's not just a 2v1. You know, you can argue a 2v1 loss is kind of whatever, isolate 1v1s. When it's a 5 versus 2, that type of stuff, and you're losing them on a consistent basis like Secret did yesterday, it shows there's a big lack in communication, of team synergy, of the big things that you really don't want to be lacking.
It's the worry that we had about Secret on that team on paper, that it's full of amazing individuals, but will it really mesh together? Yes, Virtue is a great backline. Is he really a game changer in the aspect of having great cohesion? I'm not sure. That's what we're missing right now. We're missing a direction and a team that has actually committing to one game plan.
Well, let's see what map we're going to get in this one. Maybe a bit of variety to switch things up or put G2 on the edge. We're going to get Clubhouse. Jack, can you walk us through this?
This is a shock for me. Like, this is actually the first time I've seen this map ban phase. But G2, one of their permabans for the longest time is Clubhouse. Now, I have no doubt that they play this map. Everybody plays Clubhouse. But it's a permaban. And the reason that I don't like G2 going on it is because it's quite literally one of Secret's favorite maps. You know, we saw them dominate on it in stage 1 through the major. They love this map, so I'm really surprised that G2 would even consider letting it through at the start.
Especially if you look at the history, right? Obviously, we're speaking of a whole new roster, so it matters less. But if you look this year in G2, they lost it in Manchester, if I recall. They lost it twice in stage 1. They have now an entirely new lineup. I'm expecting they completely reworked it. And maybe in a similar fashion that Asa and Lasmo brought new ideas to Wolves, I'm expecting Loira and Blast to bring new ideas to G2 and to be able to play newer maps. Maps that they, obviously, Clubhouse is a traditional one, but I think that it's the kind of new teammates that can completely change the way you play a certain map, and that's maybe the case with Club. That may be why they go on it.
I think G2 will win this because I think G2 are the better team. But the last time they won this map was in February. So it has been a very, very long time, and it has been a permaban. So it feels like a risk. I don't know if it was a necessary risk to take or not.
It's a good show of strength if they win it because of the map pool, because it means they have a huge map pool with these 2 new players.
Well, G2 would win 7-0, and then they would be hiding strats to go on a Clubhouse. Everything would have healed. Nature is indeed healing. The dolphins are floating around in the rivers. But we have a game to get to. Our final one of the evening. Our casters are ready for it. Demo, XR, Troika. It's G2 time, and I'm sure Demo's very happy about it. With Team Secret on the other end. Enjoy.
Thank you very much indeed, Milosh. We are ready to be getting underway with our final map of the night here. But it isn't the final map of the week. No, we are in Super Week. So there is, of course, a whole host of games coming your way tomorrow as well. But for the meantime, Demo, we've got G2, we have got Secret, and we've got a bit of an old favorite. We've got a Clubhouse. We don't often get treated to a Clubhouse anymore.
No, usually a map that is shied away from over here in EU. And that's because I would say like half the teams are like known for like really, really being good at this kind of map. And then the other team kind of, oh, we don't want to play them at that map. That's kind of how it kind of sums up a lot of the time. But look, Secret getting on Clubhouse, this will suit them really, really well. You look at yesterday, a map like Lair doesn't suit the playstyle for Secret. Secret want to play a map which is direct. They don't really have to think a lot with how they want to play it. Lair's the opposite of that. Lair's a new map. They need it to use their brains. They need it to adapt, and they just didn't do that. Clubhouse, there ain't much adapting. You know, usually for Clubhouse, you look at the attacks, they're straightforward. They are just one way. You do this well, you will win. and we know Secret can do those attacks.
Can we talk for a moment about these bans, Jeepers Creepers? So, we get a Capital ban, fine. We get a Ying ban, equally, fine. But then an Echo and a Bandit to come in.
I can be of some assistance.
I mean, assist me, Demo, because the Echo is maybe the one that I'm most curious for.
I can tell you why. So, Team Secret. A team which does a lot of prep work on their opponents. They have that backline staff, we know that. One thing that G2 like to use is the Echo, and usually it's like Uno or Alamau playing that operator. What has been like a one big kind of issue that teams have struggled with, every team in the world, the rise of Monty. Echo is a perfect counter to Monty. You stun the guy out, you swing, dead. I think that leans into Secret, wanting to then play the Monty. And lo and behold, look what there is in the board.
5 seconds left before insertion.
True.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
I'm sure that we're going to see a lot of Monty. Clubhouse is a fantastic, I mean, every map's fantastic for Monty. Everyone's got its unique use, but there are a lot of situations where you think about Monty and you think about its use case on club. There is, of course, the added element of history between these two teams now as well, with Virtue being on Team Secret. Previously, of course, being on G2 for, I mean, what seems like the longest time, right, Demo?
Yeah, I mean, it must have been just after, I think, Invite 2020, he joined that team. So you're looking at like over 4 years or something like that on the one team.
Yeah. He's going to have a very deep understanding and knowledge of what makes these players tick. But has to try and do his own job here on the side of Secret, and whatever info can be gleaned over and easily transferred.
Yeah.
We will see two opening kills pretty quickly here for Secret. Adrian and Savage not wasting any time getting in and around the action. Of course, this is a basement site. We've still got Doki upstairs inside of CCTV. He's cut off because of the wall being opened. Adrian on the drone. Hopefully for Secret's sake, they don't miss-drone him, because he's in a position where he could either win the round here or cement its loss. For G2, with that wall getting open now, it's going to be the latter, it seems, as Grubby takes him out. Now a lot for Uno and Alamau to do.
Yeah, it's a go next round if you're G2. They've tried to go aggressive in the early stages of the round. They've been beaten back. Now 2v5. And Alamau and Uno do the business. Savage takes a lot of damage up against Alamau.
Bomb located by attackers.
He's not moving, he's just waiting. Alamau will aggress, eliminate Savage into the 2 versus 4, but Uno, he goes down, and this is where the flood comes in. I mean, don't forget as well, Monty's still alive, and I think maybe Alamau, you can see, has a pocket Elamine specifically for the Monty, so their way around that operator is going to be with a Grismot. But it's just not going to help whenever his team is dead within the first half of the round. It's only a matter of time. Virtue going to charge down his old teammate. Knows he's in there. Doki having a bit of fun in the old chat as well. Fired off, Montied off. He's not letting him through. You shall not pass.
It's a horrible position to be in, isn't it?
Oh, there we go.
There it is. Virtue with the beat down there to finish things off.
Virtue gets his revenge, everyone. There we go. Gets the revenge that he wanted. But yeah, look, coming back to the point you made, look, he's on that roster for a long time. Do you know how long he's been on that roster for? He's been on that roster that Uno gone from the team and then is back on the team. That's how long he's been there.
Yeah, a bit of a yo-yo for Uno on that roster, but you know, it's one of those things, isn't it, where I always look at it and I always think it's nice to just nod and recognize that a team, you know, players were on different teams at different times. The bearing that it has, you know, I mean, it's G2. There's always going to be a little bit of banter in all chat. So we're going to see a little bit of that here. but it always makes it a little bit more of a matchup, in my opinion. Always adds that little extra element to it. And there's always a bit of storyline behind that, so good to see, and I'm sure that we'll see a little bit more of it throughout the course of the fixture. To the top floor we go then for G2's second attempt here at a clubhouse defense. They weren't successful downstairs. They tried a very extensive roam and got punished on that opening pick. They lost 2 players pretty much back to back, so instead have opted for this top floor.
Even for Jum as well, up against Uno and Blaz, 2 players he played with on the heroic team many moons ago. So there is a lot of intertwining stories that we have in this lineup of just who is teamed with who.
Reloading.
But Secret, like we mentioned before, Ollie, Clubhouse, it's going to be an easy map for them. Very straightforward, straight to the point. And a well-drilled team that Secret are, if they can do the basics right, they'll have no issues at all with dealing with G2, as long as they can just keep the fraggers quiet. You know, if you can shut down Blaz and Doki and don't allow them to get started, you know, I think it could be a quite successful day for Secret, you know, and that's all things considering just what happened to them yesterday. We could have a similar VP situation.
Yeah, maybe. I think stylistically they match up quite well against each other, really.
Yeah, they both just want to go at each other, don't they? Like,
yeah,
players that can pop off. You look at Jum, always a player you have to keep an eye on for Secret. I think Savage, who, I'll be real, has not had a good stage. This is where I think a map that can suit him really well, where he can just go and do his own thing, but still shot call from the front foot that he wants to do.
Narrowly missing out on a C4 there. Virtue is going to be on 49 HP. Uno down at 20. Has been picked up. G2 can just further peel back here. They have wasted, or they feel as though they've wasted enough time inside of CCTV and Cash to dip themselves back, get through construction, get back into site and start occupying spaces there. The windows aren't being fully taken advantage of just yet, but there is that option open for Secret to get themselves out onto the balcony and start to limit some of the movement from the defenders inside of sight. But the jacuzzi wall that still needs to be opened up. Thatcher is, of course, here, but how many EMPs Thatcher has got is another story entirely.
That's the tub. That's the issue.
I don't think they know about the 2-brow, though. We're certainly going to find out.
Oh, they may lose the round because of this.
Valhalla plays this well. He's won the round.
With the wall not being opened up, there's just no way that you can see Secret really breaking this free, apart from jumping in windows, which, as we know, Ollie, is just risky. Very risky maneuver to go to, and I think that might be where they're forced to go for. So a 5v5, 20 seconds left, Ollie. This is going to be tight.
Adrian's already found one onto Alamar. That's the 2-brow dealt with, so maybe, just maybe, that wall gets open, but it's probably not going to be in time. Adrian second on the round. Jim and Savage both falling, and Virtue has to fight his way into Jim and get that plant down. A C4 shot out mid-air there by Adrian. It's going to enable the plant to go down. Blaz, try as he might, he gets rid of Grubby, but Grubby was the distraction at this point. Virtue, he's going to finish that kill over onto Blaz and leave everything for Uno to do. No C4, he knows that one player's outside and likely one on the jacuzzi breach. He's got a bit of info to work from, but it's not going to be enough. What a round from Adrian.
C4 shot of the year right there. Unbelievable. I mean, a few things. Loira dying behind the gym rack, and the only way he was going to die was somebody jumping through the window and pushing in to kill him. He is in such a good position. As the warden cannot get flashed, cannot get smoked, he doesn't expect the second guy to jump in with him. That was the issue with Loira. He was so focused on somebody coming in through construction that's where he was focused on, and he just got tunnel visioned. You know, he just completely ignored every other surrounding and just looked to that one door. But I mean, the C4, obviously, the savior for that round, Adrian, snapping onto that C4 was crucial. I mean, Secret, they pull off a round that you just think, how have they done that without the main wall being opened up?
Incredible. And they had no idea about the tub either. Because if they had, they would have done something about it a little bit sooner. It is going to be a tactical timeout for G2 right now, hence the slightly longer pause in between these rounds. We've only seen 2 rounds. G2 already feeling the need to call a tactical timeout. I think that paints a pretty vivid picture at the moment as to how they're feeling in this matchup. Back down to the basement we go. G2 struggling to find rounds on the defense here on Clubhouse isn't something that I thought we would hear, or I thought I would be saying right now. Maybe there is a little bit of weight to this being their permanent ban. A map that they don't like playing too often. But again, everyone should have a Clubhouse in the back pocket. Just because they ban it, just because they don't play it, doesn't mean that they're not going to be familiar with the map. They're going to be more than happy to come here if needs must, and if they don't remove it. But 9 times out of 10, they're taking it out of the equation in the ban phase. Today, they left it up in secret. They fancy a bit of it.
Keep the strikes through.
Oh. So, G2, what are we going to change? I mean, it just seems as though they're going to try and lock things down a lot more, you know, with the Caden Tabarro coming out again, but this time for the basement. So hatches will be the main issue that Secret have to try and go through. Their own game is just not there now. G2 have decided to forfeit the map and have went for the anchor strategy of just sitting in the site, lock down the hatches, play your crosses. And I think actually quite a good thing for G2, considering that this is a round where Secret has not decided to go for the Monty, which, as we know, whenever you're trying to anchor a Monty who just walks in and pushes one player out of a power position, that's where issues start to occur for the defense. So I think G2 are quite fortunate here that Secret have not went down that line of operator selection.
G2 instead really trying to just smash the door in Team Secret's face right now. We've got a lot to try and deal with here. Alamau, he's threatening on the main stairs right now. Uno in position to Cade trick as well. Kitchen hatch will be opened at some point. That's typically just a bit of a dance of utility there as Track coming in, the death mark, but he's not onto Doki, and he's going to take advantage of it. Gets himself upstairs, but misses the shots. June's there to save the day. Doki can't believe it. Hands on his head.
Well. What do we have here?
Yes, oh dear indeed, Doki. You've dropped the ball there, mate. Don't often see that.
My word. I mean, G2. When it rains, it pours for them right now.
A bomb has been located.
Can't even win the easy gunfights against Secret. Secret are primed and ready. They've got, you know, they've got the hatches open. They've got everything they need. I mean, maybe the only thing, Ollie, is how do they get through the players in blue without the Grim, Capitao and Ying both being banned? You know, all you're really relying on is what, a nade and flashbang dump. Warden's up.
Warden's got to be in the right place though. It's currently Loira that's hanging around here at the bottom of Generator. Savage doesn't have a lot of HP, but he's not going to need it. He's going to trigger the FNAT there, and that's going to give the game away. Loira with a nice aggressive swing takes a bit more control right now, but kills start to come back here for Secret. Grubby, he's made his way into the bottom of blue there, and with June picking up 2 kills on the round, it could be huge. 1 versus 1, but Blaz gets it done. All the action happening in and around Generator there. Blaz keeping his cool, really dragging G2 out of that one.
Yeah, they hold the line. Again, for Secret, I just think it comes down to taking that blue. You know, that's where all of the engagements came from. And, you know, Loira, again, just plays off the Fenrir. I think Secret, they needed something to help with the blue. I think Grim is necessity there, especially with Capitao and Ying being banned away. You need to bring it if you want to try and go for that style of execute. So I think G2, they will be very happy that they at least win that round, because for a moment it was not looking good for them. And obviously, Doki did them no favors in the opening.
He's got so unlucky there, you know.
That is why we don't run the MPX on that operator.
But do you not think that the play there was absolutely perfect?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was timed beautifully, 100%. But
it was like poetry in motion. You've got Alamau getting death marked. He then pushes down the stairs. Doki passes him. It was setting up for a beautiful little pick and then back down to sight. And all of us, the unknown factor was Doom on the top portion of the stairs.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Deep breath. This is already fast. I mean, I expected this game to be fast and quite ferocious from both teams. You know, they're both teams that just want to go at each other You know, they don't hesitate. They go for it. And that's obviously a measure to teams that we always think, you know, great team if you just go in and get the job done. And whenever you're putting against both these teams, you're just going to headbutt against each other. It's going to be fireworks.
Round number 4. Secret 2-1 up at the moment. G2 have finally gotten themselves around. Did take a tactical timeout for them to stabilize though, and they've gone to CCTV and cash this time. Very surprised to not see the Monty, because one of Monty's big use cases is to take Garage.
That look.
Laz will be counting his lucky stars there that he hasn't got that to contend with. And you can see that the lineup that G2 have brought is very centered around that Monty counterplay. You've got the Legion,
bees,
you've got the Frost. You do have the bees, but unless they're backed up with anything, you can still know someone's there and not be able to do anything about it.
You take away that echo, you can see that G2 are thinking, right, if we don't have an echo, we need to bring 2 to cover for him. And you've got the smoke, you've got the Legion. I mean, even Frost to an extent, if you're a bit of a schmuck of a Monty player and you happen to walk into one of them, then yeah. But other than that, you know, not really a counter to Monty, is it?
Am I a schmuck of a Monty player? Would I be in that category?
Maybe. Depends if you don't get shot in the back by your teammates, though, which seems to happen to you quite a lot.
Well, I mean, I'm just getting gaslit all over the gaff for that one.
Oh, Blaz just
starts things off here. Great kill over onto Grubby. After Flores gone, so those keeper barricades could be a little bit safer than you might have first thought. Blaz, I feel like he stayed alive for maybe a bit too long there in that duel against June. June finally ends him, and a brilliant swing from Alamau from main to shut Savage down. Uno, he's put his contribution into the mix in the middle of all that, but it's stabilized now for a brief moment. G2 still with an advantage right now. Adrian and June got to try and buddy up and make something happen, but there's still a bit of denial to get through here. There's a C4 in the pocket of Loira, the bees, through that radio door. Still Toxic Babe canister on the hands of Uno as well, so by no means an easy feat, but if you give yourself away like that, it could just be June on for 3. He's hungry for more. If he swings and hits onto Uno, it could be over. 4 kills on the round, and Adrian to tie a bow on it. What a clutch there.
Again, another round that they have no right winning. 2v4 in that manner. You have one guy outside the breach, one guy rafters, the most basic thing to play against if you're G2. And they just swing one by one and give them the individual engagement. I say give them, give Doom the individual engagements. I mentioned before, there's one guy that you have to keep quiet on Secret. It's gonna be Doom. It's gonna be him. And you have just lit him up. You've lit, he's a firework and you've just lit the fuse.
Seconds remaining.
Oh, he nearly got that kill as well. He very nearly got Doki. Doki had just gone to the other side of the door. He'd done all the hard work there, Adrian. It was a 1v1, but he was tapping it into the back of the net at that point.
10 seconds to insertion.
3-1 right now for Secret. G2, that early timeout hasn't given them as much as they would maybe want.
And look, I'm speaking from experience of watching the team and knowing what the team is like. With, like, this is where the team, they just need to mentally keep in the game. Because there's been too many times I've sat and watched this team just check out. Too many times where they've just thrown the towel immediately and they start bickering. They start whatever it is that they do in the comms. Because I know what they're like. They need to just stay cool, calm, and collected. They cannot let themselves now start beating them as well as Secret are doing it. They can't.
C4 attempted there, Virtue gets away with it. A couple of Valkyrie cams knocking around this time. We do have the tuber out again. I'm sure that Secret this time are going to be aware of that. It was nearly the undoing of them back in round number 2. That's another thing to take into account, is that a lot of these rounds have been very close. And a lot of them are rounds that Secret really should be losing. And against a lot of other teams in the exact same position, they would be losing those rounds because they would just trade, you know, G2 or whoever the other team was would just trade the man count back. And you would win just by sheer power of numbers, but it's not the case tonight in this fixture. Secret have already stolen at least 2 rounds from G2. And they may be about to steal a couple more. Adrian, he's got a nice read here on the player. Just tucked in. It's going to be Loira on that Valk. Just out of the action, able to hop into the cams whenever they need. But essentially being held here by Adrian. And if he's got the patience and the information, more importantly, you might find that one as a freebie. These players are going to come to blows right about now. But Loira is allowed to get off more shots than I thought he would be. But Adrian more than ready for it.
Look at the way they're using the DMR from the Twitch. Using that almost kind of like a skeleton key. And speaking of, gets the kill from the vertical angles from below. I mean, it's not the most effective way, but whenever you've lost the buck, you have to try and adapt to that situation. And they've done that extremely well. So all credit to Jujum for picking off that player inside of cash. So once again, Secret up a man. 40 seconds to go, though. Still, wouldn't say Secret have been the quickest in this game. I think certainly the time management has been a little bit of a worry for them, but they've still been able to make it work. The wall being Mavericked open this time, not messing around, worrying about the Tabaro stalling out the majority of this defense. But for Secret, similar to last time, they need to just try and jump in the windows and get the kills, I think, Ollie, because yes, I know they're Maverick in the breach, but really, how are you going to be able to use that effectively?
It's coming down to time again, isn't it? How many times is Secret going to get away with this? They're going to go for the hop in now, but immediately dealt with Alamal this time. Not letting Virtue slip the net. Doom back on his bullshit on another tear. Picked up 2, and he's starting to get the plan down. Adrian on the cover. Where have we seen this before? Look at him go. Takes Doki down, and with the plan being confirmed once again, it's back down to Blaz. He's drawn for the pistol. With the plan being confirmed, he's able to take Grubby down, but he's still got 2 left to find here. Gets a glimpse and hits him with the revolver. Adrian outside the window. Is he gonna go for the jump out? No, gives himself away. Adrian, all he had to do was back up and hold the angle, and he did it perfectly. Another round, we see Secret clutching things up there.
Honest, I don't know how they can keep getting away with this. Again, main wall not opened up. They just jump in gym window. It's as easy as that. Look, from a perspective, from a perspective where you're just a neutral bystander and you're watching this game, you're thinking, oh my word, Secret, how are you doing this? As G2 fan, I'm sure there's many of them out there, you're thinking, what are we doing? All they are doing is jumping in gym window. That's all. They're taking nothing else. They've got one guy construction, everyone else in the windows. And every single time they are being bested. Every time. You've got Valkyrie, you've got a ton of C4s. Why are we not sending people below?
What am I watching?
Oh.
To be fair, I felt like we'd got off.
We're back.
I felt like we'd got off lightly. I did feel like we'd got off lightly tonight. I knew it was coming. I wasn't sure if it was going to come in the BDS ENCE game or whether it was going to come in this game, the final game. But it was, we've had some plain sailing tonight. We've seen some good siege. It's time that we get a bit of silly season. We always get a bit of silly siege. It's where we are now. Welcome. Round number 6. Last round for G2 to have on the defense. And to be honest, and they probably can't wait to get off this half. Doom takes Alamal down.
Head loss season. Has to be.
I mean,
Warden wandering around.
How many times? Doom just waltzes in, picking up kills. He's on one of his days, and on his day, he's a very difficult player to stop. I think that puts him on 10 kills, by the way. I think he's 10 and 4. Yeah. No response from G2 either. I mean, what can they do? They're defending the basement. They shouldn't be losing bodies that early. It's just another instance where the opening pick goes to Team Secret and G2 are left with one less gun to point in a good direction when the push comes. These pushes from Secret, though, they're not fanciful. They're really not trying to reinvent the wheel right now. When we've seen them attack here previously, a lot of it has been blue focused. I'm imagining we're going to see a similar use of that, you know, blue area again in those Adam stairs. You know, a bit late on the Cade trick that time. He prioritized keeping the moto hatch last time and instead let them take the kitchen hatch. And I think the end result there is that they're probably going to get the kitchen hatch here as well.
Attacker's
No.
bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Jim, hello. A little bit late there on the old EMP. It's going to cost some Hibana X-Karos pellets and instead going to have to turn attention toward Dirt Tunnel potentially. Savage does still have 4 X-Karos pellets left in pocket though, so he could use those, but the time ticking down. It might not be a luxury that they do have at the moment. Grim being brought in this time to deal with that blue area, and Doom, for a moment he was allowed to walk through, but Uno has put a very quick and sharp stop to his pushing down long. Grubby, however, has made a big approach, got himself in toward blue, will pay for it eventually, but Virtue and Adrian are back together.
10 seconds to
Savage
go.
this time, getting that plant down. Virtue there with the cover. The C4 clips onto the soft surface. So unfortunate there for Doki. And he gets flustered in the gunfight. Goes to blow the C4 to add some more chaos. Gets a good idea of where the player is, but can't land the shots. G2, they are getting no luck here tonight. If that C4 doesn't clip the soft wall, it goes through. Maybe they deny the plant. Maybe he picks up the player on the cross. Maybe they win the round down to time. But again, another instance there where Secret are stealing rounds away.
Organ is ready. Use it if you have to. Getting Vulcan set up. Swapping mags.
I believe it might just be me for the meantime. I'm not entirely sure what has happened to poor old Demo. I think his internet, apparently.
Placement complete.
Well, hopefully we get Demo back very shortly, but for now it's going to be radio style, I'm afraid. Round number 7, first time, the first half done. We're going to switch sides. G2, where are you going to find 4 rounds from to level things up to 5-5? That'd be my question right now. They're going to be on the attack. Of course, gives them the benefit of the attacking operators that we talk about so much, and Alamau loves the shield, we know that.
He does.
Oh, hello!
Hello.
Speaking of people that love shields.
Apologies. Look, I know everyone was probably celebrating. Demo's gone! Yes! Get in! Demo's got... No! We're back. Not that easy. I was able to... I'll be honest, I didn't really get to watch that round, but I can see Secret have won it.
Reload! It was actually... Yeah, I mean, it was a 2 versus 1 for Secret. Doki got really unlucky with his nitro, clipping the wall. But up until that point, yeah, it was very secret focused. Doki's going for it here. This is an angry round right now from G2. Uno getting involved before getting taken out there by Savage. Virtue got kills to find alongside Savage, but Blaz in the mix as well. It still is an advantage here for G2. Alamau does have the diffuser. He's not looking to get it down just yet. Save that. He is going to start to try and plant that diffuser now. A little bit worried about this kitchen hatch, I'll be honest with you. The C4 planted on the other side of the wall there. Virtue going to find Doki. It still doesn't make this any easier, though. Blaz and Alamau got to try and hold on. Savage, he's going to fall to a Vulcan canister there, I believe. It's G2 burst onto the scene with an attack, and we need plenty more of that.
I mean, it's very G2-esque, isn't it? We just hit them the quick rush. You push the Monty down dirt. You drop in towards kitchen. Obviously, it's risky because you're at the mercy of C4s, you know, and for Secret, they just couldn't get them ripped out quick enough. And as we know, Monty is always going to be an issue. And G2 are a team where they have a resident shield player. So they're always going to take it at their, you know, if it's available to them, they're always going to take it at that opportunity. And yeah, I don't expect to see Alamau on anything, you know, but shields.
I don't think they've got the rounds to experiment with that, have they? They need him where he's best, and I think he's best with the shield at the moment, honestly. It'd be a heck
Look
of
at
a
Savage,
comeback.
by the way. Look what he has.
Oh, the Oryx.
The single best counter to a Monty is an Oryx. The only thing with bringing the Oryx, right, against a Monty, yes, you know, terrifying to play against if you're a Monty. So one thing you always need to watch out for.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
If someone is with the Monty as an Oryx, you're never going to be able to actually kill him. All you can do is push him out. But as soon as you do, you're in a vulnerable position because you're going to have no gun out. And then the teammate behind the Monty can obviously then just kill you. So that's the only thing you need to worry about.
Oh, I don't have to worry about too much because he's on the ramp. He can actually 6 picks off the Monty this time.
Maybe seen the Oryx?
That would maybe do it to bait out the Oryx. Saw the Oryx in the prep phase and thought, you know what? We'll switch things up a little bit here. Be able to get the wall open in Jacuzzi as there is no form of denial, not even a mute jammer. Secret giving quite a lot away for nothing here and in favor of other operators. It really does feel like they've doubled down on the potential of a shield coming, especially with Legion being picked as well. Like this use of the ramp. Omar being pretty self-sufficient here in what he's able to achieve. Virtue. Sight's trained on that Logi drop, but it's going to be Blaz to open things up. Let's pick over onto the Legion. Savage is going to be in and around that area as well, though. Blaz triggering that goo mine, that should give the game away that he's pushed up into CCTV. Give Doom and Blaz something to work with here. Great shot there from Blaz. Savage tried to take some aggression into the fight there and just immediately got met with a headshot.
Kind of left Blaz by himself here, G2. I mean, if Secret is double up and maybe try and grass onto him, he could have a good day, and Adrian's going to try and do so to build the bait. And Jim is able to take out Blaz. G2 had left him all by himself, and Secret capitalized on that. And now Alamau somehow ended up in the heart of the bomb site. 2 inside of construction, no chance of winning that. And Secret, they confirm a point from this play day. But will it be 2 more onto that?
Secret look like they're having a good time here. We even get the grubby smile.
Didn't know he could smile.
Things not going well on the G2 side of things at the moment. Not at all. Best they can come away with now is 2 points, and that's if they're able to take it to an OT. And honestly, with the way that Secret are playing, I don't see it happening. I felt so sorry for Blaz. I thought he'd done a great job. A little bit more support over there, he'd have been fine.
Yeah, that's the issue with it. But again, you have to give credit to Secret. You know, just even that, the game sense. Okay, there's only one guy here. Let's just double up on him. Eliminate him. All the pressure that they were trying to apply on towards the construction players is gone. And the construction players can just sit back and hold the site.
Bomb located by attackers.
I do wonder if Virtue's just said, look, whatever we do, let's just make sure we play him on a clubhouse, because it's not a map that they've practiced at all. And if they brought in 2 new players and it's a map they don't play, yeah,
the map
maybe
selection
that's where the holes are coming from.
I don't understand the map selection. You know, it's a map that you haven't really played in a very long time in competitive. Yeah. And you're against Team Secret, who really like this map. And they're very, very good on it, because again, it just suits their play style. I mean, the thing with Secret didn't even do any of their rushes that sometimes we're used to seeing in Clubhouse as well. It was, I mean, it was very slow.
Nice one with a sense, haven't they?
Yeah, and then using the Amara up the gym hatch, for example, they used one of them. But we just didn't see that. It was just a very slow Secret today, where they were just struggling with the time, but still somehow they were making it work. So I think naturally for Secret, you have to look at it from their perspective, the map bans. They're going to think, yeah, this is suits us right down to a T compared to yesterday, where it's an unknown map, very vague. You have to adapt really well. These guys are playing Clubhouse a lot. They know every situation and how to adapt to that. And that's why I just think they're so good today.
Adrian just playing at the top of these cash stairs. Got Grubby on the catwalk as well. It's going to be Uno on the Monty this time. Look at the pressure Grubby's coming under. Right, now finds one onto Loira. He's going to have to turn his back to the Monty to try and get away, but he's found one. Is it going to be enough? 3 versus 3 as Adrian and Doki both add-on kills. Blaz picks up a really nice kill onto Doom. That's some fantastic game sense. For the way that G2 have played today, I've been very impressed with Blaz individually.
Yeah.
Again, do you give them the benefit of the doubt right now? How many times have we seen G2 lose a man advantage, even with loads of time on the clock?
What I will say, though, is that G2, they have a Monty, which already should just be this round dead and buried. You know, Monty can jump in, don't have to worry about exposing himself. He has that shield in front of him. Diffuser going to go down. Savage actually rotating downstairs. They actually had an EMP ready for that C4. Did you notice that? Doki factoring the floor, so in case there was a C4 downstairs, it would have got caught in that. So very smart move. Didn't need it anyway. Blaz was there. Gets another kill for himself. And yeah, this is just really unfortunate for Virtue. Getting the same medicine that he did the Alamau in the first round.
Yeah. It's horrible, isn't it, when a Monty's bullying and bearing down on you like that. And again, a key performer in that round was Blaz. I feel like he operated in that lounge and lower garage portion very well. Secret going to choose now to take their tactical timeout. Just have a chat about how they want to really close this game out, because they're in the driver's seat, make no mistake. They don't want to let any more rounds slip. Instead, all they need is one. That guarantees them a full 3 points. Twister maybe seeing an opportunity here to just steady the ship. I often prefer taking the idea of demo of taking a timeout before it gets to sort of a 6-5 situation. 6-3 seems like a good time to take it. Clear the mental and give yourselves the best possible chance of getting it over the line in the remaining rounds you've got. This is that Blaz play. I mean, he couldn't put a foot wrong down there, could he?
He's really the only shining light that we are seeing on G2 at the moment. A long way back for G2 to get themselves into OT. 3 rounds in a row is what they need. I mean, 16-6. He is the same amount of kills as his entire team combined.
Unreal.
Wow, I've never seen a stat line like that across the team. Look at the spread on that. 32 kills in total. Well. And one player's got half of them.
That well.
Wow. All right, Secret, game plan. Kill Blaz, we win.
Yeah, target Blaz. Find out what he's playing and get rid of him.
I think Leo on the desk was saying yesterday about how, you know, whenever he used to play, you know, a young up-and-comer, he would, you know, say, oh, I've just killed, you know, Shaiko. I've killed Shaiko. And he was told, don't do that. You say you killed Deimos, not you killed Shaiko. At this stage, you're a Secret. If you kill Blaz, you're thinking, I've killed Blaz. That's the way you think now in this element.
Oh, mate, I don't care. I'm killing. I'm going for Blaz. Yeah. Play against the name in this instance, because you probably need to. Savage went for something really aggressive at the start of that round. Little cheeky spawn peek. Seeing if you can give G2 a bit of an edge coming into what could be the final round right now. I think he rotated upstairs as well. He's on the Valkyrie, so he's got a bit of info to work with.
Whoa, Jum. Speed. I am speed.
Speedy June, yeah. He doesn't need any help either. He's having a cracking game.
They call him McQueen.
Default camera still up? That was career the other day, wasn't it? Good grief.
We've seen it yesterday as well, I think, on a game. I forget who it was. Was it who played Consulate yesterday? I forget what game it was, but we've seen it yesterday in one of the EUL games. I forget who it was. Who played Consulate yesterday? Was it Fnatic ENCE? They have the default cam up? I think it was.
It should be kitchen hatch open. Or at least the first stage of getting that open.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw the two-brow out there. I think that might...
Oh, hit. Yeah. Doki gets a kill from that hatch, by the way. What's Savage doing dancing underneath it? Maybe looking for a C4 up. Gets caught out because of it. Oh, I do not envy Doom in this situation. You're in dirt against the Monty. Not fun. Yes, I know he is a smoke, but they can only last for so long. And even like Monty can also just run through the smoke. And I think that's what exactly what Alamar's going to do. He's just ran through 2 smoke canisters. The third one comes in and he's going to be pinched into the open. And look at that from Alamar. Straight through dirt into AKs. Can start getting the plant down. Perfectly played from the Monty in this situation. A 2v4 and Secret are just never going to be able to win against this. It's a strong attack from G2. There's 1. 2 more to go.
Serious attack from G2 there. You credit Alamar, and obviously he has a tough job. He's got to push through. He's got to essentially bully June back into the site. But it's Uno from me from the hatch. He picked up 3 kills there. Did some brilliant work at getting the hatch open, dancing around that utility exchange. And essentially, he's got a call when the Monty needs to push because he has to be watching the angle and ready to catch the player as they rotate. G2, could this be the start of a monumental comeback? Have Secret got unlucky one too many times here tonight as their luck potentially run out? We could easily be sat here, Demo, with a scoreline of 6-4 to G2 right now. Oh, so easily. You think about all those clutches that Secret had.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
A lot of it down to Adrian as well. It feels though Adrian was like the common denominator in all of those rounds that Secret won that they just should never have won. So you have to give credit to him. He has played well today as also. I mean, all of Secret's play. I mean, Savage said before, look, he's had a bad stage and he's 4-9 right now again. This is... I need to see the full stats for Savage, but I don't think it's going to look nice.
Yeah, definitely a little bit quiet. Something that stood out to me about... Oh, here we go.
A spawny P, a Jum classic. Right out of the right.
The Monty as well.
Oh boy, oh boy. Can I say it's done?
I mean, yeah.
I think it might be done. Honestly, like that is mega degree tell. I mean, the cojones on Jum to go for that, by the way, as well. You have to highlight that.
Jim's having one of those games though, isn't he?
Someone said you need to keep that guy quiet. Like Jum and Blaz, the 2 players I said you need to shut down. Both of them just let rip. Like 2 Beyblades going against each other.
Still chance for G2, but their plan A is definitely been kiboshed at this point, losing the Monty. We've seen Secret going for a couple of spawn peaks on a number of rounds so far, and that's the first time they've been successful. Doom, yeah, real softened up there, and he's down to 6 HP. Still has a couple of goo mines knocking around as well that he can place out there and give a way to his team to extend some of that early warning system out there. G2, for all that they've looked pretty quick and sharp on their attack so far, this is really looking like it could just be a flood in and hop into bathroom. It's dealt with. Savage, Adrian, killer piece. Adrian on a double. Savage finishes things off. It was a desperate attempt at salvaging the round from G2, but it wasn't going to be enough. Secret successful here today on Clubhouse.
Oh, shoddy attack really sums up the day of G2. I mean, they just tried to walk in the breach, but you need a lot more going on to really make that happen. Where's your Logi player? Tossing in utility. Where are the players in windows? Making sure no one's inside a gym. A lot of things there at G2 just tried to skip, and they get punished because of that. I mean, look, spawn peak, I think right from the get-go, you lose that Monty, you lose that control that they wanted to bring with the double shields. I mean, Secret, all credit to them. They have to play what's in front of them today. It's the map that they would have wanted to be on. Look, Clubhouse, great map for them. You have to question G2, why have we went to Clubhouse today? But overall for Secret, it's a win that they dearly needed, considering what happened to them yesterday.
Yeah, a very, well, a couple of days of two halves really for G2 there with what they've experienced obviously yesterday and then moving into today, really brought back down to reality by Team Secret. As you mentioned there, Demo, Secret can only play what's in front of them and they did a fantastic job of that. My heart goes out to Blaz though, because I think he put in a lightning performance today, but overall from G2, it was not going to be enough on the night. We're going to send this one back over to the desk for one final time to break this game down and to set us up for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, X. That was not too bad of a casting for such a dingy setup.
Anyways, let's
that was brutal.
He was waiting for it. I mean, look, Ollie was asking for it before we got our game started, but I have to say, this was versus revenge. He got it across the line. Where was the G2 that won 7-0 yesterday, that was on the verge of getting 7-1 today, and still barely scraped it, and still, it is a Secret win, Leo.
Before the start of the match, I told you G2 is one of the best teams in Europe right now in defense. What did we see? G2 lose 4 rounds of defense, and so many of them, so many, in the last 10 or 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Their inability to face and execute was the biggest problem here. And also their inability to get zone control and to be able to fend off while falling safely back to site. So many times we saw opening kills on the side of Secret in attack. They just couldn't find a way to make it work. That's the biggest thing for me. And even when they got aggressive, remembering that Doki whiff when he went up main stairs on basement.
You're going for everybody today, aren't you?
Whenever they were going aggressive, it just didn't work out. Sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
I was very surprised for that lack of level on defense.
It was weird for me. I think Ollie just said that. It was like a day of two halves. Normally we talk about a game of two halves, but Secret were horrible yesterday, incredibly improved today. G2 were flawless yesterday and had many flaws today. It was absolutely crazy. You know, you got to commend Secret. I think, you know, they took G2 to a map. I have no idea why G2 wanted to go to Club.
Why Club?
I think that was a huge blunder personally in the map veto process, because Secret loved this map and it showed. Secret felt so comfortable on the side of Club.
I just want to point out, though, Blast's performance. I think he's really found his foot in his role.
Yeah.
I think it's really good. What made Blast so special in the teams he was in before, yes, they did not have collective success, but one thing you cannot take away from this guy is how good he was individually. The fact now that he's switched into a role where he's put very often by himself, holding a certain area, whether it's on site, whether it's on attack, when he was on ace holding server, he knows how to play for himself very well. He's done it for years. And it showed here with 17 kills. And sadly, the Blast curse struck again. 17 kills and he loses the match.
I mean, you can only do so much with an individual kind of trying to carry you over the line, because there was such a round differential. It's very difficult for Blast to kind of pull the entire team and get over it. However, Secret on the other side, you see things are a lot more equal. And in the server itself, plus you can see it statistically with the cost of every single player, everybody participating, adding a bit and building things up bit by bit. However, and even we were talking about them in the green room, but also their casters, the operator bands, the Echo and the Bandit there were quite interesting also from Secret.
Yeah, I think there was, you know, I think Demo summarized it actually perfectly inside of the cast as well. The Echo ban, I think, you know, we know G2 like to play with Echo, and the Bandit ban for the tricking, forcing the Cade, leaving the Thatcher open. Not bans that we see every day, but bans that made a lot of sense in the context of that match.
One could say it kind of hindered intel gathering on the side of G2 in defense. That's one of the biggest strong suits. The reason why they're able to be aggressive in defense is that intel gathering. And without Echo, that's one less way of playing aggressive. Clearly that showed, again, referring to that moment where they played aggressive. One that worked actually in the first round is Alemo had information on that bug going up main stairs and was able, when he was Ella, to get that kill. But that's something that's way too late in the round. Somehow, I don't know why, but Laura, I think, gave a lot of kills early in the round. That's something they can look towards.
It felt like, and it's a very easy out to say this, but it felt like individuals making some very bad decisions in the moments in key parts of the round. I think we'll see a lot of clutches from Secret, and a lot of that is based off the back of badly individual, you know, decisions made.
Jack.
Yes.
There's a lot that happened in this game, and there were times where G2 were looking to get back to it. Of course, Secret had the head start. Can we talk about some of those rounds?
Yeah, I've got some clips.
Whoa,
that fast? 3 rounds, yeah. I'm just lightning all over it. Now, if you look at this very first round, second round, this will be Secret, and I just want to talk about Adrian here. What a C4 shot. and the cover that he has on his teammates. Never mind the great escape. I call this the secret escape because they were not winning that round whatsoever. The same with this one here. It's a 2 versus 3. Adrian makes a great decision to try and force up red. June gets the first great kill. They have information on the player construction, which means 2v1 the guy top red. He will absolutely be top red. And then who mops it up? Adrian mops it up. Absolutely incredible. And this is the third time Adrian, from the exact same window, by the way, manages to get a double kill to win the round for his team. Slightly different plant spot. Look at him. Tap in, jiggling, waiting for one of the G2 players to commit, flicking to the other one immediately. Obviously, the kill doesn't come off, gets him in the end. And when Team Secret played up against Virtus Pro, which was last week, they lost that game on Consulate because of their late round composure. Today, those 3 rounds that I've highlighted there, Secret didn't have the control of the round. G2 had the control of the round, arguably should have won those rounds, but Secret had that late round composure that got them over the line. And that was the difference today, ultimately, between an overtime game and winning the game clean 3 points.
Just to highlight more things about Adrian, obviously these 2 rounds where he's covering the plant are the most visually acceptable. That's where you see more of how good of a player he is. But I think really the round 4, when he's on plat with the diffuser, ready to go for the server plant.
Yep.
They're recognized there in the 2v3. He takes the decision to drop down, go through stock, and go up red stairs to play frags in a 2v3. That's the right call. Now, not many players would actually understand that. Most players, they would just go for the frag from server directly and double up. That was a very smart move that lands him the round, actually. And that's something that I don't see a lot of players do. But taking the right decision at the right moment in this last few 10 seconds, that's what differentiates a good player from a great player. And it's even more impressive to see it from Adrian, that hasn't had a lot of experience in Tier 1 yet and hasn't played for the biggest teams.
I've seen him, in teams when he was in Jihu on a personal level. He's an incredibly smart player. Going to Secret has helped develop his shot calling, an ideology of the game, and his communication from what I've heard from the team. I genuinely think that is a superstar in the making, though.
I mean, gentlemen, at the top of the show today, we talked about power rankings and where we set all of our teams. Given how this matchup came about between Secret and G2, does that change anything?
It does for me, at least. I had Secret very low on my power rankings, and their reaction today was something that I wanted them to prove to me, and I think they did.
To be fair, they had 1 less playday than the others, so we had 3 playdays to judge.
True.
The first one was quite far away already, 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
2 weeks.
And then the first one was a 7-4 victory against an ENCE that was struggling. So it was not the best showing, even their win. And then you look at the next 2 playdays, that's just 2 straight losses. Not even close. Even the 1-7 yesterday. So you had to think that they were kind of weak. But it's kind of weird to have this flip on and off switch with these guys. It seems that they have a lot of potential. It just seems that they lack the consistency. One of the biggest reasons for it is their play style. When you see it in attack, they're trying to clear everything. They're trying to do everything very perfectly. And they always manage to go in the end of round. They execute in the last 30 seconds. That's very risky. That's old Vitality style, if you remember. And the problem is, that's going to be inconsistent in the end because so many of these executes, they force them without utility. Yes, they had zone control, but they didn't really commit to an execute with ping or flashes or blitz all at the right time. They didn't use utility there. So it was just a gamble on kills, basically.
Yeah.
This time it worked, but it would not work all the time.
Absolutely. And on the G2 side, I mean, obviously we're kind of positioning them mid-high up here, but with Blaz's performance, can that carry them any higher, Jack?
Yeah, I think so. We've seen Blaz carry his teams, in previous regions. I know you wasn't a huge fan of it, Leo, but, when he was in Parabellum, when he was in North America, then he obviously goes over to MENA, and now he's a G2. I would say my worry for me is this is a very similar story for the Blaz that we know and love, where he is the one ultimately that's hard carrying his team. He hard carried his team today, 17-7, kept them in the game, kept them in rounds, and have lost. And I think that has been a story of the teams that Blaz has been on. I don't think today was down to Blaz's personal style. Like Leo said earlier, I think he suits the role that he's playing on G2 very well, and it gives him a lot of opportunity to do this. I think the players around Blaz today ultimately let him down.
Yeah, of course, in the context of this matchup and the entire league, there's a lot to talk about, but there's one important thing. It's always a good time to chat to our winners. And Team Secret are the victors today, and we get to have a chat with the man from Australia himself. Virtue, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Congratulations on the win. What does it mean to you to face off against G2, your old team, and beat them with your new one?
I mean, to me, it's just another... Is my mic picking up?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. To me, it's just like another team, another day. I don't have much against them or excited to play them. Just going through the motions and getting the win for my team.
Sounds good. I think in general, Virtue, I just want to pick your brains here. Obviously, you had one of the longest stay in one of the tier 1 teams out of everyone in the world right now. You have, I think you played for G2 for 4 years, and now you're coming into this new system. I'm very curious, individually for you, what does that change as a player? How do you adapt to this new system?
I mean, actually, I'm learning a lot more joining a new team than I did staying in G2. I think it's like a fresh start, new challenges, and it's actually refreshing.
If I look at the differences between your two's playstyle, one thing that really struck me was you guys are playing so far in attack very slow, like very composed, step by step. You're using the strengths of your mechanical players, but not in an aggressive way. Like it's always intel, it's always step by step, and then this later on execute. That's a very different style from the chaotic and creative G2 that we saw led from Alemão. And obviously that opens new perspective from you. Why is that so? Why do you play that slow and methodical when you have such aggressive player?
I mean, because most of the time, the playstyle, you know, aggressive solo peaks and all that stuff, is like, it's 50-50, and we want to make sure, like, it's certain. It's more than just a 50-50. We want to make it sure it's like an 80% win. So we work together, listen to each other, work with each other, and try to make it a lot more methodical than just walking in and gunning.
It seems like Team Secret is of the mindset of measure twice, thrice, and then execute and go for the cut. Today, you know, we got Clubhouse, and then we had the Echo and the Bandit bans that came out. Can you talk to me about the map pick? Was that something surprising to you, or did you expect it? And those two operator bans.
I mean, I wasn't involved with the map bans or the operator bans. You know, that's all down to Twister and Savage and the way they want to play. So if you want to pick their brains, go ahead. But like for me, it's just like I'm happy to play any map, whatever ban, and just whoever plays the best on the day is gonna win.
I mean, a man of your pedigree, definitely so. But Virtue, thank you very much. Congratulations again on this huge win. Team Secret taking down G2. Good luck for the rest of the week. We'll see you then. And there it is. Our day is done and dusted, which means we have to recap everything, Leo. It's time to get into the cream of the crop. And that means going into standings. Jacques, please, can you take it away?
Yep. Well, the creme de la creme, that will be Team BDS up at the top. Unbeaten, as you say, 5 wins from 5. And then we've got Wolves following them up. Another impressive win today. G2, despite that loss, you know, they're going to be upset. Of course, they wanted to be chasing down BDS and Wolves for top 2. However, they will still remain in third. Wylde, Secret, obviously now getting up into the mid-table. And VP with, I would say, in a way, that shock win today actually puts them into the playoff places, leaving our bottom 3 as ITB, Fnatic, who didn't play today, and ENCE, who are still without a win so far.
Yeah, we're still looking at the beginning of a split kind of here, right? So you see the top 3 cementing in BDS, Wolves and G2. Wolves and G2 really fighting for that second spot. I don't think BDS will be caught up here by anyone. I think that's what really is happening for the race of that double BO3 that you get if you're in the top 2 to qualify to Montreal. And then if you look at the bottom, I'm actually happy that Virtus.pro is not part of the bottom 3 right now. I think they cannot deserve it. I know we have a lot of talent in them, and it's the same story for Secret to get out of there. I think these two had a lot of potential this stage. They just haven't showed most of it yet.
Gentlemen, this to me just means that we have no idea who will be in that fight for the top 6. Of course, the top 2, Wolves, BDS, you can say they're a bit of a cut above the rest. They'll probably go into playoffs with a bye, so they'll get 1 match less to play and then 2 games away from making it to Montreal. Fair enough. However, those 4 other teams that get the spots to qualify to the playoffs, they're still up in the air. Anybody can jump into it.
Yeah, I think especially that final spot that Virtus.pro are currently occupying on 5 points. Obviously, you've got Fnatic and ITB down there chasing them with 3. And even ENCE, who are only 4 points away from that. There's still a whole half of the season. We've just gone past the halfway mark. There's still a whole half to play for. So even for anybody in this league, they can still sneak in. And I'm talking about sneaking in to that very final playoff spot.
And they have very different issues to fix, right? You look at Secret, they have to fix that consistency, and they have to make sure if they go for that play style that they seem to be committing to, they have to make sure that during these executes, even if there's 20 seconds left, they have all the utility, zone control, and commitment in hand to make sure that even if they're pressured by time, they can make it happen. You look at VP, they recognize right now that they have struggles in attack. They recognize that they struggle against solo roamers. They recognize they struggle with intel gathering. All of these things are stuff that you need to work during the season to be able to have consistent wins. So you see all of these teams that are right now fighting for a place in playoff, they seem to all be aware of what they need to work on. It's a matter of who will resolve it the furthest.
And that makes that race really exciting.
Yeah,
absolutely. And even more so that we are in our Super Week. Today and yesterday we've had incredible games. However, tomorrow we continue on with the EU League. It's a special week where we get 3 shows instead of the usual 2 on the Monday and Tuesday. And here's the game reserved for tomorrow. BDS take on Team Secret. ENCE play Virtus Pro. G2 plays Into the Breach. And finally, Wylde take on Fnatic. A day that affects that middle of the pack in more ways than one.
Match 1 is super interesting. Secret playing very well against G2 tells me they can play also very well versus BDS, a top tier team, and they can be really disruptive to BDS right now, being on the edge. And now, if you look towards the match number 4, I think Wylde versus Fnatic is very interesting. Very interesting because Wylde has looked a little bit more achievable or attainable right now. And Fnatic, they've showed that they can play well. They've just been that close to getting more and more wins. We saw an interview from Leon yesterday. I'm hoping for them to bounce back. And it's the right moment when Wylde is down in terms of momentum.
I think every single one of these games tomorrow, you can make a case for any of these teams to win. And I'm even going to include ENCE in that. Like, they've obviously not looked good, but I think VP have shown enough weakness. So it's like tomorrow, genuinely, and I say this, it'll be 7-0s across the board. Tomorrow genuinely could be one of the closest days we have in EU League with where every single team is at right now.
Hey, perfect way to end our Super Week. And you hear that music? That means that we're about to wrap up. Alfama, thank you so much. And Fresh also here on the desk. We had a lot of fun together today. And of course, the wonderful casters, X, Troika, and Demo. It's been a pleasure listening to everybody through this day. We will see you tomorrow. Same starting time as always here in EU. However, for those fans that want more Siege, well, Oceania is coming back at 10 a.m. here local time in the EU and mainland. Make sure you come in and watch it and support our friends down under. However, we cannot wait for tomorrow's 3rd day of our Super Week. Till then, we love you so very much. Good night.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!